Eastern public, covering some legal and societal issues as to reflecting on what's happening at Maidan, because we need to explain in greater detail about what we are well aware of, but they're not aware about events of 2004, even earlier, trying to present everything step by step so that people would find it a one-stop deal. By the way, in English, not lots of articles are written in about what's happening in Ukraine. The same is true for German and French translations. So I'm preparing this article and start thinking about the future. Well, from the psychological standpoint, they live in today. Planning, thinking ahead, well, they don't have that. All they do, they live vividly in today, while us, other citizens, are trying to discuss today about how we're going to live tomorrow. And that's what makes me feel funny, that we are discussing hypothetically what would happen if this government leaves. Yeah, strategizing is something that I'm doing as well, and I am deeply convinced without illustration of the incumbent government officials, without the illustration of judges and other government officials, well, we will not even stay where we are, we will go backwards. We definitely lost the moment. Unlike Polish, Czech, German people who kicked out former communist members from the government and the security service. I believe that from the standpoint of the public, we have an objective reality, and we need to come up with some configuration of life taking this as part of the reality. Well, that's the crooked government that we have. Well, that's how our traffic policemen, teachers, and medical doctors take bribes, and we need to acknowledge how to live with that. Well, we will have to live with that, but we need to figure out how to change it. What are the opportunities to change this? How could we possibly, one way or another, be shaken off? So people need to be more elastic and flexible. If you give the right signal to a person, well, my friends deal with psychology of children. For instance, when a kid comes and says, "I don't want to study," and you ask why, they give examples of the president. And in the child's imagination, he is a person who has a successful position, great job, well paid. He embodies a strong personality in the child's mind's eye, and he is an embodiment of the success. But children obviously pick up that he is not a well-educated person, so children believe that they don't have to study to achieve success, and there are lots of schemes like that. This is a distortion of the reality. Things like success, self-development is what brings suffering to the healthcare and education systems. I cannot recall lots of Europeans or Americans who are fully satisfied with the healthcare systems, for instance. Yeah, it might be expensive, not always available, but at least it's fair. For instance, if a person, God forbid, has cancer, then in addition to your close ones who help you out, but you can also rely on the system that you can definitely be helped out. But here we distrust the system, healthcare system, that because people believe that all the money will be pumped out of you, but there will be no or little chance that the system will help you out actually. So I took healthcare as just an example because it's easy to apply in order to understand what's happening in the politics as well. This is happening everywhere, and uh, in the economy, construction sector, courthouses, everywhere. So this is the system when you will be used up and spit it out. So we have to acknowledge that it's the fault of the citizens as well, because we've been slumbering for so long. Uh, Parents have to start teaching their kids how to be fair, but every single moment of time, kids have vivid examples in media that it's unfair people who are in power. So we need to find some moral strength and spiritual strength, not to lose focus on the right human values. Well, like this statement of Azarov, visa will be given only to those who would overnight enter into the same gender marriage. Well, how could you possibly, being prime minister, use this for making such statements to voters? Well, by the way, we would share the video. Svoboda Party is picketing the General Prosecutor's office, and now the large column of people is moving towards that building. So what are their demands? Bandits should leave the government. Off with the bandits, off with the bandits, off with the crooks. Only Maidan can change things. Without Maidan, nothing will be changed. We're just moving towards Prosecutor General's office to ensure that no criminal cases are opened against peaceful activists, to close criminal cases for those kids who were apprehended and detained in pre-trial detention facilities, because the system has not yet changed. We stopped by Kluiv's office and also went to the office of Sasha Stomatolog, that is Sasha the dentist, elder son of the president. Because the realities of life are these. The elections were not fair. There were lots of heavy-handed, tough guys inside the buildings who would be involved in irregularities and in basically ensuring that false ballots would be used at the election sites. And with such crooked rules of the game, the system would not be changed. And that's what we're trying to change here. The results of the election in constituency 223, where Svoboda candidate Yuri Levchenko lost, and he is one of the picketeers in this video. Is it possible to change the results of this crooked election? Well, at some point of time I might have mentioned that yeah, it's possible, we have to appeal with the courts and defend our rights through the judicial system, and I still believe it needs to be done, but it will not yield the result that we all expect, because we cannot use the legitimate mechanisms of opposition. But we should not forget that uh, judicial system should be ignored because one I publish magazines on human rights to kids and teenagers, and with the help of fables, I explain to the kids the essence of the events. And the next fable and fairy tale will be on personal freedoms and personal immunity, and I will use uh, protagonists of fairy tales to explain to kids in simple words what is uh, good, what is evil, what is fairness. I will explain the nature of Maidan. It's a great dilemma for me. From back from the Arab springtime to explain to kids what's happening in the country. Uh, for instance, for a kid, Muammar Gaddafi is like uh, a devil, basically. Well, yeah, uh, we can use the well-known and recognizable protagonists of fairy tales to explain that you can always uh, peacefully protest against those who unfairly and unjustifiably uh, make people suffer, because you kids already know this by the examples of Bible figures. So similarly, you can explain what the Constitution is all about. That the Constitution gives every newborn child rights and freedoms, and even a small child is part of the people. They have some rights that could not be violated. For instance, the uh, right for human dignity. Kids understand that they cannot formulate this. It's the right to respect oneself and respect others. And we can explain that in the Constitution there is separate chapters on the president, government, office of prosecutor general, and courts. But it's tough for kids to understand what the Constitution says, so we have to use simplified wording, and thus people will have some political views formed and shaped. Sometimes even adults find it difficult to explain this, but we need to explain to the kids that the Constitution defends you, protects you, and because Constitution is our common house where you could protect it. Article 39 who lives there, the right for peaceful demonstration and for peaceful assembly. So we all live in this house of Article 39, and as a house, it has the roof and it protects us. Thank you. Come and join us later on. It was pleasure to talk to you. Yeah, we have another friend with us, Elena Gerasimyuk. Please join us here. You can switch seats. You've been given the microphone. Yes, I was. Well, good morning to you then. We have a very positive female morning. uh, so, Larissa Denisenko, now yourself, and then Oksana Zabushko. We will have three female speakers in a row. So, what are your impressions of what's happening right now here in this country? I'm filled with positive emotions and reflections, basically. Because what's happening should have happened. So we need to find some positive impetus in what's happening. It's like a reality show. We're constantly on the air despite some technical problems and challenges. Well, we move through certain paths, and obviously I'm a bit disappointed that things are happening the way they are, and we have not yet fully acknowledged what happens. Uh, Politicians will try to explain, but it might not help us out to learn the truth. Much better now. So, once again, what happens is that the history is repeating. Sometimes farcical repetition, farcical, but and it what's happening with our society is not farce, because the new generation went outdoors. The generation that didn't know fear, didn't know restrictions that their parents were exposed to, and even though their parents followed them, their kids. But this new generation brings me hope. Hope. Just yet another hope. Because if those people will just dissipate and go back homes, but it will not be in vain, because we now have new groups that were established, like in Facebook, the new groups of strata of society that think differently. You cannot censor their thinking, that you cannot shut them up, because they represent a brand new world. Sometimes they don't even understand what the politicians talk about, because the politicians never talk to this new generation, and vice versa, basically. This is science, and I don't know whether the incumbent politicians would be helped out, but hopefully the politicians reflect and represent what we do have, but we now have to provide new people, new groupings of people, all those beautiful people on Maidans, on squares of their cities. Well, they will be evolved into true leaders of this country. Yeah, lots of future potential people like that have been born, yeah, and now our job is to identify them. I work now in the NGO which is called the Public Guard, and now that we recognize what 9 arrested and detained young people are facing, as well as their relatives, well, we understood that this is a brand new um, society, and we, for instance, understand that they could be taken out one by one and then just scared off, and but instead they united into a society one of nine, and we keep constant daily contact with their friends, relatives, and we know how the attorneys deal with their detention conditions, how they're treated during the investigation. But being together, offering various promises, because obviously you can single out people like others would say, but you will be freed if you play along. Well, we need to unite and we have to behave the same way together. Uh, at Maidan, we met the best, the cream of the society, and it's great that we finally acknowledged how many of them, yeah, their name is Legion, and finally they give us hope that we can start expect new things in this country. I met working class people, employees from Odessa, where I launched my election campaign a year ago. I've seen those people at that time, but they drop off like those spring insects who buzz a lot, but then all of a sudden they just drop down, and such seasonal politicians will disappear. But what's important are the people who would then go back home from Maidans to their villages and towns, and they would bring this good spirit with them. But will they create certain structures? Well, probably not structurized per se, but the society should be formed. And I believe the biggest problem right now, the biggest challenge for the journalists, for those people who enter the activist involvement in NGOs, the greatest assignment for us right now is to work with this new society, because in addition to the very best, where the opposite threat of the society, other people who were brought here with other incentives, fear, 200 grievances there, curtailed convictions, but these are the rights, the new people, the new generation. And in Ukraine, I don't want to use the labeling like slaves, but at least this is the generation that still agrees to come here, and nobody worked with them. None of the government institutions worked with them, or the people who could talk to them, explain things to them on the constant basis. And the point here is the government lives separately from the people. The Ukrainians, we cannot live without our Ukraine. We are overly politicized. A grandmother of 90 years of age keeps watching TV non-stop. We cannot imagine ourselves without the country, but without the government either. We are used to survive at the physical base level, but because the history was such, we had to survive, to withstand, to cheat out, to rip off, and that's how the mentality was formed because of our history, and we have to change that. But the modern Ukraine is quite diverse. Yeah, I thought about this. Even in the East, people have the sense of dignity, patriotism, but they're completely different. They're not like people in the West, not like people in the central regions. So there is a certain form of patriotism when people idealize the history and the time of the Soviet Union, Ukraine, great architecture, great social policy, strong secondary schools, healthcare, cooperation with the republics of the Soviet Union, that was great. And they still live in those ideas. It's another form of patriotism. What should we do about it? Because they cannot understand what's happening nowadays. It doesn't make them bad people. like those who believe that EU visas would be given out only for those who would enter into sex marriages. Yeah, this is the threat of the society that nobody worked with them. Uh, um, the politicians never did this, and we need to start doing it. Uh, uh, Traveling around Ukraine, I meet all those people you're talking about, and they are really great. Moreover, they can speak fluent Ukrainian, they can claim to be patriots of this country without understanding what's happening in Ukraine. What are those barricades? What are those people doing here? For instance, my a good friend of mine told me that a day before yesterday, he received a phone call from Zaporizhia. He's 35 years of age, he has a kid already, and he got this call and he was asked, "Is revolution in Kiev?" And he says, "Are you kidding? I'm playing computer games." And he sits in Zaporizhia, close by to Kiev, a great guy, but he lives in his own world, and his kid doesn't even know what's happening here. You come to Donetsk and you will also meet diverse people, people who could not possibly fully ignore what's happening here. Well, let me tell you more. Odessa region, which we recognize as just go beyond Odessa, Разделянский район, a huge society of people that live peacefully there, but nobody knows about them. So basically, we do not know what's happening in our country. You need to go elsewhere, talk to people, because how come that people ignore what's happening nowadays and they feel nostalgia about what was in the past and they pass it to their kids? Why? Because they're not opening their eyes. 90% of our people never went abroad. 77%, yeah, the right figure, but basically that's a lot. Not even abroad, meaning to the west, but to the CIS countries. Yeah, they never cross the thresholds of their house. And in the Odessa region, which I traveled extensively, there are certain places where you all of a sudden find nice, peaceful people living around. But how could they possibly learn what's happening outside if TV is not working there? And if the TV is on, they can only see the first national TV channel with a surrealist take on the reality. They have no internet access, they have no newspapers, but information is something that is quite important. And even if these people are not given visas, at least you need to go to them, you need to explain things to them. And unless you explain things to people, like about Budapest or something, well, then all of a sudden people will forget about Budapest in a week's time. So this is the problem currently, and this is the problem that perseveres and persists. And this is the positive development that is happening, the protest, the fact that people will go back home. Well, this is one of the forms of broadening the virus of being well informed. I read a book by Taras Prochazka, a book published this year. The very same thing is happening, history repeating basically. So this is yet another circle, another iteration of history that we need to travel. And what's happening at Maidan is gaining the understanding that your country is not the politicians, the government, opposition, but it's something else. And by the way, on the very first day of Maidan, I felt that this is a karmic circle that we traveled already, and that this is the repetition of things for everybody, for Azara, for the government, for the politicians. The repetition of unfinished gestalt, something that we have not finalized back in 2004, and that things are quite different now. Yeah, this is quite a strong sense and feeling that we all have. But we move in circles, but at least it's slightly but still differently from what happened. So it's a spiral that moves upwards, even though slowly. And unless we acknowledge and understand what we still fail to understand, well, we'll keep moving in spirals. Once I made the interview with Stanislav Marinovich, whom I respect a lot, a wise person, and at that time he said, you know, Ukrainians are the people selected by the gods to gain the perception and acknowledgement that they will have to move in circles, getting rid of stumble stocks, and until they understand what lies as the foundation, those people will still be stumbling and dropping down, will look nice, will make life great, and will sing nice songs, but until this acknowledgement comes to us, well, things will be repeated. Because we're only 22 years of age. One would think that a young person of 22 years of age is energetic, but not wise. Let us be candid with making this claim. So I believe that when I read Facebook that people are saying goodbye, it's over, things didn't work out quite well, but this wave of disappointment which comes after each new revolution, or well, this disappointment is harmful. Well, it's the 18th today, so soon enough it's gonna be 1 month of Maidan. It's far too long, I believe, right? But it's quite normal that there is this drop in enthusiasm, disappointments, tiredness. There are lots of psychologists who suggest that there might be aggression, dissatisfaction. Psychologically and historically, it could be, well, it explains things, so it's quite normal. But what's great is that these people did come out, like back in 2004 when nobody believed that it might happen. For instance, I was making my TV programs, versions of Oksana Gerasimyuk. We were traveling along highways, dropping by villages, and when we dropped by this village, the whole village population all of the residents came out, but you know that as soon as you leave, they will get back to their houses and close firmly their doors. But I remember in one of those villages when people came to the city hall building, and I was afraid that some beatings will start because nobody actually authorized me to be the leader. But in that village, people, the residents, were fighting for church, but church was used as the excuse for fighting against the powers that be. And I've observed how they hate the municipal heads, and the guy said there should be respect, and he has such a huge blood red face, and he is like a boss of this village, and he shouts on those old grannies, and I didn't know how to keep tears from running from my eyes and he shouts respect on them. Well, I've been fighting against him in the courts, but I came back home and I thought to myself, will it change any uh, sometime? And I thought, no, not through my effort, because uh, then all of a sudden 2004 came our way. You switch on your TV and you find the very same faces on TV screen. Things happen for the first time, but then things happen for the second time, and I believe that we move not horizontally, but even though I myself, it's tough for me to go up the hill. I would go along the winding road, but at least in the right direction to Europe, obviously. But things change. Things do change, and if you compare the country that we have now with what was 10 years ago, well, just try to recall what was, well, like even 5 years ago. Once I was uh, on the plane to a para meeting, and I've seen uh, a guy who've been working as a migrant abroad for a long time. So he kept asking me, "So what are the things in Europe?" And I was disappointed at that time because we had some problems with the parliamentary assembly, and I said, "Oh, things so bad." I got disappointed. And he said, "Hold on a second, lady." And he said, "You know what? When I started working here, did I know what the word office means? Did I know how to open doors to the European offices?" So uh, I started working without having a good understanding how things are, but now I have a well-oiled business. So look at Ukraine. Go and observe how people changed. And it's quite a simple example that just allowed me to find some backbone again. So I recognize that if things happen, don't look at things as if it's the blind wall in front of you, but make a step backwards and look at it from a broader perspective. So there could be no disappointment, but at least uh, the fears when Yanukovych and Putin yesterday agreed about coordination of foreign policy, but next step would be coordinating internal policy. Remember what happened in Odessa when they hard or what they did in Russia, sorry, when they discontinued the performance of NGOs that were funded from abroad. So how could you possibly call it non-government organization if the government's attacks activists, and then you have the TV said that zombies people. So there's a huge risk that the very same experts will from Russia will start consulting local guys in Ukraine, advising how to heavy-handedly shut up the emerging civil society, how to shut up the journalists who finally want to operate in a fair, professional manner. So there's a huge risk that things would slowly but surely migrate from Russia to Ukraine. Yeah, and I posted in Facebook the list of those who are funded by grants, and one Odessa NGO joke that they didn't put me into this all-inclusive list, so they will have problem with my State Departments. Well, all the relations with Russia is not about signing the EU association agreement or not. It's a geopolitical issue. Let's not forget that Putin and his plan is to build an empire, and this plan is still ongoing, regardless what they tell us. Yeah. It's impossible for the empire to survive under democratic rules. Well, why famine, Golodomor happened here? Because we used to have uh, landowners, the nation, and they started being
Ми не звикли жити общинами, як, наприклад, там на великих просторах Росії. Я це не критикую, у них просто такий...
killed off through famine. We are different. Even our saying, my house stands on the border of the village. Well, it has no negative connotation. It means that I need to protect what's mine, but being in association and with my neighbors. So, regardless of what technologies are being applied against us, Stalin time, Putin time, doesn't matter. But we are different. The well-known saying by the first president of Ukraine, Kravchuk, Ukraine is not Russia, it's still true because the Russian technologies applied in election, well, their spin doctors come here to earn money all the time. They offer technologies to the parties. Well, not only to the party of regions, but to opposition. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, to the politicians. But those who invited Russians here, they spent lots of money, but the result was nuisance. Because their spin doctors' technologies could not be fully applied at the Ukrainian soil, even though some minor successes they did entail, because it does work in Russia and things will not be changed over there unless they run out of oil and natural gas. Unfortunately, all they would have is a bunch of people who are in opposition but are forced to live in the empire Russia. But situation is quite different here. It doesn't mean that I have quite a positive aspirations about positive outcome, because it's an uphill battle, and due to some professional journalists who also start fighting. Unfortunately, not all of them, yes. Unfortunately, we still don't have the core of professional journalists. They have not yet united into the society of professional journalists, yeah. 2006, 2007 is when free mass media was formed, and so those young professional journalists could always switch on internet and operate there. But in order to clearly acknowledge the values of democracy and clear rules of the game, because the democracy operates under the rules of game and with the daily correction of mistakes. So, unfortunately, we didn't have those rules. We had complete freedom. You can say and write whatever you like. You make a mistake, oh, fine. An approach that did not allow the young journalists to understand the essence of the freedom of speech, and this is still a stumbling block that makes it impossible for us to move in long strides, because even if you make a small mistake or half a mistake, it would still bite you back. And in Taras Prochaska I read Europe and democracy from our standpoint is a huge number of minor nuisances that you need to do on a daily basis. Cut grass by 1 centimeter a day, clean roads and paths around your building. So efforts focus on such nuisances is something that is important, because we should not believe that those minor deeds are nuisances. They are just minor, but they are reflective on how responsible you are, how professional you are. We could have united journalists when they start beating up on one of us, but we unite and we start shouting out that stop beating on journalists. But I talked to one journalist, for instance, and I said, "Your colleagues from a newspaper I don't want to mention here did a great deed. Why don't you write about them?" And they said, "Why should I offer a chance for another competing news agency to gain points through my article?" Well, what journalists observed nowadays would be yet another brick that would lay the foundation and pave the road to Europe. But is it, by the way, in 2004 you worked in 1+1, and you were one of those who said that we will stop saying lies. Well, so is it great that now journalists are not taking the responsibility for saying lies? Well, at UT1 channel it will happen, but people are protesting and things are being changing. The journalists who disagree will just leave, even though it's the fear stays there to be unemployed, not to earn for the living. So there are reasons why certain people want to stay employed, but the reasons stay the same, but people change. I have a cynical thought that our generation of journalists is not fighting for this position because there is nothing to fight for. When you used to work for the old dinosaur channels who paid nice salaries, social packages, and every journalist felt themselves anchors to be national stars, but it never happens now. Too many channels, salaries are very low, wages are low, so nothing to fight for. And a person, an anchor on TV is no longer a national star, so nothing to fight for. Well, there is a threat lying behind this as well. So if you have lots of money and you're a huge star and it gives you something, well, you lose the room for maneuver. No, it means that you have to fight for something. But with not being paid a lot, well, that means that no motivation and no incentive. I'm just trying to follow up on what you started. What it all depends on the person, on a person's attitude. Like, if only they offer me a huge salary and I will be the only national star, I would not agree to tell lies, even with such incentives. And we always used to have people like that. And we still have people like this. Well, if they offer you $100 and you refuse, you're not a hero, because tomorrow they will offer you 1,000. So these are challenges, tests, and we have to go through those tests and to prove what's important to you: fame, money, or your kids. You don't want to let your kid down. Well, even if they pay you as a lying journalist money to take your kid to a better school, but tomorrow your kid will still live in the society that you agreed to support by your lies. But people forget too quickly that a person could do whatever they like, and in a couple of months' time, everybody forgets about this piece of news. So things like dignity and it does not go hand in hand with such things as not shaking hands, for instance, with bandits, like they do in the liberal society. We don't have such conversations about why not shake hands to the politicians. Well, probably some people in Facebook will write about this, but other than that, no. Yeah, that's a separate case. Yeah, things like that starts happening on all the levels, at all the strates of the society. So what you
А,
we need to recall
може,
uh,
може,
those
але
people who did some
дала шанс
evil
кожному, хто
deeds,
зробив зло,
that they did those evil deeds. Well, I would still give a chance for those evil doers a chance to change, to evolve. And
давала би йому
I would
шанс
still give a chance
покаятися, чи визнати, чи вголос вимовити
to
те, що
voice
він,
out
наприклад,
loud
усвідомив, що це
that
було
I now
зроблено,
see that that was my mistake
неправильно, чи злочинно, чи ще щось.
and I
Кожен
repent.
має право
Every person has the right
захист себе
to
і
protect
на,
oneself.
розумієте, люди всі, вони на 50% погані, на 50% добрі. Але
Every single
буває
person
так,
is 50% good and
що
50%
якась
evil,
ця
but
темна частина,
sometimes your
вона
dark
більш
side
чисто світла.
is more active than your
Може, я трохи
lighter side.
інтелігенцію,
Well,
але я вважаю, що
I
немає
might
абсолютно кінчених людей, ну крім винятків, так?
sound too idealistic, but I don't believe that there are people who are fully on the dark side. Every person has the chance for a second chance. You need to talk to those people. You cannot just print out the list of public enemies and let's just beat up on them all life long. But then the question arises, those who posted this list, are they fully positive persons themselves? Let's paraphrase it. There are people who are parts of this corrupt system. Some of them are good, even among local incumbent officials. So, but these are the people who keep working there, support this system, feel great, and they look at what's happening at Maidan with certain pity, but being proud that they're not part of it. So, what should we do with such incumbent officials? Well, first of all, looking straight into their eyes, we need to tell them that we can see that. So, you need to call a spade. But they're not repenting at all. They believe that I'm just a small piece of the system, and I'm doing right things. I'm helping out people. I cannot be criticized, but being part of the overall corrupt system, we criticize the system at large, and we need then to demand that these people have to be changed or help to change the system. And if we have viable and efficient courts, then they will rule in a just manner their cases later on. You open Facebook and you read about Chalenka or Maxine Ravreba and others. So people who are not hiding their position. Yeah, however, what should we do with them? What would you suggest to do with them? And I keep thinking to myself about this because they irritate me openly, because what they claim is just does not go hand in hand with human dignity. So what should we do with people like that? Ignore them. Are you being trolled quite actively? Because when I open my Twitter page, there are half of the abusers and half of these swear words. So what should we do with this? Well, things happen like this. Yeah, you have dark and light traits in your character. If the light would be only, if the world would be only light, well, it will go into the abyss, because there should be balance. But standing on the light side of the street, oppose the dark side, acknowledging that we could not kill them all out, and we cannot ignore them. But things that make you angry or disappointed, which means that it makes sense. If there is some kernel of truth in this. Well, not always, because if you
то ти можеш його не
walk
заслуговувати,
along
так?
the streets and
Або
then you
якщо
hear
така
somebody
проблема
swearing at
психічної
you, well,
людини. Якщо ти
sometimes it's the
перестанеш іти
problem in the psychology
і
of that
почнеш з ним
person.
з'ясовувати
Because
стосунки,
if you
то
stop and
ти
start
його
talking to that
зрозумієш, бо в нього
person,
проблеми з психікою,
you will find out
ти
that you
там
cannot
натурою
change
його.
the attitude
Але
of
ти
these
вже
people
не дійшов,
because
куди
this
йшов.
person
От у нас на
has
презентації є така,
psychological problems and ultimately you do not reach your final destination. In my region, you have the saying that while you were walking along the village street and started responding to the barks of all the dogs, well, you never ended up coming to the place of your destination. So that's why the system tries to take your attention and focus off what's important. Your kid might get sick, you got unemployed, well, and then you lose your focus. But that doesn't mean that things that they tell about you are the gospel truth and you need to react to all of those statements. Yeah, I'm not trying to you to construe from my words that I'm pessimistic about what's happening, but let's hope that things won't be that bad for ages. Well, once I made a TV program and I met a psychologist, an interesting person, and he told me this. The program was about fear. Why? What should be the right attitude towards fears? Why we'll watch horror movies? Why we watch with fascination bad news on TV? Well, people who feel fear sometimes are more fair because fear is a definite part of a psyche of a person, and a person who is never feels fear in hard hat, he could easily hurt somebody because he is a hero. He doesn't feel pain, but a person who feels pain, he's like a rabbit. He will know when to hide and he will suggest to others when they need to hide, but also they will suggest when you need to unite. Fear is normal. You need to learn how to live with it, how to protect yourself and how to gather around you people who might come handy, because you cannot ask everybody to be heroic. People are different. There are good and bad people, but with everybody you can talk, you can agree and negotiate, even bit by bit. But unless we keep doing that and we only claim that all these are good and all these are bad, well, and I'm somewhere in between, things won't turn for the best. You ask me whether they troll me. Well, rarely. I don't know why. There was one bad comment and I decided not to ignore it, and this guy is from Dnipropetrovsk. He's probably has no other things to do, so he wanted to bite me, well, bite me. So they do not troll me that much because I'm good or great. I don't want even to go into those reasons, but my attitude towards diverse people, as well as people whom I find abhorrent, well, I try to talk until the very end. Only when we reach the stone wall in our discussion, well, then I know that, well, this is yet another human being who was created for some person. So, but even if that person starts thinking differently, for me that's already okay, because I cannot change everything, but at least I can change slightly someone. I also would like to talk to you how you visited those students who were beaten up. Yeah, we're dealing with those 9 students who were detained and arrested. You mean the case of December the 1st on Bankova Street? Yes. They united in a NGO which is called one out of nine, and it doesn't matter which of those nine you are, but we keep contact with them on the daily basis with their families, mothers, kids, wives. Why it's important? Because lots of people support them. They there are lots of people who call them, lots of attorneys, sometimes too much of those attorneys, because each of them offer their own view of defense. But I believe the more people are around, the better it would be. And we don't want to claim that we are the only defenders of those people. No, there are lots of people like us, but you need to talk to them on the daily basis, because it's tough for them psychologically when there's house search for the first time in your life and you've observed this only in TV series before, or when your kid is crying. For instance, Svetlana Zagalovka, the wife of Vladislav. She she went there didn't know that she would not be allowed without the consent of the investigators. So when she learned about this, she lost consciousness. She had brain concussion with 3 kids at home, so she had to go back home because she's still breastfeeding one of those kids. So on the one hand, it was important that there were people around who were feeding those 3 kids, but she also enjoyed those who were with her and supporting her, because they have to have somebody close by whom they trust, even to cry into their vests. Yesterday I visited Serezha Nuzhnenko in the hospital. Is he under arrest already? Yet? No, he is under home arrest now. He was freed on bail, but he still stays in that hospital because his health state is very poor, even though, let me tell you this, I spent some time with him, talked to him, and he is of the same age as my son. And I gained some peace of mind with him. And he stepped out into corridor to meet me because he's German. He is not yet married, and I was thinking to myself, there are so many nice girls at Euromaidan. And by the way, that very time, they I received some calls from Maidan, and I told them, well, come and meet this true gentleman guy, if you will. So he was talking to myself when we were all here, all 9 of us, and we were talking to ourselves. They're beating us seriously, but hopefully it would be for the benefit of our country, because what else could we do? I'm lying flat here, everybody else at Maidan, and I'm here. But lots of those who were sued up and fixed up, they returned back to Maidan. Yeah, they did. But with him, it's not the case, because he requires surgical operation on the leg, and there is a scar on the head, and doctors still don't have medical examination conclusions. Gennady Cherevkov went to Lubny, back home. One of his hands is broken. Natalia, his wife, called me yesterday, and she said after examination it turns out that his second arm is broken. So now everybody laughs at him, and they at least find strength to laugh. By the way, another thing to mention, she calls me at night and she says they opened, we have the Privat Bank cards and people donate 20, 50 hryvnias. And at night somebody called them from Privat Bank and they said, your account is on internet, we can block it because crooks can take off your funds. And she says, well, please do block it. And she did, and then she calls me and she says, what should I do now? And they are suggesting, well, let us open another account. So I'm dealing with this case right now. If a person opens an account, obviously others know about this. Otherwise, how could you possibly donate to that account unless you know the account of Privat Bank? So Приватбанк tries to
Або хтось підсуетився, щоб їх... Я не думаю, що
capitalize on
якщо,
this. Well,
наприклад,
I don't
хтось
think
сидить, по
so.
рахунку знімає,
I don't
то
think that
банк за це відповідає. Банк повинен встановити всі...
there's some crooked scheme there because the bank is liable for all the measures of protection of the account information. But there might be creative management in
Ну і як цим людям
action.
доходить, це
Yeah.
також, знаєте, фантазії вистачає, тому що ми то всі чуємо...
All of us
опозиція
hear
постійно
that
каже,
an
ну,
opposition
почали ж
claims all the
вистачати,
time. Well, at least they start freeing up detained and arrested people, like we suggested.
Вони все
Freeing
одно
up where?
слідчі дії відбуваються.
They're still under investigation. But this whole story now moved to the regions of repressions. I was on the air on the fifth channel yesterday. A lady under investigation for wearing, for carrying the portrait of Yanukovych top down, and now she's at the home arrest. She was heavy-handedly arrested by
Залякувальні такі рухи, такі
well,
всякі, знаєте,
intimidation, basically, like bandits do. But she's a slight girl, so we're asking her, "Are you afraid? Are you being intimidated?" She stands up and shows her T-shirt, New Year tree, and Yanukovych is on top of this New Year tree, and she says, "Intimidated? God no." Well, of course, it's laughable because what they're claiming, and the explanation of the investigation. Why home arrest? So that she would not be able to communicate through social networks. Well, they didn't take out her home computer. No. Well, it's like they're aliens from Mars. How can you possibly talk to them? But you cannot change what's inside there.
якось я чула одного сучасного мудреця.
Once I heard a wise man
Він каже,
saying, Shimon Peres, at his lecture, he said, the most important thing in life is brain, intellect, science.
тій людині, яка це має. Тому що
And a person who does have intellect is fearless because you go through metal detection in airports. It bleeps, they take off all the metal parts from you, but what you carry in your head, the metal detector would never identify and detect. The same is true with those kids. You can run after those kids and beat up on them, but that's probably the reason why they were hitting on their heads to get all the way to the brain. But those kids are not being intimidated. This morning, so are you still living through this revolutionary euphoria? Well, obviously, certain things would still be applied against them. They will be intimidated. They need to gain the ultimate result of scaring people off. But obviously, we can react differently to this. We react to the best examples. So those 9 that we deal with, they... Well, like when I was sitting close to this Seryoja, he has such a great peace of mind, and I'm asking him, "Are you sad?" He says, "No, I'm sad that they will not get my flag back to me because he was traveling all around Ukraine with this flag with all his friends who left his best wishes there, and being beaten up, he covered himself with the flag that was blood crusted later on, and then the flag was taken off from him, and some people did recognize their faults, that they're guilty. Well, how could you possibly claim that they shouldn't have done that? And he said, how about my dignity? All the people around me helps me to understand that positive element is bigger than negative elements of the world around me. What's your reaction towards President's suggestion for amnesty for all the sides of the events of the 30th of November? Is it possible to apply amnesty against those who was never who never went through the judicial system, who who never showed up in the courthouse in the first place.
У нас таке зареєстровано часом буває, що
And they already registered
колись
this
про це можуть
bill
написані цілі
in the
журнали
parliament. Well,
психіатричні.
hopefully soon enough, lots of psychiatric doctors will write works on those draft words. And they said, yeah, I talked to one of the shrinks, by the way. Yeah, I have lots of psychologists and shrinks who
До речі, я говорю постійно з
help people on Maidan. By the way, I'm constantly
Даниліною Гавриловою, це ж психіатр,
communicating with Valentina
яку,
Gavrilova,
хотіли покарати за діагноз.
a shrink who was fired. No, let me tell you this story.
Дивовижна тема.
It was
Я до неї
quite a
подзвонила, бо
surprising
мені
story.
друзі подзвонили,
Her
що
friends
їй допомогти.
contacted me that she needs
Допомога.
assistance. I thought to myself, a shrink needs my assistance, so I call her and she tells me.
Ось так, це ситуація з її слів
So
виглядає.
that's
Тобто
how
вони
she she put
її
it
покликали до
in her
Єгора
words.
Привіра.
When she was asked to come to Yegor Previra and to confirm
Черепно-мозкові травми,
or not confirm the brain concussion diagnosis. So I only confirmed the diagnosis of the neurosurgeon. Probably she allowed some liberties because she not only confirmed it, but she also claimed that that person could not be taken from hospital into the pretrial detention facility because it will construe health problem. And she explained to the relatives what would happen unless they immediately start treating his trauma. And she is the psychiatrist with 50 years of career experience. She was never sick. She was never on sick leave. She never has health problems. And let me not tell you how old she is, but she's, let me tell you that much, she's a very experienced doctor, so she confirmed that diagnosis, and even before Lutsenko went there, she made some political statement, and the hospital administration immediately went after her, so she calls me on a daily basis. Her blood pressure is up for the first time in her life. She feels it tough to sleep, so they took a key out of from her office. So now she sits with somebody else in somebody else's office. So I talked to her attorney. She was brought into the office of the chief doctor of the hospital, and they didn't allow her to get out of there unless she puts down the statement to be fired. And that's what she said. Please fire me without the reasons, because they didn't suggest and she didn't volunteer herself. Was it the initiative of the chief doctor, or this was ordered top down? Well, sometimes such people perform commands before the command is being put down in the form of the order. That's how healthcare and education system operates. We know who are those administrators there, and we know who goes and votes in crowds. They're civil servants. They are constantly on the promise of being paid salaries on time, so as a herd they are brought to the election sites. That's how the system operates. So this administrator forces the doctor to write this statement. Then she talks to her attorney and asks her, why should you leave your job, basically? And she says, yeah, you're right. And she says, no, they just persecute her. When they meet her in the corridor, when are you leaving on pension? Her other colleagues support her, but not openly. Individually, they of her, but it's the management, the administration that intimidates her. A day before yesterday, I received a call and I asked, let me not tell that person's name, so I suggested, why don't you come with us to a press conference and explain
лікарі звитяжно працюють.
that
Перша моя реакція, ну так, тому що справді
the
дуже багато
medical
лікарів
doctors
допомагають. І тільки дізнаються, що з
do
Майдану одразу
support
всіх
the
кидають і біжать щось робити.
Maidan
Просто про це
activists. Well,
розповідати.
I've been told about this myself. But then
Я почну розпитувати, а яка причина, інформаційний привід для
I'm
цього
asking what is
прес-конференції?
the
Тут мені кажуть,
information reasoning for this press conference, and then they explain this story with psychiatrists, and they said, let's interview the chief doctor there. And the press, it's the press's fault because
якусь утічку інформації медичну.
there is the drain of medical confidential information. And by the way, you know that this TV piece is no longer posted on the SCB
Я думаю, що якісь важелі, я не знаю,
website.
що
Well,
там СТБ.
I don't know what levers STB used or what intimidation was applied against STB, but the fact that this psychiatrist
Вважають винним.
is claimed to be guilty, and politicians filed some complaints into the office of prosecutors, and she didn't ask for that. They want to drag her into the story as a criminal who shared some confidential medical truth, and that it. So Yegor Previr,
Перевірте.
he was
Ну, звичайно, так.
taken to the courthouse and he lost consciousness there. Yeah, of course. And I talked to the guys, and they said that
Існує якийсь такий страх.
there is the fear and intimidation of medical doctors, and they feel that the medical doctors are doing their job, but they are intimidated. I met Yegor as soon as they freed him. I met him at Maidan. He went there with his father and sister,
Вона
and
йому якраз цей лікар-психіатр,
and this psychiatrist lady was offering recommendations to him what he needs to do in terms of health. And they wanted to bring him to the press conferences as well. You know, we have good examples and bad examples, and things that are happening now make me feel concerned, because this is the system that doesn't want to change a lot. People who want the status quo to remain as is. Last night, this lady doctor called me with tears in her voice, and she says, "Do something about it," because she did file the statement requesting to be let off since Monday, and she said. And she was told, no, you can stay here. But she says, I'm afraid of them. They're intimidating me. And you know, with any medical doctor, you can always find something wrong about the handwriting or not, or whatnot. And she said, well, I would always be employed, but they didn't allow her to lay off, and so she had to take the sick leave. And today, she would meet with attorney Danilova to write the explanation what's happened, and if I receive her agreement to share that statement, I will share it with you, because she is the person who's been intimidated for the first time when she was forced to take the sick leave in 50 years of her career.
Вони переслідують якусь дуже погану мету. Я через це категорично відмовила і всім своїм цим друзям новим, 9, їх родинам, сказала, щоб вони займалися зараз іншими справами.
Doctors, you talk to them. Are they ready to offer assistance, to put down truthful diagnosis? Well, the diagnosis that they wrote, well, some of them supported that they were true and authentic. So I cannot claim that everything is truthful until I receive the confirmation. I'm not a medical doctor myself, because you can go for additional examination and something else could be uncovered. Some of the guys undergo independent examination to identify whether everything has been examined or not. So as soon as we can start comparing diagnoses, then we can start making conclusions. I know there are lots of medical doctors who are trying to stay aside because they are afraid to get unemployed. And I'm aware of one of my colleagues at my dam. When the crowd was moving, he dropped down and he got legiment, and he was brought to trauma place. And he says everything was like during Soviet Union time when the doctor said there were too many of you and I'm just one on duty.
З Майдану. Вони всі як десь взялися, каже, як всі збіглися і почали його там уже і махати на нього, і духати. І каже, він просто, я каже, я героєм себе почувствувала, його вивезли туди в забинтованій нозі. Тобто треба говорити, що є дуже різні люди скрізь. І я завжди стояла на тому, що наша медицина, вона настільки нещасна зараз через ту політику, яка щодо неї застосовується, через ту економіку, яка є у цій галузі. Але ми щасливі, що серед тих людей ще лишаються ось такі от, які тебе і порятують, і які, не маючи бинта, тебе все одно врятують, і прийдуть, і встануть, і, як ця пані Гаврилова у свої похилі роки за 1500 гривень оббіжить усю цю лікарню, щоб всіх перевірити. Тобто треба і про те казати, і про те.
Все-таки чому багато хто з них так тримається за ці 1500 гривень, за цей
And still, why everybody is trying to stay on that 150 hryvnias?
потрапляєш в медичні структури, ну, в принципі, ні від чого. Тобі можуть поставити на той діагноз, тому що є вказівка, наприклад,
You have no sure whether you will have the right diagnosis when you came to the hospital, whether you have flu or something else.
там якихось таких складних дитячих хвороб, вірусів, дали вказівку просто не реєструвати такі випадки. Тому ми пишемо ОРЗ. Знаючи, що я журналістка, і що я можу там...
We had an appointment not to register some difficult situations with childhood diseases. We have to say that some women of all age. Those women on anti-Maidan, they were painting something on the floor. They were not shouting, and I was very glad about police who said that they will. Police said we will stand near you because those people on anti-Maidan perhaps can attack you. And police came to us and said that we will protect you from drunk people who really were there. And that's really great. No, we don't have that Maidan. Everybody are in Kyiv now, all that 10 people.
Майдан, не хочеться його називати антимайдан, чи Майдан на підтримку курсу президента. Є, чи люди їдуть в Київ на акції?
But when they have people from anti-Maidan who are going to Kyiv, well, we have such people, we were writing about that, we were asking questions, and our journalist phoned to that organization which gathered that Maidan to the party Regionів, which gathered people and sent them to Kyiv, to the anti-Maidan. They told the number of 400 hryvnias for 2 days, and now I heard... Well, actually, we have no information about how many people came from Fedorsia to Kyiv, but now I heard that 3 young people gathered there and bought beer and were talking in such way. It is better in the train. Sure, we have less money, but it's better to go by train, not by bus. They didn't believe me, but they told me that they're going for Kyiv now, and I can conclude that it's not just the only action. Thank you, Miss Irina. We were talking with Irina Prokopyuk, the great editor of the main editor of the Gazeta Cafe in Fedorsia. I am glad if I helped you.
Тому що нам важливо показувати і розказувати, що взагалі у цій країні відбувається.
You should remember that there are a lot of people in Crimea who don't support you, and that's reality. Thanks a lot.
В нас буде перекличка редакторів. Зараз
We will talk with editors,
з Михайлом
with Mikhailo Kumko,
редактором, шеф-редактором
an editor of the media group Melitopolsky
І я думаю, що це
News.
тільки, ми далі будемо, дуже багато є редакторів, скільки міст, областей, а в нас їх дуже багато, ми далі
And we have many regions, many editors, and we will talk to them and we will ask them to talk about the situation
Поки ми
regions.
зараз Михайло віддзвонимо, він з нами на зв'язку. Що, Ольго?
Про Крим це взагалі,
Crimea.
Ми говорили, що у нас настільки занехаяне суспільство, а Крим, я дуже добре знаю, бо я ще
Crimea is actually
ходила свою, як камікадзе, одну компанію.
very strange place. I worked some time ago there, and I understood that Soviet Union hadn't disappeared from there anytime, and there are generations who grew up there and who are living with it. No government paid attention on it, and Crimea was feeling itself as a part of Russia. They were feeling themselves not just Ukrainians. They never believed that their peninsula is a part of our
Так,
Ukraine.
звичайно, тому що
They
це
don't consider
зовсім
themselves
інший
to be
материк. Всі
Ukrainians.
ті люди живуть у страху. От вони бояться,
And all those
що
people
крикне на
live in
них,
fear.
наприклад, біля ліфта стоїть чоловік,
They
наприклад,
people
картинка
afraid
з мого життя. Ліфт. Натискаю кнопку, бо дві
People who are
кабінки.
standing
І сидить
near the
якийсь
elevator
чоловік поряд і
and
починає на мене
near
кричати.
the,
Що ви робите? Я кажу,
a man
«Ідіть,
was sitting
ви
near the
кажете, ви
elevator
кнопки нажимайте». Я кажу,
and was
«Тому що
crying,
тут якась
why
кабінка таких.
you
Нельзя,
are
они
calling
такие
two elevators at
старые,
the
что
one
они
time.
падают, поэтому нельзя
Why
сразу две вызывать».
you have
И,
no
вы знаете,
right
я
to
тут вже
call
якось
for
вступила
the
в
two
дискусію,
elevators
а
at the
я
one time
спостерігала,
because
як
they're
люди
too
стоять,
old
і вони всі його
and they
бояться.
can fall
Він
down.
ліфтер, і він
And
замість того, щоб
all
хтось
people
там
who are
може
standing near
виправити, а
those
він зробити не
elevators
може, тому
were
що
afraid
це
of that
десь
man
взяти
because
на якісь гроші. То він сидить і репетує, а вони
he
всі
was
стоять
crying
у
and
черзі і
they
його
were standing
бояться,
and
викликають
just
по його
listening
команді
to
працюють.
him
Ось така
and
картинка,
acting
яка
in the way
показує,
he
як
is
там
saying to
насправді
act.
люди живуть. І
And
коли
that
ти
shows how
приїжджаєш,
people
питають,
live
ви там,
there.
хто? Ну там, допустим,
When you
депутат.
come
Такий
there,
український,
people
От і все.
ask,
Тому
who are
дивуватися
you?
тут
When I
немає
say I'm a
чого,
deputy,
абсолютно.
they ask, who's deputy, Ukrainian or ours? And here is Mikola Komko from Melitopol.
Ще хтось нас ні, крім Києва, якщо з нами ще хтось на зв'язку.
And I'm always very happy to hear that somebody is online with us, not just from Kyiv.
Бачу.
А ви нас можете бачити в інтернеті на сайті
Так, я и
громадського
попробовал
телебачення.
туда зайти и вас смотреть.
I
Ну
can't
ладно,
see
хорошо.
you, but I hear
Я
you.
надеюсь, что то, что вы говорите на украинском, а я на русском, не мешает нам общаться. да?
Ні, жодним чином.
I hope it don't bother that I'm speaking Russian, you're speaking
Михайло, а як
Ukrainian.
ви реагували
Михайло.
на цю угоду,
And
домовленість
how did you react
Януковича,
on that
президента
agreement
і
with
Володимира
Yanukovych
Путіна
and
в
Vladimir
Мелітополі?
Putin in Melitopol?
У вас вже є якась реакція?
Ну, я
Do you have
не
a
готов
kind
вам
of reaction
сказать,
already?
вот, да, абсолютно, да. Но я полагаю, что в целом позитивно.
Uh,
Мелитополь это российско-ориентированный город.
we reacted
И
actually very
ментально, и
positively.
экономически.
Melitopol
Як
is
взагалі
very
до того,
pro-Russian.
що відбувається в Києві, до Майдану ставляться в
And
Мелітополі,
what is your attitude to
Конечно, да.
all
И
that
Мелитополь
what is
это
happening
есть на
in
одном,
Kyiv?
на другом Майдане. Но
Well, for
большинство
sure, there are
мелитопольцев,
Melitopols on the both of
как
Maidans,
правило,
but
голосуют
most
за
of
юго-восточного
Melitopols, people who live in Melitopol, vote for
все времена суверенная Украина.
East candidate.
Я не могу
And it's a
сказать, что я
rule
от этого
for
в
the
восторге, но
Ukraine of when it became freedom. And some time ago you gave an interview and you said that you have a great disappointment about Viktor Yanukovych.
я не могу обобщить мелитопольцев. так
Whether
говорить, но
you
думаю, что
will
да,
fall in love with
потому
him again.
что, понимаете как, те, кто голосовал
You
за
see,
Януковича,
all those who
он
voted for
за свободу и за
Yanukovych,
Батьківщину вряд ли проголосуют. Но сам
they
думал,
didn't
что
vote
он
for
не
freedom
голосовал. То ли за
and
коммунистов, что более вероятно.
for Batkivshina.
То ли за Кличко, что менее
They
вероятно.
wouldn't
Янукович как был в
vote
глазах тех, кто за него
for
голосовал,
Klitschko, for
странно.
Batkivshina, for
Я
Svoboda,
так думаю.
and now they're actually disappointed about
Хотіла
Yanukovych.
теж запитати у
Я
вас.
вам, Ольга Герасим'юк вас зараз буде, вам буде ставити
And
питання.
now we'll Olga
Ви
Gerasimyuk ask
говорите,
you.
що Мелітополь
You are
дуже
talking that
прорусськи настроєний, так? А що це означає?
People in Melitopol are very pro-Russian. And can you explain what are they meaning while talking that?
А вы меня услышали?
Да, я вас
Мне
услышал.
просто интересно, что
I'm
они
very
понимают
interested
под быть пророссийски
what
настроенным.
they
Ну, дружба с
mean
Россией, это
while
понятно.
talking about very friendly to Russia. I will talk a few words about history in Melitopol. Melitopol was formatted as international Russian language city from the number of Potomkins, villages and Jewishes. And Ukrainian self-confidence had never been dominated here, so we are considered to be the classical south-east.
Единственная
And we
газета
started to
была
edit our
украиноязычная, а
news
мы
page 20 years
русскоязычные,
ago.
хотя
There
либерально-демократические по
was just
направленности.
one newspaper
Вот русский
in
язык, он
Ukrainian
набирал очки автоматически. И
and
сейчас никто
Russian
же не знает
uh,
украинский язык или только.
language
Понятно? Но
succeeded
украиноязычные те же
anyway.
газеты, они практически не
And Ukrainian
конкурируют.
language to
Вот такая
newspapers have no
нравится,
chance
не
to
нравится.
be
Я просто хотела
better
спросить не о языке
Russian
даже,
languages.
а о том, что
I didn't
люди
want
понимают
to
для себя,
ask
почему
you
им
about
в
language.
России лучше жить.
I
Почему
wanted to
они
ask why people in Melitopol consider that they will live better with Russia. Melitopol with Soviet government was machinery
Это
building
когда?
city.
Сейчас они уже закрылись, да, или работают?
Частью закрылись, частью
And
работают.
partly all those
Россия им
factories are
откроет.
closed now, but some are working still.
более мелких предприятиях, порой даже в мастерских.
Most people are working in small factories, but
Частью на Украину, частью в Россию, Беларусь,
they
Казахстан.
produce not for Europe, but for Russia and Kazakhstan.
Мелитопольскую черешню все знают. Да,
And Melitopol and its cherry,
проевропейского нашего митинга.
and everybody knows Melitopol's cherry.
В Европу. Но черешня в Европу это мечта. На самом деле черешню возили и
It's
возят в
a
Россию.
dream to
То есть
send
оно-то
our
хорошо бы в Европу
cherry
возить,
to
но даже
Europe, but
черешню надо более высокое качество
it
черешни,
is
чем то, что
always
зачем
producing to
всякие цифры.
Russia, because we need to have better quality of cherry to export it to Europe.
Вам-то в Киеве хорошо, а мы окажемся в Китае, когда нас находится автономная республика.
К
Вы
сожалению, да, но сейчас уже не
Unfortunately,
похоже, потому что на самом деле мне кажется, что
it doesn't look like a truth
сильно
that
переиграли
Yanukovych and people
либерально-демократическое
continue
по Западу.
acting
Но
as
это
liberals.
диктаторские режимы такого рода
The dictator regimes are coming in reality,
ни с кем не надо
and they always win because they have no need to challenge with somebody. I'm a historian on my education, and I have to compare. I have something to compare with. But I'm very glad, and I'm talking now like an expert.
Збираються люди, і ви казали, що є люди, які їдуть на Майдан на підтримку курсу президента, ми так його називаємо.
You
Чи
told that there are some people who went to Kiev to support president. Whether they're going to Kiev because they wish to do like that, or they do that because of the money, or somebody makes them to go to Kiev. Well, we have some information, but we have no proofs because people who get money from the government are very scared. And as I know, many people, the biggest amount of people, are going to Maidan to support president, but not to the European Maidan. And I think that all those people who go to support president get some compensation. I'd like to name it like that, but it's not very big. And I think that's okay because they spend their money, but I don't think, and that's my personal opinion, I don't think that that Maidan is for money.
Але скажіть, ми пам'ятаємо антагонізм, який був у 2014
We remember some challenges that we faced in 2004 when people were breaking windows in some guest rooms. All the challenges you face with are the same comparing to those which were in 2004. Melitopol is a more pragmatical city, and it's not okay for us to break windows, but it can happen that somebody will hit you on your head. But the mentality of Melitopol don't bother us make sales, and we have no need to be told how we should work. Actually, hasn't nothing has changed.
Поколение не изменилось.
Я согласна с вами.
I'm totally agree with you.
Более того, к сожалению,
And
ну,
moreover,
вы знаете,
unfortunately,
я
and we both know that here and also in Kiev, educational and cultural level didn't improve comparing to Soviet Union's level. And I worked in high school in independent Ukraine and in Soviet Union, and high school is very sad. Melitopol students won't go to the Maidan, they will go to the disco.
Дякуємо, Михайло. Це
Thanks,
ви,
Mikhailo. That
Спасибо,
was.
надеюсь, был вам полезен. Вы у меня теперь тоже в контактах есть, так что будем
Thanks.
общаться.
да,
Успехов.
звертайтеся. Ми так
Good
само
luck
будемо
to you.
далі підтримувати зв'язок. Ми говорили з Михайлом Кумком.
We were talking to Mikhailo Komko, chief editor of the Melitopol's News,
Спілкуватися з колегами. Ну,
and we will continue communicating with our colleagues on Hromadske TV.
від того, про що ми говоримо в Києві.
As in regions, everything is a bit different from what is happening in Kiev. Well, that's totally true that nobody has dealt with the problems of Ukraine. Nobody has dealt with problems of those peoples. Nobody talked to them anytime but just before the elections and Verkhovna Rada. And my mom joked that the problems of Crimea. The problem of Crimea is people don't go to the resorts abroad. They continue staying in Crimea, and they don't know how it can be better. That's total truth. We have Katya Kapluk, who has filmed how the constructions are making near European Square. Now we can see what are those constructions. We are on the Maidan from the side of the European Square, and you see such metal constructions from the on the all lengths of the road. They are all along the Hromadske. They started to be built yesterday evening. Unfortunately, protesters who are working on this side of Maidan started working just a few hours ago, and they don't know why these constructions are building for. And we have no explanations from chiefs of Maidan what these constructions are being made for. You can see everything in your analysis, and in some time there can be built a very serious fence. And not from that constructions there are some barricades with snow. And they say that for some provocators to make them difficult to provocate Maidans. I'd like to say goodbye to Taya and to Olga Remsemyuk. Well, I will be back. We will be back. And Natalka will talk about international news review.
ретельний огляд про
I
те,
was
як
trying to
Європейський Союз
make a review about international news
всюди були домовленості з Росією.
and international press, and agreements with Russia were on the first pages of international editions.
Раз на 3 тижні може країна з'явитися на перший план. Зараз на перший європейського обзервер такого видання, BBC, ну, європейських, не американських.
We are on the first pages of the European editions, not Americans, and the main idea is Ukraine signs agreement with Russia without
Ці журналісти ставлять дуже таке, ну, найконкретніше
any
питання.
questions.
Дуже просто, я думаю, нам всім це
And one question just asked,
містер Янукович, містер
what has Mr. Yanukovych to Mr. Putin proposed? And that is the question. But the most interesting is
Так. Але найцікавіше, що ось російське там ліберальне видання
that the Russian liberal edition had
Янукович продав Україну, но боїться сознати.
has a hat. Yanukovych sold Ukraine, but he can't prove it.
називаємо ліберальною, але це така посередині, і не там, і не там.
І знаєте, ну тому що дуже багато це ж їхня територія. Ну як їхня територія, в тому розумінні, де
And it's very strange that Russian liberals start talking about that.
журналістами, які сюди приїжджають, нової газети, з BBC,
And all those Russian journalists come here, and still they consider Ukraine to be a broad country. And from the BBC News of Russia, almost 10 people worked here, and it's very important that they travel around the Ukraine. And even while you are reading Gazeta.ru, with its head, Yanukovych sold Ukraine. There are lots of photos from different regions, from Ivano-Frankivsk, from Odessa. They are trying to understand what is happening all around the country. And with the press review, that is it. And now I will call for another guest.
до нас приїжджається до нас
Tetiana
Тетяна Локоть,
Lokot will join us. She is a media expert.
мережі, особливо соціальних мереж на
She is investigating protests,
ініціативи громадські недовільні
on protests.
того, як вони стали настільки важливими і цікавими. У нас, Саня, в нас
Tanya, you can sit down everywhere you want. And it's the thing that everything is very simple if you don't know.
прямо в кадрі. У нас все відбувається.
All guests are sitting just on air. Tanya,
Ти приїхала, так? Ти
please, can
в Меріленді.
Пишу в Меріленді, пишу якраз протести, якраз в Україні.
can you tell something to us about us? I'm writing my doctor work in Maryland about Russian.
Подарунок, так, тоді давай я спершу скажу, що ти
Let me tell first. How long had you been investigated? And
дуже багато розмов про соціальні медіа, про роль Фейсбука, Твіттера.
we have lots of talks about social medias.
Протягом останніх років у світі, зараз в Україні, але говорять,
Everybody is talking about Ukraine because of Facebook, and as almost everybody has a Facebook and Twitter and looks at news on feed, looks at news feed, consider himself to be an analytics, and consider himself to make some right decisions about what is happening. And instead of going to the streets, people just share and give likes. Yesterday, Maxim Savanievsky joked that nobody has internet and everybody goes to the streets. And almost everybody took it serious, considered him that he knows what's happening. Russian, Ukraine and Belarus are interesting to me.
Але, звичайно, також взагалі
And it is also very interesting to me the way how such protests take place and their role and the role of social media in those protests. Social medias are not just the agents. Just because there are people who are making those news. Social medias are just the platform, the technology. It's just the point of there is a point of view that they have their own role. They're very democratical. So, what is the role of social medias in what's happening right now? What is special in Ukrainian situation? There are lots of comparisons with Orange Revolution, and there are a bit more people who are sitting in social medias right now, comparing to Orange Revolution, and there are a lot of more news in those social medias, comparing to the traditional social medias. Everything was in Facebook, Twitter, ВКонтакте. And just later on Hromadske television who told we should talk. In social medias we could read where we should go, what we should do, whom we should rescue and what we should drink. People came to Facebook not just it's easier to use it, but because there was information. What is interesting about Ukraine and Facebook and Twitter? Well, we can say that we politicized all those American platforms. And I like comparing Ukrainian situation, Ukrainian Facebook, Ukrainian Twitter. In Western post, there was an investigation. They investigated the situation with Ukrainian Facebook and Twitter, and they conclude that Facebook is more central focused. Facebook is more coordinative. It coordinates groups inside Maidan, and Twitter shows information to the foreign auditory. I can just partly agree with that statement because there are a lot of hashtags. They are both English speaking, Russian speaking, and when I was living in the United States a few time ago, I was translating news for my friends in US because and people said thank you to me because we didn't know about those details. In Facebook, Ukrainian people can read about what they can do, and the same thing they can do in Twitter. I remember many people on the first day. I remember on the first days of Euromaidan, people said that Ukrainians already understood what is Twitter for. And the amount of new users in Twitter was 20-40 Ukrainians before Maidan. 20-40 people, that was before Maidan. Now it's almost 400. And the difference is amazing. And there was statistics which told when in some fights with Berkut police, each 5 person in Ukraine came to Twitter. It's very interesting to discuss the using of Twitter by politicians. Karl Berg
російські кредити зможуть загальмувати
is talking to Ukraine with his Twitter, and he says very different things. He has lots of followers from the Ukrainian politicians. And how do Ukrainian politicians use Twitter? And why do this? We have a discussion with my foreign colleagues, and we discussed the reason, the difference why politicians use Twitter. Ukrainian politicians usually say the same thing as which they say on the stage. 200,000 followers, it's not too bad. But journalists are not the celebrities, they are not Lady Gaga, and it's okay to have just 20,000 followers. Carl Bildt has 200,000 and a bit more followers. But it was for new for Ukraine that the most popular Twitter user for Ukraine is Sviatoslav Vakarchuk. He has something like 200,050 followers. And what's about politicians who are serving for Yanukovych? They consider social media not just a way to communicate, but just as a technology. They think if people discuss Euromaidan in social medias, you should use some bots. But it doesn't work when you see that 10 people, one by other, see that people are writing the same thing. And people who live seriously in social medias, they think all those politicians consider them to be foolers. So I think politicians don't understand the whole potential of the social medias. And
Я тут спочатку, бачите, у нас так само наші глядачі часом пишуть в Твіттер.
sometimes
Чого ви крутитеся в комп'ютер, дорогі наші журналісти Громадського?
People who watch us write us that why we are looking always to their laptops, and that is the way how we communicate with our editors. And now we can see Technobok and Yatsenyuk. Yanukovych agreed about another prize for the case. But that is good not just for the population of Ukraine, but just for Yanukovych and its family. And perhaps Yanukovych thinks that everything is okay because he didn't sign the agreement about Mытный Союз, but he brought money for Ukraine. But that's actually not okay because we have to give back money to all the countries who rented us money. That is why that credit, 5% for 2 years, is just a fiction, and people for sure wouldn't hear about the improving of life in Ukraine. And all those money will be just a budget for the future president's company. There will be no costs for Ukrainian economy put it in the nearest future. We have no budget to improve for Ukrainians' image. They are going to share hundred thousands of hryvnias of the Ukrainians' money without any discussion of the law about Ukrainian budget, and they even don't want to discuss that law with Ukrainian deputies. We have no project of the law and nothing anymore. Volodymyr Rybak yesterday said that discussing the budget will be held in a certain way, and that since 2008 everything has changed, and the law about the reglement of the Verkhovna Rada has changed. So we are asking to give Ukrainian deputies the project of the law about Ukrainian budget, and to
висновки Рахункової палати України. Четверте, ми вимагаємо відповідно до закону оголосити наступне. Поставити на п'ятницю наступного пленарного тижня. По кожній поправці, по кожній пропозиції повинно бути не просто обговорення, а повинно бути голосування. Їхня мета – це тишком-нишком вкрасти мільярдні кошти українського народу без...
Their goal is to steal millions of dollars without the proper procedure for voting, and most likely they will do that again at Bankova Street like they did previously. We state that if you go to Bankova and divvy up billions of the dollars that belong to the government, to the people of Ukraine, is the crime. We will not allow the violation of the procedure. The country should know where the people's taxes are spent for and how they pass the law on the state budget. We could not allow that the procedure is being violated, and we don't want the Speaker and the Party of Region to divvy up the funds in a clandestine fashion like they're trying to. Our colleague just showed you the briefing of Oleg Tsignibok and Arseniy Yatsenyuk, their reaction to the negotiations in Russia between the presidents of Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, Irina Akimova, deputy head of the presidential administration, claimed that the budget for 2014 was approved. Ministry of Economics and Ministry of Finance will share more information about the macroeconomic indicators. No more details shared because as to the proposal for the reduction of VAT, it was postponed, as we learned. Tatiana Lokot, media expert, is here with us in studio, who deals with social networks, especially the use of social networks in protest movements. We talk a lot about this phenomenon in Ukraine. Right now, we observe this TV broadcasting, which was direct with the help of Ustream technology, which we here at Hromadske TV over the last 3 weeks, actually, it became a brand new phenomenon for the Ukrainian mass media. Technically, it's not that great, but at least we can see online, watch online what was happening. I know that at the night of the last attack on Maidan Ustream of Kiev Maidan was ranked #1 at the US site of Ustream. What is this technology about? Who else uses it? How come Ukrainians are far ahead in the use of this technology nowadays? Well, this is a brand new technology for those who are used to good quality picture, but it should not be exclusively good quality, especially if it's important. So here the focus is not that quality. The focus is to show online what's happening, especially if this is one of the few online broadcasting sources. If nobody else broadcasts or cares to broadcast, and you are the only one, well, it increases its worth, its importance, despite the quality. But who else uses it? Whether it's a new technology for world global media? Well, live broadcasting used to be done previously. It was expensive through satellites, thousands and thousands of dollars, and you had to have huge vans with equipment that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, first vans, then briefcases, now telephone and internet connection. So first of all, it means that now finally any event that is happening we can broadcast on live, and we do not no longer depend on those who can spend money for this. And secondly, it's no longer the job of the journalists. One of the first broadcastings from Euromaidan was delivered by the KPI students, not the journalists. Just a guy with telephone and Ustream, and he decided that he just needs to do that. People talk about the role of public journalists, and they claim that they will take the professional journalists out of the picture. So how realistic is this? Always when something new comes up, they say that the new technology kills the old one. I believe that the public journalists who need to broadcast something, they have no desire to compete with professional journalists. They just want to add additional channel, additional source of information. And if journalists are not able to come to a certain place on time, well, there are a limited number of them, then their peers, public journalists, could come there even though they're not aware of certain aesthetic rules. They might not possess intuition and gut feeling that experienced journalists would have, but at least they have tools. So as long as you have tools that are available to anyone, then learning how to deliver live broadcasts, they don't not do any editing, they just show what's happening, and for that you don't have to have any journalist experience. All you need to do is to keep your camera stably fixed, and that's all. But here we already observe the role distribution. Experienced professional journalists, their role is changing. They have to decide where to go to, where they need it to raise accurate questions, but probably they should not be elsewhere where probably only broadcasting is important, and that's where public journalists will find their niche. In Brazil, I remember there was a story where public journalists during 6 months started openly broadcasting protests. These were street journalists and central media, TV channels. They behaved like highbrow snobs. That's well, the facts are not being proven. Well, the usual layman versus professional or amateur versus pro dilemma. But if a person is not fully aware of what's happening, he or she can interpret things differently. But on the other hand, if you only keep your camera and broadcast what you observe, and there is a live broadcasting with the recording of what's happening, then later on it might be useful for the journalists and experts to interpret what was actually happening, because there might be situations when, if there is no proof, there is no evidence in the form of the broadcasting, then there would be no viewers, there would be no pressure applied against the wrongdoers, those who violated the rule, and without the evidence, nothing could be analyzed later on. So this is the feedback that is needed, and journalists who believe that their job should be well balanced, based on ethical rules and principles, and we still have not yet agreed as journalists what are those principles, but they can obviously criticize public journalists. On the other hand, I believe the worth of being there and being able to share it with the others, well, it's much outweighs the risks associated with your need to wait for somebody to come who is professional. Well, double check all facts. Well, here we've been overflowed over the last 3 months with lots of unconfirmed messages in Twitter or Facebook. Berkut is coming in 4 buses, and we come there. 300 titushkas near the House of Office. Well, and what I observe is the usual tent town, and it's not titushkas or paid by the government's athletes whose job is to heavy-handedly treat the peaceful demonstrators, but at least closer to weekends, more and more news would be shared, like Denis Kazantsev, blogger, shared information among 10,000 of his friends that reposted his information. So we didn't share this information on the air, but is this a real threat, and how could you possibly analyze such messages? Well, there is difference between live broadcasting and another aspect of the social media whose job is to disseminate unconfirmed rumors. So if there is a chance of live broadcasting, then its ability to go and double check, well, and they can show the picture, and no, it's not 300 people but only 10, for instance. But disseminating such rumors poses great threat, and it's a great loophole of the mass media social network environment, because there are no filters for the truth of and authenticity of the information. So, but if one source of information shares one news, well, you can double check it with other sources. How the Ukrainian media double checks information from social network? Yesterday we had the information about Gorbachev being buried. The Ukrainian tweeters reposted this message well,
сленгу, не
I
фейковий,
start talking in
фейковий аккаунт це як правильно
internet
так, але українською аккаунт
slang.
це
Well,
українською як?
so fake accounts. How would you call it in Ukrainian?
Обліковий запис міністра колишнього
So fake account of the former foreign affairs minister of Germany. So Ukrainian media reposted what Russian media stated in social networks. So nobody double checked it or confirmed it. So
наскільки впораються українські медіа,
whether the Ukrainian media
соціальних медіа,
will handle this. Well, this is something that you just have to learn because nobody says that traditional or new media don't know how to double check the information. They do it on a daily basis. In social networks, there are certain specific things that you have to take into account and know how to do. For instance, this, instance of the fake account of former Germans foreign minister. So, when this tweet was created a couple of days ago,
перша, я подивилася, це було перший
that's already suspicious. Yeah, that was the first tweet of this person, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, that's suspicious because being a European politician, they keep accounts that they constantly maintain. So it's already suspicious. If there is no contact available and you cannot get in touch with the person and verify it, well, then it's suspicious, especially if this person is official. Or no picture. Also suspicious. So certain things that are immediate signal that this might be a fake account. The same is true with video clips. Remember, recently there was a video about German journalist about Klitschko who was trying to arrange with Berkut how to fight. Well, I've seen it first at Moldova website, but I went to YouTube and checked who was author. Viktor Yushchenko. Well, obviously there was not Viktor Yushchenko. There was another fake account. That was the only video this account. So that was definitely some specific action. And then German journalists showed the whole material, which was not what the small edited clip presented. So there are certain traits that you have to pay attention to be able to differentiate whether this is a fake account and it's not worth retweeted. Yeah, social media is being criticized officially that there are lots of fakes and manipulations. For instance, war in Syria. Social media was claimed to be the reason why lots of fakes were not double checked, but lots of large agencies like Reuters or BBC, their response was within then for years to come they already have fact-checking departments. So they look at the video. So a demonstration at a certain street, they call people, residents of the street, and double check whether it's happened or not. The same is true for us. We need to just learn how to have a staff fine checker, a person who will double check facts from internet, and that's just a challenge for us to deal with. It's the Ukrainian media could learn from the example of the colleagues who already have certain practices inbuilt for fact finding and fact double checking. Western journalists had to create it from scratch, comparing maps, pictures, like whether at this particular date the weather was like that, so stuff like that. For us, it will be easier just to follow into their steps. We talked about other threats. Disinformation is one. Another one is cyber attacks. To what extent it's a real threat? And the threat is there because we are aware that some of the Ukrainian media during the heated protest time, their websites have been attacked, and our Hromadske TV had a different problem. If something is wrong with our website, then we have our recordings on YouTube, so you can always watch it on the YouTube channel. So in order for it not to operate, you need to attack YouTube. So that's just a fail-safe feature. So, but is it a global trend? Basically, we're moving into the phase of cyber wars. Whether they're cyber wars or not, who knows? But that's definitely a cheap but labor in not intensive way of getting one source of media out of order. So how it happens? At a website of certain mass media agency, lots of requests come from IT people. Bots do that, actually automatically generated requests, and there are certain services that could be purchased, and they will do that for you. It's an open secret. Such technologies have not been widely spread in Ukraine, but I believe they are being exported to us from neighboring countries, because in Russia it's being widely spread. Well, Russia used to be one of the first countries in the world being on the forefront of cyber wars. Yeah, and the trends, how they oppose truthful information on mass media in Russia. Well, similar things start happening in Ukraine. Without special additional means, it's difficult to counteract it. If you're being attacked and if you don't have a mirror site or like fail-safe feature like YouTube channel, the reserved channels, well, then it's very difficult to keep up your work. So in order to make your server safe from such attacks, well, you have to invest lots of funds. Well, the attacks cost a lot, but the counter-acting feature actions cost a lot as well. How realistic is that cyber attacks might happen against government institutions? Well, the same is true for them. And at least we have started talking about instances like Anonymous, who hacked websites of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, of Foreign Affairs, if I'm not mistaken, and Customs Office. But they're not only shutting down the websites, but also adds bogus documents there. Anonymous is an amorphous society of people. Nobody knows who the majority of them are. They believe that their job is to carry out cyber attacks to certain websites of global corporations, governments, those whom they qualify as criminal, those who oppose freedom of speech, and they operate worldwide. Have you noticed their involvement in the Ukrainian events recently? Anonymous, yeah, one of the websites where they post information is called Cyber Guerrilla website, and they informed that they attacked customs and the website of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So, Tanya, we discussed the technologies, but there is an eternal dispute whether protests in social networks could be qualified as a true protest. The fact that they use likes, posts, and shares, is it a great bubble that would burst sometime, or is it a true tool of democracy? In the last couple of years, everybody was quite enthusiastic about Facebook and Twitter being used as the tools of democratization. But now we're aware that worldwide, in the US in particular, lots of scientists and academicians dispel those myths. So can you help us out on that? There are differences of opinion. There are cyber optimists and cyber pessimists, and there are cyber realists as well. Well, we are cyber optimists to begin with. Well, the reason for their discontent is that social media and social networks by nature are democratic. Others believe that they're neutral. For instance, Evgen Moroz Belarus analyst who is working for a long time in the US.
Змінював свою позицію часом, але
He changed his position a couple of times, but nowadays his position is this: the technologies are neutral. Anybody could use it for any other reason, but historically it happened so that lots of governments
важель впливу на
use it as the lever of impact on undemocratic countries. But
в тому ж Ірані
in Iran, in Russia, they use similar technologies, and the dictators in Iran and in Russia use the same technologies to curb public activity. So, what are the threats in Iran after 2004? After problems with elections, people tried to unite through social networks, but the government would arrest everybody in the close group. So a good way
Сказати, якщо раніше зустрічалися десь як
of finding out about those who are in disagreement with the government positions. So now an educated cyber expert of special police could go after them. Yeah, the technology, the platform itself is not is meaningless unless there are people who fill this platform with meaning. So in Ukraine right now,
той смисл, який є більш
the meaning
вільний, є більш смисл громадський.
is that of being free, uniting civic society, a constructive sense, if you will. But in this regard, for Ukraine, social media is an engine that helps people to coordinate their efforts, to self-organize themselves, to build some teams of opposers of the government. But all those functions like likes, shares, and posts, whatnot, what others skeptically treats, I believe that more and more people start considering online internet and digital technologies as something that is not real, that is not longer real or virtual, but it's an extended reality. Previously, the reality was one and the same, but now augmented reality term. What does it mean?
Ну, на самому базовому рівні це означає
At the basic level, it means that the physical reality we're used to could be augmented or broadened with the help of digital devices. If you look at something through smartphones or Google glasses, then we receive more information than through the naked eye. But in a broader sense, it means that the reality is no longer solely material or physical, but it became digital. I believe it would be great to use some examples, right? Previously, we talked a lot together, and we applied examples from other countries, Arab Spring, for instance, similar movements online and not only online. For protesters that have been used, Tahrir bodyguard,
Tahrirу, так, площі, де, яка фактично для нас є таким теж Майдан і Tahrir, до речі, Майдан теж Майдан, нас Майдан незалежний.
by the way, in Arab square is also called Maidan, like in Ukrainian, the square, the term in Ukrainian is Maidan. So how Twitter and Facebook is being used by protesters worldwide? Well, let's use your example of Tahrir bodyguard square. Well,
цифрове і матеріальне, вони якось
when material and digital realities combine and one could not exist without another because they become part of the strategy and the tactics that the movement built. So Tahrir bodyguards, what's that?
охоронці Тахріру. Ну, на площі Тахрір дуже багато
At Tahrir Square there were lots of protesters, mostly males, not a lot of females. Why? Females are afraid of going there because in the Egyptian Arab culture there is a disrespectful treatment of women at the mass protests on the streets, and there were constant threats that females could be attacked, not raped, but say harmed, disrobed or something. So they were afraid of stepping outdoors, and progressive activists decided, well, it's not true. Women should not be afraid of stepping outdoors. especially fighting for democratic changes. And they understood that they could not change the society overnight, even with the help of Twitter and Facebook. But what they could do, they could firstly use such digital technologies and mobile communications to coordinate the systems. And if somebody finds himself in a dire straits, he or she could send SMS to a certain number or send tweets to the address, Tahir bodyguards, and then assistance will come. Four guys in vests and hard hats and helmets and save that person. So basically, for them, Twitter, Facebook, and mobile devices became an element of their strategy and tactics, like everything else, like guys, bodyguards themselves, helmets, vests, booklets, which they handed out with the rules of behavior. What should you do if something bad happened to you? So, without Twitter, let me put it this way, the people who were standing at Maidan, Tahrir, and Gelepti would not know how to coordinate their efforts because, on the other hand, they might have come up with something else, but Twitter proved to be the best mechanism. But if not being at the square, then the hashtag messages might not be of a success. Well, in Ukraine, how the Facebook reality augmented the Maidan reality. I like the projects where they, especially in the first few weeks and even now, to collect donations like clothes, foods, lodgings. And it was quite diverse, and there were lots of groups that tried to unite all that to help people save time. And for instance, Galas project, Dima Nieder and Igor Slerevsky founded that project. What's the essence of it? They take all this information. At that time, there were lots of sources, so they took the map, and the same was true with Shahids. Social maps are the maps where lots of people could add their information and then combine this information with a certain site on the map. So it's the application, a map, Google Map, and anyone could use it. No, it's not Google Map. Shahids use a different type of map, not Google Map. But that's an application, and certain sites could be marked on this map, and thus you can detect certain things. During protests in Kenya after elections, it happened exactly the same way. People could have observed that in certain places there are activists whom you can contact, send a letter, phone them, so that on the regional side they can share with you information whether there is fighting, casualties, or whatnot. So, being residents of the capital, like us in Kiev here today, could double check what's happening in the regions if there is no professional journalist network in place. The technology plays. The map has been created, which clearly assists, but it works only because there are people around who post information on this map. Not only post, but they are ready to be true to their words, feed them, clothe them, lodge them. So without the human intervention, physical involvement, material involvement, the digital element would have no sense. And vice versa. Without the digital element, the human element would work much worse. Well, I remember the night when they tried to push people out of Maidan. Well, it's tough for me to say whether it was a week ago or not. Well, a week ago. I remember at that time they used the application which was called SOS Maidan, and people knew whom to call to share a cab and to get to Maidan, or to get from the outlying districts to the downtown square. Has it ever happened before elsewhere globally? Not with the transportation means. It probably reflects on local municipal problems of Kiev. But there was another project which was Go to Maidan, with hashtag, and which means that you need to catch a ride to Maidan to save the protesters, and it just chaotically comes into existence, but again without the people who are ready to bring others to give the right. Well, then this hashtag would be of no use. Romada internet, let's imagine. Well, how about mobile communication, and what next? Well,
Повернувся, що в деяких так само країнах
in some countries
такі загрози, що
there were threats
прийняли, блокували
that they blocked internet access to mobile communications, but still people found
я пам'ятаю, ти навіть сама наводила якісь приклади.
it possible. You shared some examples from Egypt, right?
Звичайно, що я думаю, що завжди буде так. От поки інтернет є, він якби працює класний інструмент.
Internet, while it's in operation, is a great tool, but nobody thinks what would happen if the internet is being disconnected. But previously, people knew how to do that, so then word of mouth thing starts being used. It, by word of mouth, you coordinate your actions. In Egypt, at some point of time, in the very first year of active protests, they knew if we hand out pamphlets on the streets, it will partially be successful, but we will not cover everything and everyone. So then they started working with cab drivers. How did they do that? They would address cab drivers, not all of them, but still those who were their fans. They will give those revolutionary flyers, and then cab drivers will offer similar leaflets to their rides, to their fares. But cab drivers is a huge force. They go everywhere, and some of the taxi drivers could share loads of information. I can judge it from my own experience. Yeah, that might be one of the strategic decisions made by the groups who are currently present at Euromaidan. They have to come up with plan B, plan C, plan D, what not. What would happen if there is no internet? Evgen Morozov, the critic of media, of social media, who now resides and works in US, he says, if there's any initiative, then we need to create Facebook group, and we then start receiving spam. But he's cyber pessimist, as I see it. So it's all about how people, what's the attitude of people, because it's not about just establishing a group, it's how it's going to operate. We talked to our colleagues, directors of great ads, and who said, well, we posted a great announcement on the internet, but there was no response. Any media activity requires organization and strategy. So if you came up with this video, you need to know where you would post it, whether it has enough audience, will this audience repost it, or probably you should broadcast it on Maidan directly.
Це основна їхня там група спілкування. Але ми розуміємо, що
Maidan people, they talk to each other, but they also have friends, right?
чи навпаки це нас не законсервовує в своїй спільноті.
Speaking through social networks, does it, at the end of the day, isolate us? Well, making us a narrow circle of peers, friends, and colleagues who would communicate to one another through social media. For instance, in the capital we have lots of those people, but not enough in the regions. So, aren't we living in different worlds, and social networks just prove what we want to believe into? Yeah, there is this theory of filters, and we only agree with information that goes inside the sphere in which we live through those filters. But mass media, and especially digital mass media and social networks, is a very curious phenomenon, and being one of the Kiev journalists,
відбувається приблизно те саме, що і у тебе, всі там
I
приблизно однаково думають.
experience the same thing as you do in Twitter and Facebook. I have all the of my friends who think along the same lines, but
Я ходила, я
don't expect that we are all the same thinking people. I am the resident of Lugansk. I graduated from local school. One of my schoolmates now is the governor of Lugansk region. So
і люди в друзях, яких ти можливо
sometimes
що вони щось
you have friends in your Facebook accounts
ну, бачать, що ти
who,
постиш,
even though they don't res-
можливо роблять
respond, but at least they can
кожного з нас
observe what you post and make or fail to make certain conclusions. So there are some unexpected people in the social network that we just don't remember. And if I share something and then a person whom I do not communicate to directly and they liked it and their network gain access to it, so it's like works like network overlapping network phenomenon. Well, people criticize for the lack of communication between people from various regions. Well, and they said, answer the accounts in Vkontakte and Twitter and Facebook. Well, if we, activists of certain movements, would start entering the accounts of young regional professionals or whatnot, well, then they would claim that we are spammers, or that's how they would consider our technology. So, what would be the approach? I have no clear cut answer. Humor probably is the great resource, yeah?
робити якісь речі, не повинно це спрямовано в якісь там групи їх постити, а викидати
Not posting to certain groups, but sharing with everyone.
це от, якщо ти це перепостив, то ти типу герой Євромайдану. А люди гумор сприймають добре. і
People do respond quite well to humor, so even those who treat those politicians whom we hate
можливо, це є.
nicely, well, at least they would like our humor. We are talking to Tatiana Lokat, media expert on media social networks. Let me sum up, Tanya, about threats. Well, not always social media is the true tool of democratization. But let's get back to the accounts of politicians. We all, once in a while, read the statements shared by the son of the President Yanukovych, who makes a press release. And lots of people believe that it's fashionable. Those politicians who keep maintaining Twitter accounts, Karabin, Bild, Sweden foreign minister, and Mr. Sikorsky, foreign minister of Poland. But Polish journalists shared with me, and by the way, Edward Bendik will be here, well-known Polish columnist who is one of the founders of the Polityka magazine. He will be our next guest here after you. But Polish journalists shared with us that Radzislav Sikorsky would never give you interviews because he only shares his thoughts in Twitter. The same was true in terms of Woodward, who was the author of Watergate scandal. He claimed that the great Democrat President Obama, instead, if previously journalists could come to White House and ask accurate questions to the president, now they said, well, the president has Twitter accounts and everything you could be found there. I believe our politicians are using this tool, like read Twitter account of Prime Minister. How do you evaluate, by the way, the accounts of our top government officials? Well, any internet pages and Twitter accounts could be used anywhere you like, and politicians, being politicians and not charity people, they try to make use of any media platform, including social networks, for their own benefit to create the best possible image. And if it's easier for them, like you're saying, just to post statements on Twitter without giving live interviews, claiming that, well, look, I'm open for my Twitter account. Well, this is just an excuse
Відмовка така, що ну, отут я відкритий, значить тут
that
може бути
I
закритий.
can be
Але це насправді
close to
означає, що
public if I'm open on my Twitter account. But the use of Twitter is not the trait of being democratic. It's just an open technology of being closed. So the existence of the Facebook or Twitter account means nothing unless a person uses it for the right cause. Yeah, and in most cases that's true in Ukraine, that it's not even the politician but a ghostwriter who posts information on such accounts. Well, let me ask you again, how, what are the follow-up threats and how can we possibly avoid them when I add to my friends certain people whose views I like and unfriend those with whom you disagree? Well, it will be up to any person. If you want to remain within this bubble of news that a person likes, well, it's the right of that person. But when we teach our students of media literacy, one of the rules is read what you dislike. Read things that do not create comfort sense, because otherwise you cannot broaden your horizons and think outside the box. And journalists clearly understand that if they only read those whom they like, they wouldn't get interesting information campaigns. So you should not unfriend people from Twitter or Facebook. Well, you can, but even now
не додавати в друзі, але все одно читати. Звідти можеш не додавати в друзі
there are mechanisms where you can
Добкіна там, але додати його в
not add Dobkin as on the list of your friends, but you add it to him to the list of lying politicians and check out what lies he is sharing. But right now, we talked about a popular phenomenon of bots. Who are bots? Bots are automated software programs. What about trolls? What's this term? What does this term mean? So, bots are automated accounts in social networks that automatically post previously prepared comments. Trolls, on the other hand, are people, not software programs, and they're the people who like to be rude, offensive, and odious, sharing things that by default could be construed as negative. And so nowadays we qualify people as trolls. Previously they called them agents provocateurs. Well, we can claim that people we dislike are trolls, but that doesn't mean that their point of view is illegitimate. How can you find psychological peace of mind when trolls ruin your nerves? I know that now there are stories that some journalists who share this or that information belonging to this or that camp, there are quite nasty comments under their articles, sometimes even threats. So not paying attention to this, believing that these are trolls. What are the rules of communicating with such trolls? How could you possibly behave with them? Like Amanda Palmer, singer, said, if you want to be healthy, don't read comments. Yeah, that's true. If you know that people to rob you of your peace of mind and balance, well, don't read comments. If you know that 90% of those commentators are not writing to dispute with you, but only to ruin your good mood, well, why read that? But at a certain point of time, you need to at least partially read those comments to know that if there are any normal people who would like to dispute with you in an adequate and civilized manner, and those whom you don't want to respond to their comments. Well, at our Hromadske TV, we also believe that if a person spends certain energy to write a comments, then he cares about us, and let's thank God for that. But in all this overwhelming flow of information, it's tough to react to all of the comments. And it's not only about nasty comments. Well, the advice is this. If it's an attempt to launch normal discussion, it's worth being responded to. But if it's an attempt to ruin your good humor, well, ignore troll. Otherwise, it will be like snowball effect.
Трошки новин сказати про те, що моніторингова місія
Monitoring mission of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe will
завтра, післязавтра, тому що
visit Ukraine tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
це співдоповідачі.
Co-rapporteurs Mailen Retz and Marietta de Publi-Lunzing will learn the current situation in Ukraine. It's expected that during the visit they will meet with the President of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, Prime Minister Yanukovych, Speaker Rybak, and Foreign Minister Kajara. They also intend to meet with the members of the Party of Regions and the members of the opposition, parliamentary opposition, Батьківщина, Ударна Свобода. Well, it's not clear whether they would meet with the representatives of the public society, civil society, because the story of recent years is this. All those international organizations and politicians are not separating power into opposition and power. Now it's trilateral arrangement: power, opposition, and civil society. So, what are the Ukrainian internet phenomena that you collected? For instance, for a couple of years you collected information about the improvements. Yeah, my favorite topic, because I was very much interested to learn how in different countries various situations happen that allow people to use the gestalt of improvements, something that has been used in Twitter, not only in Twitter, but from the video ads that created a new discourse as to what does improvement mean for a particular country like Ukraine. For instance, if you look what people wrote in Twitter with hashtag improvements, Hyundai train got stuck in the snows of improvements. A pregnant woman is handing out leaflets during summer heat, selling air conditioners, true European improvements. So people use this political discourse to apply to their personal life. For instance, I woke up, no hot water, definite improvement, but I got B mark on the exam even though I expected C mark. Well, improvement. And one of my favorite tweets was somebody took a picture of policemen who was standing in the underground, and others were making pictures with their selfies with their iPads, with the use of their iPads. Clear improvement for the country if even policemen could do that. Our guest have arrived, Edwin Bendyk, a well-known columnist and journalist from Poland who studies mass media from Politica, well-known magazine, and Ms. Harastina, editing editor from the same magazine. And now we talk to Tatiana Lokot, who defended PhD in the US and who came here to observe directly what's happening here, not only through the tweets. Well, let me tell you this. Everybody claims that Facebook creates a scary picture of Maidan, which is different from what you can observe as eyewitness. Well, sharing rumors is scary, and the scary thing is that you cannot double check what scares you. Obviously, you can try and give a call to someone, but there's an element of being in panic when comments are being shared in an uncontrolled fashion, and you cannot double check and prove to yourself whether it's true or not, truth or not. Well, yeah, it could cause panic, but it's a learning curve, I believe. With time, the society would know how to withstand this panic. Well, probably they will read those whom they would trust, and trust comes with time and experience. And again, let me sum up, because we met with Edwin a couple of months ago in Poland. He represents Polityka publication, and previously he claimed the media's job was to inform and to ensure the high quality information sharing, while nowadays the mission has changed. The mission of the publications in the diversity of flows of news is that our publication is worth being trusted, and that's what we strive to achieve with Hromadske TV, because we always claim that our greatest value is trust of our audience. This is what's most important for us. Tatiana Lokot, our guest, expert on social media, writes and share with us information about interesting phenomena, what to draw attention to, how to be media literate, and thank you.
Можеш просто йти з нас.
Ви зараз ідете в студію, перекладати в студії.
Ми будемо англійською, я зараз на фотографії.
На англійську йому?
Ми можемо говорити якою? Російською, англійською чи... Зараз я працюю технічно. Здається, пам'ятаєте, в вересні, і ви тоді сказали, так, що найголовніше зараз довести читачеві, що те видання, якому довіряємо, наше видання. Але я хочу, щоб ви розповіли, ви в такий час приїхали в Київ, в Україну. Напевно, була мета візиту ваша інша, але ви потрапили на революцію. Які ваші враження і... Yeah, you can talk. You can talk already now.
Хорошо. Я не слышу.
Вибачте, я хочу з'ясувати, а в нас не буде синхронно? Я перепрошую за якісь технічні
Вони
речі.
залишаються, мені сказали, що також буде послідовний.
А послідовний навіщо? Ми зараз з'ясовуємо. I'm sorry, we're just talking about if we need a simultaneous translation. But if there is, if it's on, then we don't need, нам не потрібно, тому що я так само можу... Дякуємо. Ми розібралися, хотіли двічі перекладати, не треба двічі перекладати. Ті, хто потрібно, чують в нас. Я нагадаю, в Громадському дуже багато людей допомагають. І так само нам викликалися допомогти українські перекладачі, які от ці дні так само можна дивитися і англомовну версію Громадського на Ютубі, особливо там в другій половині дня. Це просто викликалися, як і багато волонтерів, які допомагають Громадському. Тому слідкуйте за цим. Ми страшенно вдячні, що маємо змогу перекладати. А я так само додам, що крім цього можна ще допомагати Громадському не тільки таким чином волонтерством, а й на нашому сайті фінансово, але тільки фінансово. На Майдані ніхто грошей не збирає для Громадського, то якщо що, шахраї. Це була невеличка, тобто з'ясували, тепер продовжуємо. Розказуйте про ваші враження. Польський журналіст Едвін Бендик, особливе в нас ставлення з Польщею і за вашу і нашу свободу відоме гасло. Так.
Exactly, yes. So as I said, I have
Саме
not come
так.
here especially to follow
Я
the
казав, я
political
приїхав
events, but
сюди
of course, when the revolution
не
is going on,
завдяки
it's
для
duty for journalists
спостереження
to try to
за
understand
політичними
what's going on.
подіями.
But in my opinion,
Але моя
I
думка
agree
така.
that political issues are
Політичні
extremely important and
проблеми
the outcome
надзвичайно
of
важливі для
let's
взаємодії.
say what's going on Maidan and negotiations with president and so on
І
are
також
extremely
ці
important. But
події,
even more important, in my
які
opinion, is what
трапляються на
is
Майдані.
happening with society, how Ukrainian society has changed during last year, and how what's going on in Maidan is a kind of expression of this change, and I can see that it's a different moment than 9 years ago during Orange Revolution. So it's similar, of course, this public energy and the will for change, but we can see that it's different kind of society. I would say that much more modern, much more conscious, and what's going on there is a kind of an expression of much broader change in values, and I understood the meaning of your saying that when you say that you are now in Europe, that you only need the signing an agreement, but in fact you are there. Because when you talk to people, to their way of thinking and so on, it's European. I can feel any difference when I'm talking to activists here and when I'm talking to activists in Poland. The way of thinking is tools they use and so on.
Чим відрізняється ставлення поляків? Я знаю різних поляків, воно не таке одне ставлення, але від того, яке було в 2004-му і сьогодні, під час помаранчевої революції, поляки підтримували завжди українців, але, можливо, щось змінилося. І питання не в підтримці, а от саме в зміні ставлення. Чи є якась різниця?
The main difference is in our experience, because 9 years ago we began our, let's say, adventure with Europe. So then we began. We just, let's say, came into the European Union, and we didn't know what would it mean. Now, after 9 years of experience with European Union, and we can see that it's a successful story. That we really wish you to be part of this process, because it's for us it was a huge success, and it's every nation, let's say, could have an opportunity to use this opportunity for its development. So this is the main difference from our side. And the second issue is that how to say that I think that it's a different problem in your country in this way, that time the issue was quite simple. You wanted to regain elections, yes, which were stolen at that time. Now you have, we believe at least, legitimate power, and there is a, let's say, this discussion about the future of the country, and what's going on in Maidan showed that it's quite clear that you are, when you look at different statistics, you are, besides Poles, the most pro-European country now, because the attitude toward European Union is not so, let's say, warm among European countries. Only Poles, Germans and Ukrainians now fully support this idea. When you look at Frenchmen, for example, they now don't believe too much in
Так, я хочу продовжити цю думку, щоб ви, можливо, так само українському глядачеві пояснили, що як сприймають Європі те, що українці так
how people attitude to what is happening on Euromaidan and what is going this way.
А де вас тільки наївності, ви що думаєте?
Because people usually ask me, why do you think European Union is such
has
ideal?
never been ideal construction. It's just a political project, and which has its, let's say, fluctuations. And now, because of crisis and severe economic crisis, it's let's say, disputed among different parts of nations and societies, but still I think what's going on in Ukraine is important for the whole European Union as a kind of fresh energy, which make it easier, us in Poland, for example, to push further this project.
Тобто, що значить те, що відбувається зараз в Україні для Європи? Ми знаємо, що Європа,
What is happening in Ukraine?
Європа може зробити для України, могла б.
For sure, we know what can Europe do for Ukraine and what Ukraine
political
can do for
signal
Europe.
that European Union is something worth fighting for. So worth fighting for reforming these institutions and its institutions and so on. So it's a fresh air for us inside European Union.
Український рух
Because we
це
can
свіже
see that
повітря для
still
Європейського
there are
Союзу.
dreams. There is kind of a European dream, as Jeremy Rifkin wrote once again, quite a lot of Europeans lost this dream. But you are fighting for this dream, and this is quite refreshing. So I think it's very, very important. But the second issue is that, and it is why it's very interesting for me what's going on here, not only in terms of real politics, but much more in terms of social innovations and so on, that you can be also a source of new, let's say, innovations and new way of thinking about living together, new way of social life and so on.
Може, ви деталізуєте, про що саме йдеться? На що ви звернули увагу, коли були тут на Майдані, ж я так розумію?
So first of all, it's extremely, let's say, modern way of organizing protests. So as I am on Maidan Square, so I can see exactly what I could read at the newest analysis about Arab Spring, about Occupy Wall Street movements and so on. For example, the latest book by Manuel Castells, The Networks of Outrage and Hope. It's the most important sociologist who is analyzing the new social movement which are going now all over the world. And when I am looking at what's going on on Maidan, so it's exactly it's kind of an illustration, a picture how it should be done. This work. So it's a well organized, fully professional, I would say, protest with discipline, with logistics, with support. And the place, this real place in the city is just part of it. So I can feel that it's not only the venue is not only the place where the physical place. I can feel that it's much more. That it's going on in virtual space, for example. That in space of communication space. Yes, and I understand that the power, the authorities, has to reflect not only the energy which is there on Maidan, but I think that they can feel that something stronger, let's say, energy all over the society, yes, which is shared in communication sphere.
Тобто ви звернули увагу так на те, що це є енергія, дуже добра організація, зокрема спрямована не лише на Майдан як фізичне місце, а якось яка поширюється на все суспільство. З одного боку, з іншого боку, зараз такий непростий етап. Останніми днями, якщо спілкуватися з людьми, є певна інерція, є емоційний спад.
Exactly. It's quite
І
obvious.
багато хто каже, що тобто ця організація спрямована на підтримку життєдіяльності саме цього місця, Майдану, там харчування тих, хто на ньому знаходиться, і насправді не спрямована на щось інше, конкретніше. Ось тобто я пам'ятаю, що у нас в студії Микола Рябчук, український публіцист був, і згадував, звісно, згадував не настільки там Occupy Wall Street чи рухи, наприклад, як там Арабську весну, а куди складніші умови того, як Солідарність польська протягом років боролася з комуністичним режимом. І от можливо, ви розкажете про те, наскільки, і зараз дуже багато є розчарування, тому що 3 тижні простояли, так, і ніби результату мало. Але скільки років, можливо, розкажете про солідарність, скільки років знадобилося солідарності, і чим відрізнявся саме той рух, чи можна ці речі порівнювати?
There is no comparison between what's going on now and Polish Solidarność from beginning of 80s, because Solidarność was workers' movement. At the beginning were workers' protest, and the intellectuals joined the movement after beginning, which was, let's say, sparked by workers' unrest. And now the society has changed. We don't have anymore so strong working class who could push for. Now all protests are, the main force behind them is a, let's say, how to say, this srednji class?
Middle class.
Middle class is the most important part because of the structural change. The most important part of the society and the strongest one is the middle class. And we can see that this strata of society is pushing the movement forward. And because of that, it's not so important the direct outcome of the Maidan or direct outcome of Occupy Wall Street movement. Much more important is the opportunity for them, for people who are there on Maidan, or who communicates in Facebook and different networks of communication, is the opportunity to meet, to exchange symbols, ideas, and to build common kind of ideology, kind of a common understanding of the aim of the fight. Because everybody knows that it's impossible to solve the issue now, within 2-3 days. It will be a much longer process, yes, of negotiation, and it's important to, first of all, as Manuel Castells writes, the first step is to show that new kind of society, new kind of subjectivity is growing up because of this unrest. And this is real power, not in terms of tanks, which can be used by these people, but in terms of, let's say, kind of political will, which can be expressed and communicate between them inside, but also outside to the world. So it was, as I said, it was very important for us to listen to your voice, that the European dream is important for you. But it's really very strong political message, not only for your, I think, authorities, but also for, we could see for American Department of State, yes, who released its, let's say, message for Mr. Yanukovych.
Тобто я уточню, бо піднімалася думка, що, наприклад, оголошувався національний страйк, так, який не був підтриманий, ну він не був організований, так, і казали, що в Україні він фактично неможливий, бо немає профспілкового руху як такого. Ось, і тому, якщо говорити, наприклад, і минулого, то страйк – це дуже-дуже ефективний метод, так, а в нас от страйк не вийшов, неможливий, значить нічого неможливо. Тобто це не адекватне порівняння. Тобто зараз не йдеться мова про, у 2014 році страйк профспілковий не є настільки важливим, як це було у 80-ті чи будь-коли.
I think it can be important, but it's not so important as building kind of this new political subjectivity among middle class, which is, we can see this in Poland. So the strongest political movement are movements which are organized by middle classes, and our government is really afraid of what middle class says about education, educational reform, and so on. And this is because these people are most, let's say, the most active in political life. They decide about the outcomes of elections and so on, and they decide about the, let's say, what's going on in media. So because of that, I think that the opportunity to, let's say, negotiate inside different, let's say, parts of middle class, common, let's say, vocabulary and then common goals, is let's say, lasting effect, which will can change the reality within the next weeks. But of course, I cannot assure that it will go this way.
Я нагадаю, в нас в студії Едвін Бендик, польський журналіст, колумніст, один з засновників журналу «Політика», впливового тижневика. Але крім того скажу, що пан Бендик є, як сказати, лауреатом і номінантом багатьох нагород, так, наприклад, там премії Сахарова за твої книжки, і тому зараз він приїхав до України, але і ми можемо поставити декілька запитань, які стосуються не тільки Польщі, тому що пан Бендик дуже добре вивчає ще також інформаційні технології і телекомунікації. Як ви думаєте, наскільки, чи ви досліджували і бачили, наскільки це сьогодні впливає на український такий протестний рух чи на те, що відбувається? Що особливого?
I think it's extremely. I think it's not perhaps not extremely, but it's important, of course. It's a new way of which made possible to let's say to make this movement more decentralized. There is no real leadership. So there are politicians who would join the movement. Yes, we could see in the first days that main politicians from the opposition would like to become a real leader of what's going on the Maidan. But I could see that it's not that there is a difference between people which are gathered there and them who tried to exchange this energy into their political projects. But this difference is because of that. People there can organize themselves using these tools very effectively.
Але ця організація, вона все ж таки на якомусь такому рівні між цими спільнотами існує. Але який є вплив цієї організації, як ця безлідерська структура може впливати на реальну політику, на опозицію, тому що там на горі все одно є представники опозиції, які самі з собою спілкуються і приймають рішення, які, багато хто каже, не залежать від того, що говорять люди, самоорганізовані, середній клас, яким пропонують багато ідей, але поки результатів того, що вони почуті, не владою, а саме опозицією.
Exactly, yeah. It's the most important question, how leaders of opposition can, let's say, decode this energy and the message which is being produced on the Maidan into, let's say, political projects. And how they, so this is the question for them. I don't know. It's the question for not only for Ukrainians now. Everywhere in the world we are looking for answers, because there is many risks. We could see in Egypt after Arab Spring and after revolution on Tahrir Square, we could see what happened. Yes, who got the power and how it. What was the end of this process? So there is real risk that after this fine moment of popular, let's say, uprising, the powers who have, let's say, very simple and radical message can get can steal this energy. It was the case of Muslim brothers in Egypt. So I don't know, are there similar powers in Ukraine, like Muslim brothers, who could steal this movement? Of course, it's different question, but still, this is the risk that this energy needs to be translated into political project. So the question is, are there political projects which could be, let's say, expression of this energy in the political sphere, which could be put on the table against the project which Mr. Yanukovych has.
А от ми так само піднімаємо питання про те, наскільки важливими там є вибори, і про взагалі кризу таку виборчу, яка є взагалі у світі, тому що був приклад. Цими вихідними в Україні, крім цього, відбувалися довибори на 5 округах. Тільки на одному з них з 5 переміг кандидат від опозиції. Ось, були підкопи, були порушення. І коли спілкуватися з людьми, які там залучені до моніторингового процесу, які були, слідкували за цим, видно багато розчарування, тому що як можливо таке, що в цей час, коли сотні тисяч людей стоять на Майдані, показують свою активну громадянську позицію, все одно є фальсифікації на 4 округах, в тому числі в Києві. Що це означає? Що, тобто, людям байдуже до виборів, тому що для тих, хто задійний у процесі моніторингу, вони сказали, що тобто, це показує слабкість, тобто руху, слабкість, можливо, опозиції. Чи це криза саме виборчої системи і розуміння того, що Майдан може вирішити більше, ніж легітимні вибори?
It can be so, as you are saying, that it shows the weakness of the movement, but it can also show that there is growing cynicism of political sphere, and not only in Ukraine but everywhere. And but on the other hand, perhaps, and this is my hope, we can see in what's going on in Maidan that, let's say, kind of an alternative society is emerging, but it's too fresh moment to exchange this new way of organizing society into new political projects which could be so strong and legitimate to, let's say, regain power. Perhaps it's simply too early. This is what it was exactly the case with Occupy Wall Street movement in the United States. It was simply too early. It was also very strong energy.
Тобто, що означає зарано? Що це означає? Що рух поширився, він був дуже активним, люди прийшли на вулиці, але це було зарано для суспільства?
You know, different analysts who try to understand all these revolutions which are going on all over the world quite often compare the situation, nowadays situation, to situation from the beginning of 19th century, to the revolution of 1948. Which 1848, and at that time the end was also quite bloody and came without any political result. But after 10-20 years, new political parties emerged, socialist parties, communist parties, and so on. And because of that, the political life for the next century has changed. So simply, perhaps we need more time to this new way of organizing political life to emerge, and this is why it is important what's going on here, because there is no privileged places in the world who can invite these new ideas.
А хто може це організовувати? Тобто, чия це роль, чия відповідальність? Ми зараз бачимо, дуже просто, є люди зараз на Майдані. Їх з кожним днем менше. Всі ніби розуміють, що треба час, всі ніби свідомі, що потребує зусиль, що треба там докласти, що треба почекати, можуть бути складнощі, але фізично є там емоційний спад. Чия це відповідальність якось перенести цю енергію, яка є, самоорганізацію, те, чого навчилися люди упродовж цих тижнів, в якесь конструктивне русло і не замість, тобто, і не скотитися до такої повної апатії, тому що коли є підйом, можна дуже різко розчаруватися. І енергія може просто пропасти, а не переродитися. Хто відповідальний? Скажіть, будь ласка, можливо, також на прикладі Польщі, на якихось прикладі ваших, чи того, що ви писали, чи польського суспільства, як от в такі моменти затища і емоційного спаду знаходилися сили, енергія?
I think that it's the main so there is a responsibility of different, let's say, forces, but I think that extremely important are intellectuals who are responsible for, let's say, building narratives which can, let's say, explain what happened and explain in terms of not only of description, but explain in terms of kind of ideologies around which we can build political forces, political movement, to explain that what happened had sense, that this, let's say, this energy which is going down now is quite normal in terms of social process, but it doesn't mean that the whole process had no sense. That sense was in meeting together and building common understanding and building kind of an ideology which can be then translated into political projects. The same as happened in 19th century. And of course, nobody can predict who will be the driving force. But I think what was important now for you and for us too is to fully understand what happened on Maidan, what kind of process
Які процеси?
was there, and what was going on really not only in terms of political fight, but in terms of symbolic fight, which symbols were involved in communicating between different parts of different segments of society which were present there. Because out of this, we will have new, let's say, we have a chance to have a new political life.
Пане Едвін, але ви говорите про роль важливу еліти інтелектуальної. Але чи не є це купка маленька людей, які знаходяться у цих великих містах, які, можливо, приходять так, ми багатьох запрошуємо на громадське, вони пишуть в прекрасні часописи як критика, так? Але є ще країна, де 45 мільйонів людей. Ми сьогодні спілкувалися на громадському з редакторами видань в Феодосії, в Мелітополі, на півдні, в Криму, які там розказували, що навіть власних родичів не можуть переконати, що на Майдані люди не проплачені, що люди стоять не за гроші. Іде зовсім інша історія. Як ви так само пишете, знаєте, про технології? Ми розуміємо, що там, де є інтернет, є, можливо, там більше доступу до якоїсь незалежної інформації. Не хочеться фантазувати про там, що буде через 20 років, коли у всіх буде інтернет, так? Але зараз, як в такій ситуації, можливо, ви досліджували інші суспільства, не тільки польське, як в такій ситуації ось ця, якби, інтелектуальний потенціал цієї купки людей не був би абсолютно відірваним від 45 мільйонів людей, які живуть в своїх селах, містечках по всій країні, де вони думають про там заробітки, про те, щоб їх не звільнили, і вони свої 100 євро отримали.
Good question, but there is no simple answer, you know.
Ну, ми не чекаємо простих відповідей на...
No, but you know, when you compare, for example, to Polish society is much less politically active than Ukrainian society. When you look at... Менше, of course. When you look at this breaking points of our history, like 1989, when we, let's say, get out of communism, only 64% of Polish population took part in election at that time. Remember what happened in Ukraine in 1991. So almost 90% of your population decided to go to vote for independent Ukraine. So you know, it's very important to have this elite who can feel, let's say, the wind of change, and to translate in this wind of change into political projects, because after that, the rest, actively or silently, will follow. But we need these projects, and these projects will get out of let's say, intensive, let's say, dispute.
А які мають бути передумови для цього, щоб якісь ці проекти, розмови були? От з чого починати? Що може бути першим? Це медіа, це, я не знаю, організація, це якийсь аналітичний інститут, це виїзд людей в регіони.
All of this.
Як осягнути це?
All of this because you don't know who because this is a time of it's not only a time of change in Ukraine, it's a time of kind of revolution all over the world. Because the structures of the old modern society are, let's say, non-effective anymore. And we are looking everywhere for new way of organizing public life and exchange this public life and these public dreams into political projects. So we don't know who will have solutions. Perhaps people of cultures, perhaps artists, perhaps of just these people of let's say, hipsters of middle class who are looking for new way of living together around clubs and something like that. Nobody knows, because sometimes silly ideas in the beginning can be very influent after, let's say, distillation, after negotiation among people. So it's time for really time for revolution. I mean revolution in terms of social and cultural inventions. And so nobody knows who will be the most important actor. So what's important?
Я трошки буду так перебивати, уточнювати, так, що зараз взагалі в світі такий процес, що досі всі з'ясовують, хто невідомий, хто буде в авангарді цього суспільства. Це не обов'язково тепер політики, ми розуміємо, це хтось якогось громадського суспільства, і це там не нам сидіти плакати в Україні, що ми не розуміємо, що в нас відбувається, бо це якась загальносвітова така тенденція.
Exactly. What's going on here is another proof that it's what's going on everywhere. So it's not a, let's say, singular. It's singular event in terms of its own context, but of course, otherwise it's a universal process, part of the universal process. So what's really very important for you, in my opinion, is not only to understand the political dynamics of this process, but also what to fully understand your society. So how it has changed after 1904, after the Orange Revolution, and what kind of society do you have now in terms of how it changed in terms of personal, let's say, lifestyles and way of thinking about crucial issues like democracy and something like that, and then how we can, this new understanding, let's say, translate in new visions of common life and so on. Because I think it's exactly the same as we have the problem in Poland. Because we believed, we still believe that our transformation was a success, but it was not enough to, let's say, fuel further, let's say, development of the country. Now we need new narratives for this.
Розкажіть, ми коли в Польщі були, тоді, коли з вами зустрічалися, розказували про появу цікавих низових ініціатив в Польщі, які знову повернули людям віру в вибори. Бо був час, коли ніби люди не приходили, тому що вірили все одно, там, мій голос нічого не важить, на вибори не приходили, але зараз з'явилися певні низові ініціативи, там, на рівні муніципальному, так, які якось повернули людям віру в те, що від їхньої участі щось належить. Можливо, ви наведете нам якісь приклади, щоб ми знали, що таке зараз відбувається насправді?
So now extremely important are topic concerning cities and what's going on inside cities. So we are rediscovering cities as an area of public and political life, especially young people. They are discovering cities as spaces worth fighting for. And because of this will, new kind of political energy emerge.
Можливо, наведіть просто приклади, щоб людям в Україні було
So
зрозуміло.
it doesn't translate for the moment into, let's say, new political forces and political parties, but we have a lot of initiatives which are against currently ruling authorities in cities. So, for example, in Warsaw, a couple of months ago, we had citizens' initiatives against the president or mayor of Warsaw. And we have had a referendum. The president won it, but anyway, it showed for the first time that quite a huge part of the city population was against the authorities, was not happy with the way the city is being run by the authority, and decided to organize against and to use legal tools like referendum to fire the president. This initiative didn't result positively for the social movement, but in other cities we could see results. And there's plenty of this kind of.
Тобто людям важливо розуміти, що от на цьому низовому рівні, на рівні міста, вони бачать якийсь реальний результат.
Exactly.
Тоді вони залучаються в
I think
політику.
the city we are simply, because of the crisis of democracy everywhere, so we are discovering the basic meaning of democracy. And democracy was born in cities, yes, in ancient Greece, and because democracy need space and let's say kind of and closeness of citizens. They have to meet to be effective. So city is let's say the best level of organizing the real vibrant democracy. And now we can see this process going on in Poland. And once again, we can see that it's not only Polish phenomenon. It's once again. So what's happened in Turkey? Yes, after this protest against Prime Minister Erdogan. So it began because of city issue. Yes, it was because of decision of how to revitalize part of the Istanbul. So the same happened. Actually, the same happened in Egypt. So the city Cairo was the place that it was a.
Ми зараз, ми зараз говоримо так само про Київ, але я цікавусь, ви в Харкові були вчора? Розкажіть про ваші враження, тому що в нас все ж таки от є завжди це відчуття, що можливо ми тут в Києві і неможливо. Ми сьогодні поспілкувалися з колегами з Мелітополя і Феодосії і зрозуміли, що в нас тут інша реальність, це всім відомо, але треба завжди нагадувати. От які ваші враження від Харкова і спілкування з аудиторією там?
So the public was very active. So we were discussing the different, but it was too short time to have, let's say, to afford more general, let's say, reflections. I like the city. So I was for the first time there. So I discovered it in a very nice way. So it was, but no, I wouldn't dare to say what's going on there. So I met, of course, some people from who tried to explain me what's going on there in cultural sphere and so on. But that's all for the moment. So now I know that I have to follow what I've seen and to get deeper knowledge. But I can feel that perhaps. You have this similar situation like in Poland, that cities can be these places of rebirth of political life and these new ideas.
Можете бачити, як місце являється місцем дислокації політичного життя.
Тобто я трошки там так перефразую, що пан Едвін Бендик, відомий польський журналіст, колумніст, один з засновників видання «Політична критика» в нас після візиту в Харків також розповідає про важливість низових ініціатив. І саме на такому муніципальному рівні це дуже велика зараз такий феномен в Польщі, який повернув людей до участі в громадському житті і повернув віру в свій, так би мовити, голос. І після візиту в Харків він ніби каже, що в Україні теж бачить такий потенціал. Я зачитаю одну новину. Всі зараз слідкують за повідомленнями, за реакцією перемовин українського президента Віктора Януковича з Володимиром Путіним, російським президентом. Ми сьогодні робили огляд преси, в якому сказано на перших шпальтах знову ця історія в західних медіа. Але ось Ангела Меркель, новообраний канцлер Німеччини, каже, що пропозиція України підписати угоду про асоціацію з ЄС залишається чинною. Навіть під час виступу в Бундестазі вона заявила, тоді як міністр закордонних справ Швеції Карл Більд в своєму твіттері написав, що російські позики можуть загальмувати реалізацію вкрай необхідних для України реформ. Бо президент Путін оголосив, що Росія надасть Україні знижку на газ та позику в розмірі 15 мільярдів доларів. І ніхто, ми, до речі, цитували різних журналістів, які питають, незрозуміло, на які ж поступки має йти Україна. Ми і вас запитаємо про реакцію на цю, що відбудовується, чи вважають Польщі, що знову таким чином відбудовується Радянський Союз, Радянська імперія, наскільки зараз ставляться до Росії і України в цьому контексті?
Of course, when we look at Vladimir Putin, so of course we can be afraid that the imperial idea is still alive. But when we look at rationale behind Mr. Yanukovych's decisions, so we can see that it's different tactics. So it's not part of common project between him and Mr. Putin, but rather strategy for buying time before the next year, not next year, 2015, yes, elections. And simply he needs money to survive the winter and to make economy alive till the next year. So I can understand that he is looking everywhere for solutions for this problem. But it doesn't mean that he, and I hope that he doesn't want, at least for the moment, to join this imperial project of Mr. Putin.
А ось взагалі у нас дуже багато протягом останніх днів приїжджало в Україну сенаторів американських, аж до сенатора Маккейна. Була тут і речниця ЄС Кетрін Ештон, міністри, всі приходили на Майдан. І ніби таких було багато сподівань про санкції, про якусь таку жорстку якусь дію заходу, відповідь. Наскільки взагалі це реалістично? Як ви оцінюєте ось таке, те, що може насправді зробити Європа? Чи вичерпалося все такими гострими заявами? Чи справді є якісь важелі впливу? Чи не перебільшені сподівання?
I don't know what
Я
can.
не знаю.
It's completely
Що?
different situation than between European Union. Than,
Вибачте,
Ситуація
я
дуже
вас переб'ю,
відрізняється.
okay.
тому що нас попросили, сказали, ми хочемо з Верховної Ради,
Окей.
наше засідання бюджетного комітету,
We
Сергій
have
Андрушко нам
live
зараз
feed
розповість, що
from,
відбувається саме зараз там, а ми повернемося до
from the
дискусії.
parliament. Сергій Андрушко
Почали запускати.
is reporting from
Журналістів після голови.
the session of parliamentary committee.
Це відкрите засідання. Поясніть, будь ласка, чому?
It's an open
Вказівка
session.
голови.
It's an open session. Why aren't you letting me in?
Журналісти
We were told by the committee's chair that journalists are not invited.
заходять після голови.
No.
Нічого ви не маєте права.
The committee's chair said that journalists should only enter the room after the chair is in.
Алло, ну що? Я вже в ефірі, так?
В ефірі.
А от зараз
Журналісти після того, як зайде голова комітету,
We asked the journalists to only
Зараз відбувається те, що це засідання бюджетного комітету, за 15 хвилин до його початку журналістів попросили вийти з кімнати. І зараз, коли знову відкрили кабінет, журналістів знову просять залишити кімнату до того, як прийде голова бюджетного комітету пан Геллер, щоб надати дозвіл або його не надати. Нагадаю, що сьогодні мають розглядати проект державного бюджету на наступний рік, хоча він не стоїть у порядку денному. Отже, нагадаю, завтра нам повідомляють, що не буде навіть розглядатися проект бюджету на наступний рік. Хоча нагадаю, що у вівторок у парламенті спікер Рибак повідомив, що у четвер, тобто завтра, планується голосування за цей проект бюджету, а згідно чинного законодавства спочатку має пройти обговорення на комітеті. Також проект бюджету було повідомлено, затвердили на засіданні Кабінету міністрів. І ми зараз спробуємо поспілкуватися з журналістами або з представниками. Тобто ми зараз бачимо, як депутати сходяться на засідання цього комітету. І я можу підійти до...
Она принята и уже сегодня...
Добрий день. Добрий день. Представтесь, будь ласка, як ви звати?
Анна Сергієва.
Ви що представляєте?
Журналіст.
I am a journalist. I from a printed media.
Трапилося перед засіданням комітету, бюджетного комітету.
So what happened before the meeting of the budget committee of Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine? This was a live feed from our colleague reporting from the meeting of the budget committee at the Ukrainian parliament where they didn't let him in. We continue our interview with our colleague, journalist from Poland. So what do you think EU reaction can be, what they can practically do? Я вважаю, що тут важливим фактором вирішення проблеми, яка в Україні наразі склалася, це економічне вирішення. Тобто зараз питання основне – це те, як знайти можливості отримання підтримки з Європи в сенсі вжиття певних економічних заходів. Але ЄС теж не хоче бути в такій ситуації, коли Європа буде діяти як конкурент пана Путіна, намагаючись відвоювати увагу пана Януковича. Тобто, як політології є такі підходи, які вказують, що після надання подібної допомоги мають бути певні зміни, мають відбутися в політичному житті в Україні. І найбільш важливий момент – це використання або невикористання насильства проти мітингувальників. Це, звичайно, має бути такою червоною стрічкою, якщо це буде, якщо насильство буде вчинено, тоді
подальшого насильства проти мирних демонстрантів, в принципі, більше якоїсь іншої реакції ми не можемо сказати.
Я не думаю, що ніхто не готовий до цього, я думаю, і тут ще питання встає про ефективність таких обмежувальних заходів, тому що якщо, наприклад, звичайні громадяни стануть жертвами цих обмежень певних, а не ті, хто має в першу чергу постраждати через те, що відбулося.
Останнє наше запитання. Ви один з засновників, журналістів, редакторів журналу «Політика» польського тижневика, який вже виходить давно ще. Вас, здається, ваш журнал першим опублікував Солженіцина була.
Так, ми перші почали публікувати Солженіцина.
Він належить журналістам, він не належить там якимось власникам, що дуже рідко трапляється в сучасному світовому медіасвіті. Для нас дуже таке болюче питання, ми ніби про себе запитуємо, бо ми на громадському не належимо нікому, у нас немає власника, це журналістський колектив. Будемо також дуже раді і не раді, завжди ми закликаємо і просимо підтримати громадське. На нашому сайті можна знайти на нашу сторінку. І не тільки в такі непрості часи, сподіваємося, що це буде довга співпраця між читачами, глядачами. Скажіть, як взагалі, розкажіть трошки, як працює таке медіа, як в сучасному світі може існувати медіа, яке належить журналістам, а не багатим власникам? Як ви справляєтеся, як засади успіху, які ваші, завдяки чому вам?
Це питання, яке ми ставимо собі кожного дня. І ми тепер розуміємо, що це робити зараз набагато важче, ніж це було 10 років тому через загальну кризу ЗМІ і яка сталася через певні зміни в сфері мовлення. І ми маємо все ж таки визнавати, що ми є бізнесом, як інші ЗМІ.
Зараз ми теж матимемо включення нашого кореспондента, бо через це дивляться громадські, через усі прямі включення.
So you haven't received the draft budget as of yet. No, we haven't. We're not going to consider it this afternoon. Is it possible that it will be voted by the parliament before the committee has a look on it? No, this is not possible. This is against the rules of procedure. So. Good afternoon again. We're currently in the budget committee's room, where they were supposed to consider draft 2014 budget. This is MP Derkach. But unfortunately, according to the chairman of the committee, they are not going to consider the draft budget today. Before the meeting of the budget committee, there was this thing happening 15 minutes before the start of the budget committee's meeting. The journalists were asked to leave the room because, as they were saying, they had to air the room before the meeting. Later, when MPs started to enter, they opened the room again and they asked the journalists not to enter until the chairman of the budget committee comes to the meeting. We will try to find out what issues are going to be discussed today. We can see Larisa Bidyuk, member of parliament. We're talking to her live. What issues are on the agenda of the parliamentary committee today, of the budget committee? There'll be quite a lot of issues we are planning to discuss. Are you going to be reviewing the draft budget? No, the budget has not been submitted yet to the committee. But what are the first three items on the agenda? We will be reviewing draft laws. We will be looking at budgetary macro parameters in accordance with the rules of procedure of the Parliament of Ukraine, and we will also be discussing budget allocations, in part where those are related to the Ministry of Culture spending, and also Ministry of Finance allocations to local budgets, which will be channeled to local budgets for payment of wages to local civil servants. When are you going to be discussing the budget? I don't know. Maybe once Maidan is over. Anyways, so this is a work in progress, and this is the last that we could hear. So we will continue. We just saw a live report by Sergei Andrushko from Open Parliamentary Committee meeting. Now my last question to Mr. Bendik, founder of Polish Polityka Weekly. This is my last question, or rather I'm asking my colleague for a piece of advice. What do media have to do so that people in 2014 onwards would continue to support a news channel like us? Я думаю, що люди готові сплачувати не лише за інформацію, оскільки наразі інформації дуже багато, будь-де в інтернеті або багато є інших джерел. Те, що людям зараз потрібно, це певний сенс. Тобто їм потрібні ЗМІ, які будуть пояснювати їм, що саме розуміється під певною інформацією, яку вони отримують. В принципі, наша місія досить нудна. Наше завдання – це пояснювати людям ту інформацію, яку ми всі отримуємо. Тобто, що ми робимо? Ми не проводимо дослідження, ми не питаємо наших лідерів про те, чого вони хочуть. Ми вважаємо, що ми маємо все ж таки переслідувати свої власні інтереси як журналісти і дуже професійно підходити до висвітлення тих питань, які для нас з нашої точки зору є важливими. Якщо ми можемо це робити, то і якщо ми робимо це відкрито, то це може допомогти також лідерам нашої країни, і це також може певним чином нам допомогти побудувати такі лояльні відносини з нашого боку і з боку наших політичних лідерів. І є навіть ціла група лідерів в нашій країні, керівників, які готові платити нам за те, що ми робимо. І я думаю, що нам треба ці свої цінності також перенести в новий простір, в простір інтернету, в простір онлайн ЗМІ. Але я думаю, що в принципі, якщо казати не про лідерів, а про наших глядачів, я думаю, що достатньо є людей в інтернеті, які цим цікавляться, які можуть сплачувати за якісну інформацію, за якісні пояснення. Але звичайно, це не дуже просто. Thank you very much. We heard some advice from our Polish colleagues who have been working as internet media for quite a long time, and they told us how we can find the road to the heart of our viewers. So our next guest is Yevgen Budavitsky, one of the founders of Hromadske TV, who's an expert in long-term strategies. And I have a question to Gena. Do you think it's normal that we are inviting each other? I understand that you're not just a founder of Hromadske, but there are so many hats that you're wearing. I think that journalists should be free in deciding who they want to invite, and in order to keep the society well informed. Let us take a moment to we're not only looking at how media are covering the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, in particular the issue of 15 billion in loans to Ukraine by Russia, but Russian media, partners from Dozhd Rain TV channel in Moscow, we will have live broadcast with Rain later this afternoon, where Russian experts will share their perspective on what has been happening. I would also like to show you this picture. Russian journalists also did their tally, and they found out that the money that was provided to Ukraine by Russia would be enough to run 2 pension reforms and 2 all Russian championships. And I'm not sure if you could see the infograph, but there are, of course, varying views on whether it was the right thing to issue that loan, but or to accept it, but Russian journalists also have questions to the Russian government. Why did they provide Ukraine with that much money? Boris Nemtsov today was saying that every Russian citizen is now issuing 100 US dollars to Ukrainians out of their own income, and they're giving it to people who will not make good use of the money. I have another question to you. You do a lot of research in media communications. We had an emotional upsurge, an emotional surge, an emotional uprising. People who came to our studio were talking a lot about the changes that have taken place in the Ukrainian society. Now there's a pause, and we hear reports that people are leaving Maidan, and no communication is currently heard on what should be done next. So how can we keep the momentum of all the positive energy that is there? Do we need do people need to do it themselves, or somebody has to help them? If you are asking this question from the point of view, how do we make euphoria endless? My question will be negative. Nothing should be done. Euphoria should always end at certain point. And sorry, I need to interrupt you, because we just heard the news that Kiev city administration cancelled all festive events for the New Year and Christmas because of the mass rallies in downtown Kiev. So there will be no festive events timed for a New Year and Christmas. According to their spokesperson, they just didn't have. They just do not have possibilities to organize those festive events, and there will be no New Year tree or Christmas tree in Kiev because Maidan is currently occupied. Why can't Maidan celebrate their own New Year? What do you think? I don't have all the information, and I don't know what is the rationale of Kiev municipal authorities, but myself as a person who has a right who is a Kiev resident, and I vote for those people, I think that they're just deflecting, and I also think that the Christmas tree that we currently have on Maidan is the best Christmas tree we've ever had in the 23 years of our independence. We can even take it to Biennale or something. This is the best work of art imaginable. Another thing is that we are currently seeing a reset of our worldview, of our realization of who we are and where we need to be going, and this emotional gap that you're talking about, I don't feel it, in fact, but even if it is there, it is sort of natural. We are constantly changing. We are in a situation which is very different from 2004, the time of the Orange Revolution. This will be happening for a very long time, and let's take a look at it from different perspectives. There is certain confrontation between the civil society, the political opposition. There are also people in power, mostly the Regions Party and Viktor Yanukovych, and the Kremlin. The West is currently not a player here. They are providing the moral support. They come here to visit, but the West is influencing the situation in a very traditional way. It influences the rules of the game. It's not political influence, but they're rather making sure that there is no violence, etc. So 3 out of the 4 forces, including political opposition, Yanukovych and Kremlin, are using short-term strategy rationale. Kremlin likes to play long-term strategic games, but in case of Ukraine, they choose short-term strategies. Whereas the situation we're in requires long-term decisions. So basically, the question is, what does the civil society have to do? What does it need? They need a new Yushchenko, something who's better than the old Yushchenko, and what rules of the game they should follow. So the question here is that this has to continue for a while, and we will need to implement certain changes which are more important than just resignation of the president. Sergei Nesterchuk was talking about some threats of Russian investments into Ukrainian military industry, but unfortunately the live feed was interrupted. You see, we just lost the signal, so maybe there will be no feed. This is the biggest difference. I wish I could have. I'd rather have Hromadske TV with disruption of feed signal rather than a TV where there's no freedom of speech. So basically, what we need now is a snap election, but a snap election held in the under the current conditions will lead to the same problems that we saw during the by-election this weekend, because there were again vote rigging techniques that were used, the whole arsenal, including carousel voting, ballot box stuffing, etc. But so in order to avoid that, we need to first pass a new law in the parliament. This should be proportional voting system with open party lists to make sure that only those people who can actually be politicians will end up in the parliament, not people who are just running for parliament to hide between MP immunity, etc. Besides, we also need more time for parliamentary election campaign. If we manage to reset the system, then it should start in the end of spring, continue throughout the summer, and then the election should take place in the autumn. So we are getting closer now to the next parliamentary election. We were saying earlier, many people were saying on Facebook, that this is going to be a long-term crisis, and we have no other strategy than to continue putting pressure on the government. Basically, but who's communicating those ideas? I think anyone who can talk should continue communicating these ideas, but the mistake that Ukrainian opposition is now making is that they do not believe in accountability to the public just as much as the current authorities. So if we're talking about accountability, the current political opposition is just as bad as the current authorities. And the difference between the civil society and the political opposition is that political opposition wants to continue pushing their agenda without any public scrutiny, because we know that there is a task force on Maidan. They have meetings, but we don't see any minutes of those meetings, etc. So they continue to work untransparently. As far as the civil society is concerned, of course, it is very diverse and it's not very well organized. And what's currently happening on Maidan, I was also very much impressed by the article published in Snob, the Russian web magazine, that draw this analogy between Maidan and Zaporizhia siege, the Cossack army. Basically, they're hinting that Maidan is a sort of collaboration space, or a way of learning how to do without leadership and dictation, because we used to be looking at leaders in a very paternalistic kind of way. A leader is the one who's giving something to us. Leaders are not going to give us anything. If we want a good leader, they're not dictators or saviors of the nation. We need to clearly let them know what we want them to implement, and a leader and the authorities led by the person are a simple service. They are just providing us with services. Many people are saying that, but one thing is believing that this is possible when you go back home from Maidan. Another thing is that is when you look at the country full of people who are saying what needs to be done. So you think that this is not just the issue about the current Maidan, this is the issue of the several past years. Yes, in 2010 we started seeing a process which emerged sometime before that. It was the emergence of a middle class, not just educated people earning decent money, but a middle class which confesses certain values. First of all, dignity. We saw that Ukrainians started to make their own decisions and that they respected they needed to have their dignity respected. What basically the pivotal point of that emergence of the middle classes is the current Maidan. What are values? Values is something that cannot be compromised. So if one day Maidan ceases to exist, if it's either dispersed or they decide to leave themselves, the values of those Ukrainians that are now standing on Maidan will not change. They will just be attending to them in a different way. And the problem which we currently see at Maidan and in the political environment is that the political environment is not responding to the civil society's demands. They don't want to sit down with the civil society and decide on the next steps. What if this doesn't happen over the course of the next several days or months? Will it lead to another wave of disenchantment and a loss of confidence in the politicians? I think this loss of confidence has already taken place, because we know, according to a survey of Democratic Initiatives Foundation, is that only 5% of Ukrainians came to Maidan responding to the call of political opposition. The rest came due to other reasons, which means that the opposition has lost moral authority in the eyes of ordinary Ukrainians. And this, in fact, means that this is a no confidence vote for the opposition by the civil society, which means that the political opposition has to purify itself just like the authorities have to purify themselves. Are there any signs that something like that is now happening? The civil society is cleaning it up, but not the cleaning up the mess, but not the political opposition. There were also certain statements by the Regions Party members saying that certain things should not have been done at all. But what we want to have next year is not just to see Yanukovych resign, but see everyone resign. I think the whole system has to be reset. The corrupt ways of the government should be done with forever, and the society has to become more serious, and they should go about changing the rules of the game. Over the past several years, as we have been covering the events in Ukraine, we started noticing certain signs of repressions of sorts, because journalists are now called to prosecutor's office for interrogation or interview. Mr. Filipchuk, Ukrainian diplomat, was not allowed to leave Ukraine to go to Brussels to hold a press conference there. So on one hand there is this uprising of the civil society, on the other hand we're seeing things that we didn't see previously in Ukraine. How can this correlate? Do you think these repressions will intimidate people, or
that they can win not using votes? And it means that now we have to regulate the situation. What we will observe very soon, it will be escalation. further escalation. That's why the authorities are trying to be tough. They're trying. The same does the opposition in its declarations, and the same tough messages we hear from Moscow, and the same. We can say the same about Maidan. So overall, we see that all parties they raise the temperature, and sooner or later somebody will understand that it's impossible to get everything, and there will be a risk to lose everything. And now, then there will be a room for negotiations. What would make sense is to have a roundtable in opposition, and civil society plus opposition should agree on the rules of the game. If they don't do that, there is a big risk that Maidan can lose. How to choose those people technically who should be present at the roundtable? Because we had a lot of guests here, we speak to them, and there are different groups, and they know each other, heard about each other. But who could organize that roundtable for us not to have a roundtable with the students whom nobody knows, and mass media didn't show that roundtable, and so there are a lot of questions. It seems like there is understanding, but I'd like to hear some concrete things, concrete answers, because many people say, we understand it will be difficult, it will take a lot of time, and we are ready for that. The question is what to do tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. People are sitting on Maidan. Every day without victory, this organizes someone. How to organize that roundtable you are talking about? Who has a mandate? Who has a right? I think, first of all, the environment is not structured, but completely. But it is structured. There are older, senior, junior. There are experts. There are respected people. Respected by many, and in that sense, I believe that there is the issue of moderation and also initiative. So there are some efforts to get it together, and as far as I know, they're trying to do that daily. The question is, who will be able to develop new proposals, and which of them will be supported? It seems to me that there are those efforts, and they will continue. The most important is it's important that this process is not at all. What we saw during the roundtable with presidents, it was a deception. It was cheating. Those people who represented students at the roundtable, they didn't represent students, in fact. And the same approach could bring to the same result if we speak here about coordination of civil society. Everything is clear with the political groups, and there is no problem with the presentation. There are three opposition political factions, and but they have a problem. Every one of those parties, they don't feel comfortable in any headquarters where they don't make the last decision, and they can be a minority, and they will not make the final decision. So it's a nightmare for every of those leaders who see themselves as potential presidential candidates, that some civic activists will make a decision, should they implement that into life? How to make that round table legitimate for all the country? Not only for those people who are in Kiev. First of all, it should be legitimate for those who are in opposition. They should receive a mandate. And how legitimate Maidan is? Somebody elected Maidan? So the question is that this legitimacy depends on the level of social support civic organizations have, or political organizations have. What is that? How can you describe that? If we speak about, you can mention some studies, and there are different studies, and we can discuss a level of trust to every player. But we saw the first study. The mandate Maidan has. It's the mandate of from the middle class. Not big, but very important. And Kiev, Lviv, Dnipropetrovsk, etc. Second, we speak about the mandate. Mandate has from oppositional Ukrainians, and that is the reason why we see not only hipsters, but we see peasants, and I would say more peasants there than hipsters. And we see those people who inherited those conditions they have, and they are not residents of the big cities, and they have quite a different problems than. And they don't like when Yanukovych stops the city for half an hour and if he goes through the city. And one more problem. Later, it will be important. We have to understand that there is a big part of Ukrainians and with the same rights and who like Yanukovych and for whom he's the president of their choice, and we have to respect their choice. How that respect should be manifested, because Maidan takes disrespect to them, probably through. That's why the law on parliamentary elections is important, very important, because the election system for parliamentary elections is the way to achieve consensus, national consensus. When we speak about, if to answer your question directly, it will mean that we have to cancel presidential system and from all those powers, broad powers he has, because then we'll have a system when every part of the country will try to have their own representative, but we will not have the one who would unite all of us. But we speak about 2015, we speak about 2014. We have to pass the election law, we have to agree on what political system we should have in the future, and after all that recharge, during 2014, we should decide which reforms are the most important for us: education, defense, economy, social issues, energy sector. So where we should work and what priorities we should have and which direction should be. And the situation is not that bad because experts are quite. We have a lot of experts, and they have a lot of projects, and we can use right away. So during the last 3-5 years, when we had this political stagnations, experts used that break and to prepare very good decisions. What should happen for those experts to be listened to in civic society? Between civic society and politicians, there should be cooperation, and when they trust each other, when they listen to each other, this is something we are lacking now. This last weekend, we had additional elections in 5 districts, and on 5, only in one of them an oppositional candidate won. There is a confirmation, and there is information from observers, and Hromadske TV, we were monitoring, and Opora monitoring, and there were cheating, there were falsifications, and how to explain this? So many thousands of people are on Maidan. They are not apolitical. They are involved into the process and they are ready to act. But the opposition is losing in 4 districts. Maidan, does it mean anything? Doesn't have any influence on elections? To be responsible is not to be responsible only once. It means to be responsible every day, and if you have to go to vote, it means that we wake up in the morning and go and vote. And if we need to monitor election commissions, it means that we should monitor them. In other words, this is an alarm, and it speaks about those mistakes we had in 2004. What we did, we elected a president, and we said, "Oh, we did our work. Let him work." Now, he's responsible for the rubbish in my village and for everything, for heating system, etc. No. What is happening now? That is a revolution of responsibility. We are learning. And what is the most important for common Ukrainians? To be responsible. This is the first generation that starts taking responsibility in their own hands, and not as good as they do it in Poland, in Hungary, in Germany, in the UK, in France. But we are on that road. But a lot of people spoke about that there is a need to reform our energy sector. energy saving. Now we will get a cheap gas, and many people will say, here we have cheap gas, it's better if we pay more. Then this is the issue of responsibility. I looked at the volume for the next year, what Ukraine is buying, and the program on energy saving will shrink. We shouldn't do that because it does mean that it will be good for our economy and for our energy sector. This is the issue of national security and independence of Ukraine. One more question. There are two parallel processes. On one hand, there are people among civic activists who demand lustration of political forces and oppositional politicians. They explain that all corrupted should leave, all corrupted people, but at the same time they run negotiations with the representatives from the Party of Regions and to convince them to take their side. But such negotiations require some guarantees. And so there are two parallel processes, and they contradict each other because you cannot give guarantees to those who are corrupted, and at the same time you can say lustration. We should have complete lustration. We should get rid of corrupted people. And as to lustration, that is an intention, and they will try to stick to it, to follow it. But I don't know how that intention can be achieved. There will be a compromise under such conditions, but the question is, the price of this compromise is this is about the future of the country. When we speak about what kind of a compromise we would have, and in the end we would have an agreement between this political power and opposition and Maidan as a restart of the country, recharge of the country, and there will be some compromise, and then there will be a question: where's the line? After which people will be dismissed. Political economists and experts, and Vladimir Dubrovsky writes about that in Zerklo of Weekly Zerk. He speaks about agreement of paying back. So when the society they give a chance to some elite to keep that what they stole or to give some benefits, and as an exchange, those people stop their political activity. It means that in such a way there will be a new balance, a new rules of the game, and those people who control the political situation, they just give up, they leave, and they open the road to new people. So this is the way I see it. We should move. Before you leave, I would like to thank you for coming to Kiev. We will be happy to see you during our board meetings, because after this emotional marathon, we think how to continue our work. We didn't expect that we would broadcast for whole days, and we see we can, and that's why we should continue, and we'll think how to do that, and not on the revolutionary wave. Come to our board meeting, don't skip it, and we are waiting for a guest, and there will be Bogdan Yeremenko, who is a former General Counsel of Ukraine in Istanbul, the first Ukrainian diplomat, who after the demonstration on the 30th was beaten. He wrote on Facebook that he condemned such activity, such steps of the authorities. Then received a letter from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also I would like to read that. We remember how in 2004 the Minister of Foreign Affairs supported the revolution, the Orange Revolution, and now there is a different initiative. There was a statement of Ukrainian diplomats to the colleagues, Ukrainian diplomats, who, especially now, it's a very symbolic thing, because everything started because the government refused to sign the agreement on association with the EU. and Ukrainian diplomats were involved, and for 5 years they were preparing that agreement. About a week before the signing, the government and the president, the prime minister, told that they freeze down this process, and they told the Ukrainian diplomats they didn't inform them about threats from in European integration. I will not read the whole letter. Recently, they published a letter. It was signed by Boris Tarasyuk, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vladimir Griska, Mykola Matarasha, the first Deputy of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Boris Gudin, Valery Chaly, and a lot of MPs and former ambassadors. Some of them visited us, and the point is, in this letter, I will not read the whole list, the whole letter, but they said that non-signing agreement with EU, it hurts, it harms the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs during many years. And we remember how enthusiastic we started this work, how we worked on documents, and which brought us to the final draft, and the belief gave us energy, and we believe that it's not easy to our colleagues to look into the eyes of our foreign partners, and former ministers and diplomats called all colleagues abroad and in Ukraine not to remember that Ukrainian diplomats don't trade don't sell their country, the people. They will stay with the Ukrainians wherever they are, and also they created a Facebook page, Ukrainian Diplomats for EU. Strong European Democratic Ukraine. And here on this page and Facebook they inform, and there are some messages, and we will start our meeting with a former diplomat. First of all, we'll listen to Katerina Kapluk, and she will explain the situation. Play. That is one of the main threats why we don't have such right for scientific potential in Ukraine, because that potential, which allows us to cooperate with EU, Europe, we can cooperate with corporations. We have that experience. Since 2005 up to 2010, we had some experience. But then political course was changed in 2010, and we see how Ukraine is moving to Russian Federation, just to be a resource addition to Russian Federation. Airplane built in enterprises, it's about them, and also about and some enterprises with high tech. Leader of Batkivshchina faction, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, believes that return to the constitution of 2004 will be one of the solutions from that political crisis we have in Ukraine. And I would like to say that we had a technical issue, and later we'll speak to Ukrainian diplomat Bogdan Yeremenko, and he's not here yet. And now I will try to find out who will be our next guest. Wonderful. Everything is easy. You see,
Хто буде наступним гостем, я знала. Світлана Поваляєва.
Svetlana Povalev, Ukrainian writer. Good
Зараз
afternoon.
будемо буду запитувати. На
I will
Майдані,
ask you
коли були
questions.
останні,
When were you on Maidan? When have you been to Maidan?
чекайте, технічно
Last time.
розбираємося. Включення в нас буде.
Just wait a second. It's not clear how it will develop. There are experts, and they state that agreement of Yanukovych is not the law for Ukraine, and we should sit down at the round table and discuss it. And we have Svetlana Povaleeva, a writer who told that she's a drop in the ocean on Maidan. There is such a message on Maidan, and you come only when there are a few people on Maidan.
По-людськи, неформально, да. З одного боку інтимно, в цей
On
час
one,
багато людей дивиться, в цей
a lot
час,
of
що в нас
people are watching our program.
ви приходите тоді,
You come when late at night? Tell us. Every night. This night, last night we were there because we live in Kiev. We live not far from Maidan. It takes us 40 minutes or even 30 minutes to come to Maidan. So we come usually after 12 o'clock when we understand that we have less of people on Maidan, and on the 11th
ви там були, да, ви відчули?
we felt something was happening, and we wanted to, we got up, we got out of our beds and came to Maidan around 1 o'clock, and we understood that night time, those who can do it come at least there for a couple of hours. A lot of people say now that Maidan could turn into something else, because Maidan is not just a physical place on the map of Kiev. Why is it important for you to come to Maidan at night? Not to do something else, for that Maidan, your energy take a different form. You see, other forms are present, they exist. Maidan is different. The society, society is waking up, and maybe it's utopia, but we see with our own eyes that exist, and it's possible. And it seems to me that this physical presence, at least now, it's important. This is my belief, because when everybody goes home, it's when people come together and unite. You know, everybody has his own life and his own business, and it's very difficult for people to be there. They want to spend their life for talking to public service and to stand for their everyday rights, and even for something creative related to this. So any activity disappears, and it is not noticeable in the space. And what it's impossible to do anything in Ukraine. I have experience of once I was sitting in front of a computer and I got sick, and on news, and during this information war, as a former journalist, I assess all this information and how and why, for whom, and from which sources, etc. And it's very difficult. You can lose any energy. You can fall into depression. I don't know whether one can be a former journalist. That's John. Tell me why. Is it not a problem that journalists were among activists? What's that line? Like a journalist and a writer? What is a line between a journalist and a writer? A journalist comes to Maidan. Can he be objective? Can he be as a citizen there? Yeah, I think so. We have some kind of bent notion, distorted notion. What is a civic activist? In a normal country, in a normal civic society, every citizen is a civic activist, independently on profession, whether he is a cleaner, housewife, a student, a journalist. This is just a normal civic position, and I don't believe that profession has anything to do with this. What we see, maybe it's not in only our country, maybe it's also in other countries of the world. A lot of NGOs, they are fed, supported by some political parties, or they dream about laurels of politicians, and they have a lot of ambitions, and they think about themselves, and it looks like that NGO activists, they don't have a normal position in everyday work, but it seems like they have, like everybody is trying to self-realize their own ambition, but in fact, ideally, maybe it's utopia, it should not happen. Bogdan Kutepa and I, during the night guard, and with Leshchenko and Mustafa Nayemin shows what happens on Maidan at night, during the night. But last night, how long were you there last night? Because I was somewhere there. I was there around 3 o'clock, and there were a lot of people. It's clear that there are not many people, because the bell doesn't ring and nobody says from the stage that Kiev wake up. It's very difficult for people to be in cold there through a whole night, but it's quite normal. It's a city, it's a center, and it's life. Maybe I say something utopic, but people say that it should disappear somehow, but when in the center of the capital there is such a thing. Anyways, it's on the way of someone. I think we should be on the way of the bad guys all the time, and this is the center of our country, and Christmas trees and boutiques, merry-go-rounds. But here they have something different. But a Republic of Wales surrounded itself from life, and the life outside of Maidan stays to be the same, with the Christmas trees and merry-go-rounds. Okay, fine, no problem with that. And we are protesting against our authorities, but I don't have such a feeling. I cannot analyze it. I am not a sociologist, but I don't have a feeling that we are separate from the world. And I know a lot of friends who work during the day, and they come in the evening, and I see them there. What are you talking about? About everything. Do you think about what to do in the future? We discuss what we see on news. We are trying to filter technologies of information wars, and we are trying to understand what is the truth. And it's very sad. And why? We can speak about the role of artists, and in the process, artists, journalists, and musicians, they can always see. Oh, they have a very sharp eye. What's your sharp eye noticed? What have you learned about Ukraine and Ukrainians that you didn't know before during these 3 weeks? What surprised you? I thought that our civic society is utopia. I was convinced that at least in Ukraine we're not ready to cancel ourselves, our own ambitions, and that our people are not nobody's ready to be a drop in in an ocean. So, but that ability for self-realization and also an ability to refuse their self, their ego, that impressed me. People support not only with food. It's in our blood. It's quite usual. That was a very interesting information about food, and they asked us to read it aloud. Because I know that some colleagues of mine wrote in their messages and on Facebook that we it's not the business of it's not in food, and they made an interview with Stepan Khudyon, and they told our record is 110,000 portions of food for Euromaidan. And Stavat Gupta from a bank, and who is a revolutionary commander in the trade union building, and which turned into resistance center 17 days ago. What, in addition to food, people bring? They help each other. People help each other, and they communicate like equal people. And everyday life on Maidan, any community could dream about that, how they organized everything. And that's about everything, about medical assistance and cleaning and communication, emotional assistance, and people are very different, and that impresses me. They are so open, and they are open to contacts. And what about your friends? Are there people who don't go to Maidan or even are negative to Maidan? Among my friends, there are people who stopped visiting Maidan, but they are not negative about it. And is there anyone who is against or has a different point of view? You understand, my friends. Such friends are impossible for me. I cannot have such friends. And there was Tanya Lokot, who is expert on social media. And we spoke about this to her, that people in social networks, they have a number of friends, and they choose friends with whom they share views, and they have one truth. And there are some other people who believe in something else. So they do not cooperate. And this is in modern media, because earlier there was one TV channel, and you had to you watch it, and or a newspaper. There was an announcement about one thing, about something else, and now you choose your reality. I understand your question. You spoke about a group of friends, and of course, my group of friends, they are like me. They are. And I don't have anybody who supports the party of region. I don't have such friends, but I know many of such people, and I know some people who are against Maidan, and on some I think they have no normal explanation on the level of trolling in social networks. And when someone says you're stupid, you are a bad guy, and so discussion is impossible on such a level. And I saw a very interesting study of Lesa Ganji, and of a Ukrainian journalist. She's an editor of Redactors Portal, and she spoke to editors of regional publications, and we had a talk today. I spoke to Irina from Vedusa, and I understood that it's not only about information blockade, and many people from Crimea I know personally, in principle. They don't know about media. They are not interested. They don't buy newspapers. They are not in internet. They don't watch Hromadske TV. So They are not inside of this matter. They have their own position. What should we do? We had Zhana Kadyrov, artist, who told us and that some of her friends, for 5 hours, they were standing at night on Maidan. They spoke about gay marriages, lesbian marriages, and with someone who was not tolerant, and it took them 5 hours to convince him that it's fine. It's good when you have so much time on Maidan. Anyway, people share on Maidan. They share their opinion. People say it takes time. What should we do now? Should we go to Crimea and speak to people and explain to them? They were brought. Luckily, they were brought to Kiev, and I spoke to some people on a city bus and who of criminal outlook and with bad teeth and not tolerant. And all three cases, they were not aggressive. These people were not aggressive. It's just on a city bus, and they use. They're not drunk, just a little bit. What I noticed, I didn't see anyone who was very aggressive, but they're not. They don't know where they are. They don't know what is happening. And when you speak to them openly, when you don't blame them, when you don't accuse them, you are like bad guys from Donetsk, and you speak like a human to them. By their eyes, you see that they start asking questions to themselves about the situation. Maybe it's better to go to some internet cafe and to read news. Did you go and speak to them? Did you go and see those meetings to support the government? And I didn't go to European Square for that meeting, but we went to Mariinsky Palace and we saw a lot of, not at the meeting, but around. Some of them were able to escape to our Maidan, and mostly they are just common people. If you speak normally to them, it will not take you 5 hours to convince them in something. They start asking questions where they are, what's happening. They feel like they are from a different planet, and because there is information blockade, and many people are lazy to get out of them. As to communication, I would like to announce that on Hromadske at 5 o'clock there will be a project with a Dosh TV channel.
There'll be Igor Fedorin and a number of other journalists. We're going to be discussing the negotiations held yesterday between the Ukrainian and Russian presidents, and we will talk about what exactly they have decided upon, and how Yanukovych was met in Kiev. We will also talk about Vitaly Klitschko's challenge to Yanukovych. He said that he was ready to face Yanukovych at the ring or to challenge him during the presidential election. We also had an interview with Vitaly Klitschko by Ksenia Sobchak. She was eating buckwheat here in the corner while waiting for Klitschko brothers to come to our studio. Do you have many friends in Russia? I wonder how well are we informed about what is going on in Russia, because they are a close neighbor. This is our closest neighbor, maybe the big brother. Don't mention this big brother thing. Not now. I just want to make this quick comment, which will be very intolerant. I think it's like you have to undergo quarantine after a severe illness. I want us to be put on quarantine and not to hear about Russia and what is going on there. I'd rather hear news from Kuala Lumpur or whatever. I am tired of Russia's ongoing presence in Ukrainian media space. It's just a comment. I understand what you're saying. I have many friends in Russia who are not Russians, but who live and work there. But I think we are not very well informed about what is actually happening in Russia, because there's a great number of people there that are not happy with the current regime, and they hope that we will help them to topple that regime. Many of them are fleeing Russia and come to Ukraine to live and work. So it seems I'm always afraid to be mistaken, but I remember this one tweet by a Russian journalist. He was saying that Euromaidan may bring democracy to Russia, and many Russian journalists that are working in Ukraine right now have a similar expectation, but maybe we can have a different kind of communication between Ukraine and Russia. Yesterday we were talking to Mikhailo Konkov from Melitopol, and he said we understand that we're not gonna sell our cherries to EU. We'll be selling our cherries to Russia because they're closer. No, he said a different thing. He said we will continue selling our cherries to Russia because we already have established relations with them, but we can also start selling some of them to EU over time, if I got him right. But the one thing I think I should say is that all those people, those tourists, political tourists, or titushkas as some of them are called, these are middle-aged people who can ask themselves a question, because they have enough life experience. I talked to students next to the Ukrainian university when they were trying to set up a strike, and two would-be lawyers. They were saying, what do authorities have to do with us? Imagine those were people studying law at the university saying that you students trying to set up strike are tampering with our learning process. You are not letting us study, and we are lawyers. We don't care about the government. So how can a lawyer not care about the government? So these I also had a chance to talk to young people a lot. Ukrainian historian Yaroslav Grisak said that this revolution was started by the young generation of Ukrainians born after the Ukraine gained independence in 1991. And many Russian journalists also spoke that there were a lot of mink fur coats at Bolotnaya Square during the Russian Revolution, and at Maidan you mostly see people that have come from provincial cities and towns, and a lot of youngsters as well. So how is this generation different from our generation? It's very difficult to categorize them. Actually, there are very many students on Maidan, and linguists or students from Kiev Mohila Academy are very different from those lawyers. We have this category of students who are sons and daughters of affluent, well-connected parents, and you can look at those kids, this gilded youth, and say, wow, this is a horrible generation. On the other hand, you can look at the students who were on Maidan on the night of the crackdown, and you can have a different depression. And even my own children, they have in fact been involved with many events of recent weeks, and we just heard from chief editor of Chernihiv-based newspaper, who is reporting political reprisals. Basically, the police were trying to arrest a private entrepreneur, the father of two kids, for providing opposition forces with loudspeakers. Let's hear from him directly, the editor-in-chief of Chernihiv-based newspaper. Let's hear him speak. So we're still waiting for live broadcast on Skype. We need to wait for another minute. So Oleg is already with us on Skype. So according to Chernihiv-based newspaper, law enforcers are trying to start an intimidation campaign targeting Chernihiv journalists. They were trying to arrest a father of two children, private entrepreneur Sergei Senchenko. They were trying to put an electronic bracelet on him as an alternative temporary detention measure. We know that a court ruling was passed. Let's check if we have connection with Oleg Golovatenko. No, we're still calling. We're still calling him. Okay, let's try and get in touch with him later. One of our guests said that it's better to have disruptions during live broadcast than some senseless propaganda from TV. So yeah, these are KGB methods which really do not make any sense. You heard that one of the presidents of Last Barricade civil society organizations was recently called to Prosecutor's General office for an interview because they provided sound equipment for the rally next to Ukrainian Dome in downtown Kiev. And NGO people are also getting a lot of calls from strangers and text messages. Are you scared? No, at all, because when you look at it seriously, nobody can invite you for interrogation by phone to come to the Prosecutor's General office. They have to subpoena you or send you an official letter. So this is a very idiotic kind of behavior aiming at putting pressure on activists. There were a couple of cases that were confirmed as pressure by the authorities. There were somebody was calling my mother. Can you be more specific? What exactly happened? Some strangers came to your door. No. Two people in uniform, wearing police helmets, came to the door of the apartment where my mother lives. It was during the night, but there was an external door blocking the entrance to the hall. There are 3 apartments on that floor with an external door, and They called all the apartments. They started by saying that they were firemen. Then some goons came saying that we are doctors. Somebody called an ambulance here or something, and this is in fact very common nowadays. Myself and my friends are getting different text messages, and we're getting also some messages in our private chats on Facebook. Do you think these things should be taken seriously? Should we believe? We were talking to a media expert, to a communications expert, and they were saying that before the past weekend, many people received messages on their Facebook and on their phones that there will be a lot of provocations over the weekend. A lot of goons are being brought to Kiev to provoke violence. Should we believe it or not? I think what we can do to withstand that pressure is to simply use your hunch, like when we had that crackdown or mop-up crackdown on Maidan. Nobody expected them to try to disperse, but in fact, I had a hunch, in fact, and that's why I was there at 1 o'clock in the morning. And the same is true about the beating of students in November. On December 1st, I also had to run here because my younger son was there during the crackdown on student rally at Maidan on December 1st. My son was not beaten up badly. So so your son was there on the night of the crackdown at Maidan when students were beaten up. So what did he tell? He stayed there. He didn't go. Yes, he stayed there because he's a citizen of his country. But I have to tell you that I was in fact very tired. And I decided to leave Maidan that night, and I went back home by taxi, and I was watching a live broadcast from Maidan, and at certain point I saw that there were no policemen whatsoever, but it looked like the eye of a storm. It seemed like something could happen. And then two organizers came and said, we are no longer responsible for what is happening here, we're taking away our equipment, and then the crackdown started. So we now have a live broadcast, live connection from Oleg Golotenko from Chernihiv. Good afternoon, Oleg. We're happy to be talking to you. But what repressions were you talking about? You're talking about some reprisals against a private entrepreneur. On December 7th, the private entrepreneur provided his sound equipment to members of parliament who held a rally here at the central square of Chernihiv. Yesterday, they were trying to take him into custody. The police sent him an official warning, and they wanted to put him into house arrest and put a bracelet on him as a temporary detention measure, and they said that he was charged with a crime that and if convicted he can face up to 3 years in jail. So is that the first case like that, or did you have similar problems? This is the only kind of court-induced reprisals, the only example of court-induced reprisals, but we also had a press conference today, and attended by a representative of Svoboda Party, and 4 strangers detained him and were trying to intimidate him. They said that he shouldn't be that he should be minding his own business now that he came back to Chernihiv from Maidan and Kiev. So this are the kind of events that are now happening in Chernihiv. You were saying that they were trying to put a bracelet on him, put him under house arrest. Were they trying to physically put the bracelet on him, or there was a decision by a court? The police investigator, Major Nilan, filed in filed in
Що вас погано видно, так буде видно, що хоча б трошки Чернігова на Києві. Давайте повторимо. Тобто, що саме відбувалося? Камеру можна трохи далі.
a charge. Police investigator Nilov filed in a case against him to Dniprovsky court, saying that the private entrepreneur didn't comply with a ban issued by law enforcement, by the law enforcers, prohibiting the public rally and the use of sound equipment at the public rally. So basically, he was charged with disrespect to the police, to the official decision. If you look at what is now happening at Chernigiv's central square, if it wasn't so dark, you would see some tents of Chernihiv Maidan. How many tents are there? Is Euromaidan in Chernihiv continuing? There are 3 tents there. One a big military tent, a smaller one, and also several tents with Batkivshina party emblems, where they do their promotion, run their promotion campaigns, and could you specify? You're saying that they would picket some government buildings. What exactly will they demand as they picket local government buildings? They will demand cancellation of criminal cases and cessation of political prosecution of civil society activists, and charging and pressing criminal charges against law enforcers who participated in the crackdown on Chernihiv Euromaidan. So basically, the criminal cases that have been initiated by the police are against private entrepreneurs who provided sound equipment to Euromaidan and Chernihiv. Thank you very much. We couldn't see much of what is happening in Chernihiv because it's too dark, but we got some. We heard some news from our colleague in Chernihiv, and I think what they're reporting is actually similar to what is happening in many cities around Ukraine. So if you want to support Hromadske TV, please transfer cash to our bank account. Do not believe people in the streets of Kiev if they tell you that they are fundraising for Hromadske. Of course, we also want to have our reporters in other cities and towns, and we do not have enough money to currently engage those journalists. So we'll be thankful for any kind of support. So we'll continue our interview with Svetlana Povalyeva, whose son was at Maidan on the night of crackdown on students' peaceful process. Svetlana, are you going to go to Maidan tonight? Yes. I also want to comment on the question whether Maidan has to disperse, whether people have to leave or whether they have to stay. I was born in the Soviet Union, and I come from a family where people with a history of political persecution. My father was often had to go to prosecutor's office in the Soviet days, and this was in the time of Brezhnev's stagnation. And I believe that if we don't resist what is now happening, they will start catching and arresting us one by one. They have enough resources to do that. No matter how paranoid this may sound, but those intimidation techniques that they're currently using, of course, they are ridiculous, but many people can get scared. In fact, especially people of older generation who still remember the Soviet times. And I believe this news that we're currently getting from the regions, activists being pressed criminal charges against. I believe that if Maidan leaves and they don't continue pressing on with their demands, people will slowly but surely be arrested because they have enough resources, they have enough recipes how to do that. What are your recipes against repressions, against reprisals? Do not fear. This is the main thing. We got the news that President Yanukovych will give an interview to journalists of the First National TV channel, which will be aired tomorrow at noon at the First National TV channel. And of course, we wonder whether the president has come back to Ukraine after his negotiations with Vladimir Putin in Russia. At 5 o'clock tonight, we will have a joint broadcast with our colleagues from Dost TV channel, where we'll be talking to a former chief editor of Forbes Ukraine magazine and Vladimir Sidorin from Concord Capital agency about yesterday's negotiations between Vladimir Putin and Viktor Yanukovych about the 15 billion lending scheme, the conditions under which the money is provided. I would also like to remind you that earlier today I wrote an announcement by Rain TV channel or Dost TV channel. They did the simple math, and they found out that the 15 billion that Russia's providing to Ukraine are coming from the National Well-being Fund in the Russian budget, and this money would be enough to run 2 pension reforms and 4 soccer World Cups, and many people in Russia are disgruntled, and they're saying, why do we need to pay that high a price for the transient for the Fed of keeping Ukraine in Russian orbit, and it looks like this agreement is only needed by Putin and Yanukovych. I don't think that ordinary Russians would be willing to pay this price for strengthening the friendship between the two peoples. So journalists are wondering, why does Russia have to give away 15 billion at the time when its economy is also facing some crisis? We also have some news from Ihor Lutsenko, leader of Save Old Kiev initiative. I see a lot of people talking from the stage on Maidan who have no connection to Maidan whatsoever. So basically, a lot of being said now about mutual respect, about self-organization, but in fact there's sometimes there's very little self-organization. Many people are disappointed, and they're saying that we were the ones standing on Maidan or picketing the prosecutor's general office, but we don't. But we are not participating in the decision making. Decisions are made by other people. People usually don't like when people at the top of the government are quarreling with each other, but when you see ordinary people quarreling and fighting between themselves, you realize that this is a natural process. It doesn't happen on Maidan only, and I don't think that this ailment, this morbid situation will end. It can be solved simply because people are staying there all the time. They are watching each other and they see that they can get along sometimes. But on the other hand, they're also looking for ways of making peace with each other. How can people restrain their ambitions? How can they hide their ambitions? What is your recipe? How they can balance their ambitions with the need to stay united? You just have to always watch your reactions, watch your thoughts, and watch your behavior and how you respond to other people's actions. This is difficult to explain, but you can only see that when you have some experience of watching yourself. This is in fact a very difficult process when you think that. Of course, I'm saying some hackneyed, commonplace things, but when you look at what is happening from the outside all the time, you will always think that people are doing wrong things. You should always look at what you're doing.
I want to connect with Maliska, who was attacked by two unknown people. They were waiting for her and in front of her house, and they came in together with her, and after that one of them started to suffocate the activist of road control. And I will not repeat what he told because he was swearing. And I speak to Yehor Vorobyev, who is a speaker of that road control. Yehor, tell us about the situation. When two people met her and they started to suffocate her and threaten her, and they told this is because of her activity in the road control. What kind of activity? What did she do? We have video here. And Yehor, could you explain why did it happen? She is a journalist of our publication, and also she is a professional photo correspondent. And very often she visited different meetings, calls, participated in our work. And as I understand, she was on some video police has, which they took from a video camera of Andriy Zinza. And now everybody on that video is under attack. even not only journalists from road control, but also just people, just common people who were filmed because they are trying to collect materials against Andriy Dzinza, who is in a pre-trial institution and pre-trial prison. And that's why there is a pressure on all organization and on the journalists of our newspaper. What about Svetlana? How does she feel? How is she? She's fine, but it's a big stress for her. Did you call police? Yes. Right away we did it. And there was forensic expertise, and as a result, they will start a criminal case, criminal investigation. Thank you very much, Igor. And I would like to, we'll be in touch. And I spoke to the speaker of the road control, that initiative, and against Lviv journalist there was attack, and 2 people started to suffocate her, and we showed that. We have one more news. Today in Kiev on Institutska Street, people from Euromaidan, they walk to, they claim Kluyev to the prison together with Zakharchenko, and they walk into government quarters. And so, as we see, there are some activities outside of Maidan, and we keep a track of those events in Kiev, and we tried during the last 3 weeks, our journalists show what happens around, and there were a lot of events. Now many people ask us where we are, but you have to understand, if there is something happening, our journalists are there. If it's common streets and we preserve that energy and we use it for something different, and now we will have less of reports from them. We'll show the video how they attacked the journalists and activists of road control, traffic control, and 2 people. When? An hour and a half ago, they attacked me. You see what they did to me? They held my throat, they were beating me, they were trying to suffocate me, and then, because some people were passing by, just by chance, they ran to an apartment in our building. They are not my neighbors. Have you seen these the attackers before? No. When I was walking my dog, I noticed that two men, they were standing around. They were loafing around. What about these people, your neighbors? Some young guys, they rent an apartment in our building. I don't know them at all, because a lot of people rent apartments in our building. I don't know who they are. As you see, do you want us to call the ambulance? I will go by myself. Do you feel fine? Are you fine now? Yes. I recovered, and I will go on my own. We have connection with Svetlana. Svetlana, you are online, And could you explain what happened to you?
Значит, добрый день всем,
Good
добрый день
afternoon.
редакция, добрый день Украина. Что со мной случилось? На
What
меня
happened to me?
было нападение.
There
Буквально
was
в течение
attack against
20
me
секунд в лифте.
for 20
Вот. Не
seconds.
могу
That was
точно
an
сказать, с чем это
elevator. In the
связано,
elevator. I don't know
вот. Могу
why,
сказать, что я
but
журналист.
I am a
Я журналист.
journalist,
И могу
and
действительно сказать,
I can tell you
журналистам, к сожалению,
that
нам
journalists,
достаточно сложно.
it's very difficult to
журналиста честного.
journalists. Find
К
any
сожалению,
honest journalist, and
в нашей стране,
unfortunately in our
ну,
country
наверное, где-то проблематично. Если заниматься
it's difficult.
журналистикой, может быть, как желтая пресса,
If you are a journalist for tabloid, your life is easier. But if you are an honest journalist, that's very difficult. Look, you quoted what they told you. Is it related to your profession? Yes, because I'm a journalist. Those people who attacked you, did they tell you anything? Why they were attacking you? Because you are a journalist for traffic control?
Может, это связано с дорогами, может, это связано...
Maybe.
В общем, мне, честно говоря, я сейчас немного
Honestly,
пребываю в таком, немножко шоковом состоянии, потому что
under the effect
просто
of
действительно мне как
that
женщине, мне
attack,
как матери,
and
мне
as a
как
woman,
жене,
as a
мне
mother,
как
as a
внучке,
wife,
как дочке, мне,
and a
эта
daughter and
ситуация
granddaughter, this
стала,
situation
как-то вот, вы знаете,
is very
страшно. И впервые
heavy.
как-то я
I
задумываюсь,
have
вот,
fear now,
как же я люблю эту
and
родину
I
свою.
love my
Вот, и как я не
country,
хочу, чтобы
but I don't
на
want
моем веку вот,
in my life.
вот такое было.
I don't want it to happen in my life. I would like to live in peace. I would like to live well. And
до этого не жили все. Мы после этого жить не будем. Вот наше поколение живет сейчас, и почему нашему поколению не жить в мире. Вот, действительно.
wants
У нас нет
peace.
сейчас войны. Вот.
We don't have war.
Действительно, очень хочется.
We have some interference here, so we could not continue this interview. It's great that we spoke to you. How are you? Everything is fine. Will they continue investigation?
Ну, я думаю, да, но, к сожалению, там в течение 20 секунд невозможно было заметить никого.
For 20 seconds they were not able to identify anyone.
Такое со мной впервые, поэтому
This is
я
the first
никак не
time
ожидала.
it happened in my life, so all the best. Thank you very much. I spoke to journalist of Road Control, Svetlana Maletska, and the day, last night there was attack on her for her professional activity. Svetlana Povalyeva, who is a journalist and writer. Tell me, please. On one hand, we receive bad news. On the other hand, we see that people speak about thugs for hire and who attack journalists. We have to remind you about thugs for hire. In international, in Wikipedia, there's an explanation of who is Titushka. Those are thugs for hire, hired by authorities, by government. They attack people, they attack journalists, and now these boys in sport suits, they're called Titushka, or thugs for hire. And maybe it's a journalist who put like tags. Somebody told 300 thugs for hire near the House of Officers, but they were just common people. And one woman told, "I'm not a thug for hire. I'm just a mother of 3 children." What would you respond as a professional journalist? Could we call all people we dislike as provocators, or those who have sports suits? Could we call them thugs for hire? During these 2-3 weeks, especially during the last week, I'm watching news, and especially your Hromadske TV and some others, Svoboda, DSN, 24 channel. But now Again, under these extreme conditions, at least I see it, journalists became less optical, they are more balanced. Because at the beginning it was stupid. When somebody told that there were armed vehicles on bike graveyard, we went to the place and we found nothing. So what is the duty of journalists now? No, it's the duty of all people, is to come down, to control yourself. Control. Ilya Sorgovsky, a designer and artist from Ukraine, he wrote a message, and let's come down, let's sharpen our fork, and but it's not for using it as a weapon against someone, but for cleaning. How to come down? When you do not plunge into information, any information, when you are not guided by emotions, immediate emotions when you see something, but you just observe yourself and how those emotions come up, and you start understanding a lot, and it's easier for you to separate different streams of information, and not always it's journalists plan some to provide to give some disinformation. They are also people that have emotions, but we have to control ourselves, and we should be more responsible, because there are a lot of people, and there are people who are hysterical. There are some mothers who can become very nervous, who can grab their kids and run away from the country because they could think that we have civil war. 2 months ago, we seriously decided that we live once, and we are sick of this life. Maybe we would like to go somewhere and live in a cave. But when all of this started, I realized it's impossible to leave your country. When everything is fine, then we can go. Why? You're not the only one, because I know some of my colleagues, and they told that our generation, they had a clear message: let's get away, because we deserve a better future. And but now we understand that it's not us who should leave Ukraine, but those guys, the government and authorities should leave the country. And so. In fact, when it's difficult, you said that we are staying here. Ukrainians, some believe that we are tired of this struggle; it will never end. But under extreme conditions, Ukrainians have a rational responsibility for their own country. And for myself, there is no rational explanation of that. But I understand that something total crap happens to my country, and I cannot leave Ukraine during this time. I cannot explain this feature in Ukrainians. We also, I will say that our colleagues from Ukrainska Pravda, they're trying to find from the president Viktor Yanukovych, which mass media are invited for the interview at 12 o'clock tomorrow. The press secretary doesn't give an answer, and because we have this information that at 12 o'clock tomorrow there is a press conference of Viktor Yanukovych for Ukrainian media. Not very often a Ukrainian president invites a broad audience of journalists, and we'll keep a track of that. And I would like to make an announcement that Russian-Ukrainian relations about this treaty and everything. We will speak in 15 minutes about the topic at 12 o'clock. My colleague Mustafa Nayan will replace me, and he will join us, and we'll discuss it with Russian TV channel Dosh, and former editor-in-chief of Forbes will join us, and also some Ukrainian businessmen who know these difficult things and what these 15 billion mean and what it means for our economy, and they will speak to. We'll try to find a common language with our Russian colleagues, and they will learn to clarify as the Russian audience or Russian citizens what for, from what, why they are funded from Russian welfare fund. I will repeat to those who are not watching us. On the first pages, I don't say that negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. It was on the first pages of BBC and some other publications and media outlets, and it was clear that instead of EU agreement, Ukraine signs an agreement with Russia without any condition. And the question was what Ukraine has to give for that to Russia. We continue. Look, in this time, could we be outside of politics? Unfortunately, not. And I believe that, unfortunately, and I will speak about myself, unfortunately, because these things, I disgusted these things. And I didn't want it to, it's not interesting. It was never interesting to me. And it was always difficult for me to work on Channel 5 when it was only about politics. I was sick of that. And but unfortunately, now if we want to live the way we want, we will have to get interested in politics, in economics, history, geopolitics. Ukrainian writers, I understand that you know each other because you belong to a certain community. And did you have a meeting? Were there some initiatives between you, some other initiatives? Before this bloodshed and breakup, we read our poems and we tried to underline that art is already a phenomenon, so we don't need a message. I saw a video, and our colleagues, journalists, producers, they organized a group and they made a documentary, and maybe we'll show it to you. And young poets read poems to a policeman, and they read modern poetry to those guys. Do you think this they will get that they can get that message? No. Look at the face of our policeman. It's a torture for them to listen to poetry, because of modern poetry, not all people love in general. Not all contemporary people love it, and there are a lot of groups like hipsters and office workers, and they cannot understand that. And you read poems to policemen, but it's an audience. It's more a performance. It's not adequate. You have to understand the situation. You have to understand people you are talking to. If you want to speak to them, or you feel that it makes sense, then speak their own language. Speak in their own dimension. And if you play jazz to them, of course, they would just beat you. I would like to show it to you. We will watch one video, one documentary. It is called Before an Attack, and that was done by our colleagues, producers, TV producers. was inside, but because when you watch that from outside, it's crazy. I would like to see how some poets are reading contemporary poetry to policemen. I would like to see to watch that documentary. That was that poem when that was that documentary when they read poems to policemen. It's quite dramatic. And our last video about a Polish resident of Kiev who cannot recognize streets, and they will say now the journalists and right will leave. I would like to say bye-bye because my colleague Mustafa Nayem will have joined the project Russian TV channel Dosh, and we'll be together. We'll speak about negotiations in Moscow, and we work weekend, and we there will be an interview to Al Jazeera, and we will watch this video. It is called The Strange Man.
welcome back to our studio. We have two guests here, Vladimir Fedorin and Igor Mazepa. Mr. Fedorin is the former editor of Forbes. Mr. Mazepa is the person who sold Forbes from Loshkin from Mr. Loshkin to Mr. Kurchenko. Yes, I haven't sold it, and I don't feel ashamed. But could you specify a bit more, because many accused you of disclosing the commercial secret before the sale actually took place. I think the company itself made this announcement, so this was no longer confidential information at that point. At that point, we didn't know the exact price, but so I don't think the statement was contradicting to the normal business practices. I think, as far as I understand today, we know of some conditions under which the 15 billion US dollars were lent to Ukraine by Russia. Do you understand what happened? Well, basically, this is external management that was introduced to Ukraine. It's a partner who stepped in with their support in a critical situation, and now this partner, who's not demanding any prior actions like IMF does, in the form of reducing the budget deficit or raising tariffs, will somehow monitor the compliance with certain conditions by the Ukrainian side, which are not clear. Are these political conditions? No. It's not clear what they are, but the money is not given by Putin to Ukraine out of his own pocket, but rather from Russia's well-being fund, which finances pensions and other social benefits. So we understand that there is a technical side to the loan agreement, and there's also certainly a political aspect which we are not being told about or disclosed. So basically, this looks like partial external management of Ukrainian public finances. So could you briefly describe what is the difference between getting this money from the IMF and from Russia? The IMF is providing its loan to enable the country to use this as an opportunity to implement necessary reforms, so that in the future doesn't have to lend another loan from IMF or need external support. This relates to macro regulation. IMF was insisting on adjusting Ukraine's monetary policy, on moving to a more flexible exchange rate instead of doing away with a dollar peg. As far as Russian loans of a similar amount are concerned, we do not understand so far what conditions were put forth by Russians. So can we draw an analogy? They gave us the fish without giving us a fishing rod. Yes, this looks more like a fish than a fishing rod, but it's still not clear how we're going to use that fish. Yesterday, they mentioned issuing 15 billion by a loan by buying Ukrainian Eurobonds. Ukraine will receive 3 billion this year. The interest rate is 5%. Is it market-driven interest rate. It's according to my assessment, this is twice as little as the market yields, because the government could go to international financial markets, and they had they tried to lend similar to borrow similar loans in the international financial markets, they would have to borrow at least 12% interest rate. Ukrainian financial markets are in a pre-default state, and the current state of international financial markets are not very optimistic about the state of emerging economy. So I believe international markets are currently closed for Ukraine. As I understand, Russia can now borrow money from Europe at a cost lower than what it charged Ukraine. This has to be checked, but I don't think they are earning money on Ukraine by doing this. Of course, the cost of borrowing can sometimes be used, be played on to invest the money into other assets that will provide higher yields. Actually, I'm not sure whether the statute or the charter of the Russian well-being fund, whether the charter of the or the mandate of the Russian well-being fund allows it to invest money in this kind of assets, like Ukrainian government. It is most likely not included in the statute of the fund. So we're now connecting to our colleagues from Dozht TV channel, Rain TV channel in Moscow. Hello, Masha, can you hear us well? We can hardly hear you. If possible, could you tune up the volume a little bit? We also have a 4 to 7 second delay during live transmission. It looks it sounds like intergalactic connection. So when do we start? This is going to be fun. Okay. So let's consider that we've checked the connection. So if my understanding is right, Ukraine borrowed the money at a cheaper interest rate than what it would be charged had it tried to borrow the same money in the international financial markets. Yes, it's almost 2.5 times less. Okay, but if you go to the market with something that costs twice as little, this is called dumping. And how does it impact the cost of Ukrainian bonds as such? For Russia, this is overpaying. But if somebody is willing to overpay, how does it influence the cost of other assets? In fact, the market reacted very positively to this news. Positive if compared to other bonds that are currently circulating. The Euro bonds, which has been circulating since July this year, its yields fell from 18% to 9% overnight, and other loans also fell by 2 to 3%, and they are back at the summer level when we didn't have the crisis, when there were no tensions between Ukraine and the EU, and where EU investors had still had the impression that Ukraine was going to actually sign the agreement, the association agreement with the EU. So 18 interest rate was in the summer. No, it was after the failure to sign the agreement. In the summer, it was around 7%. So the short-term effect was very positive of the new loan, the short-term effect on the market. The analysts are now trying to review the documents and understand what exactly was signed, whether the new price for gas of 268, whether it's for the whole term of validity of the contract or for just 1 quarter. We also found out that the Eurobonds purchased by Russia have a 2-year maturity, which is a very short maturity, and also the last quarter of 2013. So basically, the 3 million that were provided by Russia are still not covering the 5.4 billion that have to be returned to Ukraine's lenders in the first quarter of 2014. This is going to be the peak amount that Ukraine has to service in its history. So once again, the yields are starting to grow now. These are the news of the last several hours. You are talking a lot to Ukrainian politicians. Do you have any idea of what we gave away to Russia in return for this money, or what we gave away, or what we planned to give away, or what was assumed to be given away, because we don't have any information about it so far. Most likely they'll be further discussing some privileged Russian Navy fleet stay conditions in the Crimea. They also agreed to building the bridge in Kerch, over the strait in Kerch, to connect Ukraine and Russia. This is a concession that Ukraine made to Russia. They were also mentioning that the consortium, that discussions about the consortium, the tripartite consortium, that trilateral consortium that will control Ukrainian gas networks, are on the agenda for further discussions. Another thing is very difficult to speculate on, but there are also news that the barriers were removed to for supplies of Russian steel products to Russia, which means that the regions which are currently seen as a stronghold of President Viktor Yanukovych will have to make their contribution to next year's budget. But the situation is such that on one hand they are taking the money to subsidize their stronghold. On the other hand, they are undermining future economic stability of that stronghold, because there are many issues that prevent us from coming up with valid economic forecast. We don't know whether it's just financial assistance similar to the one that was given to Belarus to help Lukashenko stay in power during political crisis, or this is actually an assistance which is meant to help the current president's which will make the life of the future president who will be elected in 2015 hard to Ukraine. So this is basically similar to the agreement that Timoshenko signed with Putin raising the price of natural gas. Yes. So as we know, this the money is coming from the Russian Federal National Stability Fund. What was the purpose of setting up this fund, and how do Russians react to this lending? So is it basically to show that Ukraine is still in the orbit of its influence? If Russians read the huge post by Navalny in his blog about Межгорье estate and the machinations by the presidential family, of course they would have a certain idea of how this money can be spent. But most of Russians, the ordinary Russians, as well as the so-called politicians, they are basically removed. They're basically deprived of any leverage. They are unable to influence the decision-making processes in the country. Russia, as any country with budget surplus and high profits from trade and natural resources and raw materials. In early noughties, they set up a reserve fund which allows to accumulate or sterilize certain part of raw material profits. After 2005, they created new rationale for this fund. They were saying that the country is getting old, and basically this is the fund or the foundation which is meant to accumulate money for future generations of Russians. And giving Russian demographics, the country has to be saving money for the rainy day, and basically they followed into the footsteps of Norway. This was the example that inspired them. But in early 2000s, they had much more ambitious plans than what they have now, because it becomes clear that the situation in Russian economy is much worse than what was forecasted 3 to 4 years ago. And of course, if politics in Russia was competitive, we would hear some very heated debates about whether it makes sense to invest this kind of money into Ukraine. And to overpay so much, given Ukrainian debt profile. But fortunately or unfortunately, such debates are not taking place in Russian Duma. What do you know about this this new debt that Ukraine got? What are the discounts? This was definitely not lent on market conditions. But whatever I say now, this is just whatever I can say now will be taken out of the blue, so I don't want to comment that. But imagine the money came to Ukrainian market. How they ended up in the Ukrainian market is not clear. Can it influence Ukraine's sovereign debt ratings or not? Of course, rating agencies have to understand what financing source the country will use to redeem its debt obligations. At this point, the transparency criteria of this deal are not being reviewed. But if we got money from the IMF, for instance, the IMF money is very clear, because the goal of issuing such loan is transparently declared. It's clear why they are giving the money, what they're trying to achieve, and when the money will have to be repaid, and on what conditions. This is very clear and transparent, and a deal with the IMF would, of course, serve as a much better signal to the rest of the investors if you look at it in long-term perspective, because the long-term perspective is still questionable. What will happen in long-term perspective? So the fact that they gave the money doesn't mean that it will give Ukraine better chances of getting more loans. So is it due to the quality of Ukrainian government or the quality of the money that were lent? No, this is due to the quality of Ukrainian government, because the key issue is that reforms are not being implemented. Hryvnia devaluation has not been conducted. The pension fund, the pension system has not been reformed. The budget deficit is much higher than any estimates made by analysts in early 2013. So, what will the government do once they run out of the current loan proceeds? This is still a big question mark. So we're now trying to connect to Dost channel, and we may have several second delay. So don't be surprised if they will be repeating their questions several times. So tell them that we are connected. I can now hear them. Yeah, we can hear them. Can you repeat your question, please? So our colleagues from Dost are saying that people in in Moscow and Kiev are currently trying to guess what conditions were put forth to actually provide the money. They ran a quick survey in the streets of Moscow, and what is your take on why this money was given, and on what conditions? So Igor Mazepa from talking about the economic conditions, this is a super privileged loan, and the country would never be able to raise the same money at the international financial markets or anywhere. If we talk about the 5% interest rate, we still need to get confirmation that this is the interest rate that was approved indeed. The maturity, the bonds mature in 2 years. This is usually if a country is given more than 1 billion loan, the maturity term is from 5 to 7 years, so that the country, as the borrower, can have enough time to earn the money through certain economic policies to be able to repay them later. Right now it looks like Ukraine got this the money just fell into Ukraine's laps, and the question arises: how will Ukrainian government be able to repay the money in late 2015? This is the most suspicious part of the deal. I will add also that this is not just a one-off loan or discount on gas. This is basically a credit line. And we know that money will be given in several tranches as the borrower meets certain conditions, and amendments to the effective gas agreement, as we could hear, will also be made on the quarterly basis. I told the Ukrainian audience that this can be seen as a partial external government, basically. Partial external management of Ukrainian public finances. So you would also want to hear my version of the events. I'm just a journalist. You could hear the views of our experts, but the most, I think, the most important news, I think, was already shared by RIA Novosti. This looks like an award that Ukraine got for refusing to sign the to sign the association agreement with the EU, and given that it's the maturity period is very short, it's clear that the deal is made with understanding that Yanukovych might lose the election in 2015. This is not guarantee that he will stay here as the president of Ukraine. So this is a stopgap measure. And do you have any more questions to our guests? This is a question to you. How will people meet Viktor Yanukovych in Kiev? Will he be met here as a victor, the winner, or he will be met with a punch in the face, just like Klitschko said he was ready to challenge him in the ring, or Tyagnybok said that he pawned the whole country. I think that Yanukovych has lost the respect of people in Kiev on November 30th. No matter what Yanukovych brings to Kiev, the majority of Kievans will not look at it positively. This is one thing. Another thing is that given the partially inborn, partially acquired adversity towards Yanukovych in the capital, I heard from many middle-class people that this deal struck by Yanukovych is definitely meant to help Yanukovych solve some of his personal financial problems, because for Yanukovych, for Putin, it is important to maintain this image of the person uniting Russian lands, and Yanukovych wants to remain a player in his country and in the region, because in case of default, Yanukovych would definitely not only lose his chances of getting re-elected in 2015, but he would definitely end up being removed from office. But how business will react to Yanukovych when he comes back? Will it be a punch in the face? Of course, President was able to disperse the negative expectations. There will be no default. People will still receive their salaries. The budget deficit. The problem around budget deficit will be solved for at least the coming year. So far for Russia, it's a temporary alleviation, this measure. But if we also look at the gas contract, gas will be they're still planning to procure almost 30 billion cubic meters of gas, so definitely no energy efficiency or energy saving measures are going to be implemented in the nearest future, at least in 2014, because in 2015 there's a presidential election which creates risks for 2015-2016, and there's also a big question mark how Ukraine is going to repay the loans starting in late 2015. Can you also say what is the views of oligarchs, people like Rinat Akhmetov, Pinchuk, Firtash? For these people, are the contracts that Yanukovych signed in Moscow beneficial, or did they see any benefit for them?
I think for some it will be positive. And an advantage is that Russian markets will be open for Ukrainian producers. So they are happy with this news, Ukrainian oligarchs, but for a long-term perspective, they will be interested to continue. They will be interested in the reforms, and they don't have a lot of arguments on how to influence on economic policy, and the government is not motivated to run reforms. And I have a comment. It's great that the cabinet of ministers approved the budget in one day, but just pay attention that there is a scheme of it's like the scheme of passing a budget of Buryatia. Yes, fine. Ukraine has a budget after Russian Federation decided on its own budget. I think it's a unique story when an independent country gets fit into a budget of a different country. Here's the question. There is information that Ukraine wanted to get $15 billion from International Monetary Fund, but there were conditions, reduction of expenditures and higher tariffs, and on interest rate there was a requirement. Why Ukraine likes Russian conditions than those conditions of IMF. This is not a new topic for us, and if you meet all these requirements of IMF, Ukraine in 9-12 months wouldn't need any money at all. If we meet requirements of IMF, and we will improve our payment balance, and we'll improve our budget deficit, and then we would have a more competitive economy in 6-9 months, and also would get the cheapest money in the world, because the interest rate is about 2.5%. So the difference between any price Ukraine gets money from the budget, 5% from Russia and 8% from open market, and 2.5%. That's the pay. That's because they don't have a political will to run the reforms, and so because they are closer to elections. Is it correct that if we get that money, if we got that money from IMF, then they would win. In a year, there would be improvement, and because people would feel these positive changes. So we paid a political risk for financial risk. Yes, the science doesn't know how to answer your question, because when prices grow for gas and for population, expenditures, family expenditures, so that's not a big part of the income, a household income. But if to add something popular like a corruption fight, disorder in police, etc., then even with, we would have a great growth even without IMF money. Why this government doesn't do this? It's a good question. And the answer is probably because they say that we have a bad climate for entrepreneurship and also corruption, and probably it's true, and it's very difficult to fight that. Thank you very much. I have some questions. Have you been to Maidan? Of course. Of course. In the morning, they criticized leaders of Maidan. There was Lech Walesa that told that there is no leader in the country, no political power that can get to power in Ukraine, who can collapse this government. And many people agree with that. And they are very skeptical about the future. What do you think? You are the people who are working with money. Pragmatically, what can happen? Maidan, is it Maidan of dignity and we don't need anything else? I would like you to answer the first. I told you about this yesterday, but I will repeat myself that all these events independently on results. It's clear that the president has legitimate power, and next presidential elections will be in 2015. I will not try to analyze scenarios, what happens when we have a parliamentary system or anything else. One thing is clear, the country will never be like it was a month ago, and business practices will be different, and corruption and the problem with police and public servants will disappear, and on expectations of something new and different, and on realizing that millions of people came to the streets and they told that we don't like this life anymore. We would like to have a different life. It's not because of Tymoshenko or Yanukovych. We want our society to be civic, and we would like to have a different construction. And that gives to business, to people with money, that inspires these people, and they would like to continue working here. And of course, it will not happen in one day, but the most important is that we should not have a Belarusian scenario when they don't have business with freedom. What do you think? I wouldn't take words of Lech Walesa as a dogma. Ukrainians don't need maybe IT with such a fertile soil, some people say, but I agree with Igor that probably there is, we passed the point after which it's impossible to go back, and many businessmen support Maidan, and they are leaders on Maidan, and the position of Petro Poroshenko is, we respect that, but we understand that Poroshenko and many other businessmen, they are in the situation like captive Caucasus she captive. I'll take you to the wedding house or to the court. So such protest in the center of Kiev, and it will not these protests will not disappear until a victory of one side or until there's a consensus which will be different from the previous one, because economic problems are not disappearing, and what Kremlin offers, it means conservation of not stable, not capable long-term and short-term policy, and also there is a great number of 10,000 of people who are ready to speak openly about that. They are not afraid of any bad guy from tax inspection who demands a bribe. They can hit him with a bottle. So my hope is these contradictions went too far, and the split is quite obvious, and there's a lot on the map. And this there could be very interesting political process, and I have some warnings. And yes, there is an initiative. Some people have emotions, and they are quite concrete. But where is the guarantee that that system of public service we have, and also that support of politicians in both camps, they are tied. Nobody speaks about Mr. Kluyev, and he's the one. He went to the public prosecutor and told that I'm innocent, but nobody's talking about it. So the ties. Will there be a space for emotions to turn into real life, or maybe new people will come, and maybe nothing will change, and you will say in 3 years that yes, people want it, but somehow all of that disappeared, and it's because of apathy or mentality. So where is a guarantee? Thank you. A very good question. I remember what Orange authorities did, and that disorder. Turchinov, he's there. So I don't have an illusion as to that in a day or in a month. I don't believe that something will change so fast, and corruption and the format of how they do politics and economics will stay the same for some time. But for us to change that culture, we need this push. We need this shake. And what would be the best for business? One my good friend, who is on Maidan, who is active, he's a businessman and politician. In 2009, when there was a contradiction between prosecution, security service, Ministry of Interior, when they were trying to capture each other, and there were Alpha was trying to capture Naftogaz, and so during that time, difficult time, he told, you will not believe, but for business it's a better time, because everybody's busy with a battle between themselves, police, prosecutors, and others, and also there was a balance of power. So if they press on you from one side, you go and find support somewhere else. If you don't find support in the second place, you go to the third one. Anyway, I don't have an illusion that corruption will disappear tomorrow, but from the point of view of business, and I believe that such system of balance of powers, it would be an ideal solution for this situation, at least for business, for a short time at least. Businessmen also told that wild instability, everybody was unhappy with this government, no investment climate, nobody trusts Ukraine, nobody knows what he does. Who is lying? You said that it was a good time. Yes, everybody thinks about that at time. No comment. The government, which during the first 3 years only did what they did, they criticized those who were before them, and they brought the country to the edge of existence. And Scotland became a part of British Empire because at the beginning of the 18th century they had a debt crisis, and London just bought that country. And this is that Scottish effect. It almost happened in Ukraine, or maybe even some people are trying to have it, to make it happen in Ukraine. I will repeat again. It's important that tens of thousands of people came to streets, and they are beneficiaries of future correct situation. And they are the people who are ready for a risk. They can risk their income, their health, in order to live in a normal country. Maybe I speak about banal things, but it's important. Politicians also learn. They see that how voters punish those who steal too much and who was not right, and the president who had all the chances to be in history as someone who integrated Ukraine and Europe. He has a big problem. He has a big problem with controlling the situation. So the question is, will he be re-elected? Softly speaking. So comparison between the street and the political class, it's very good. Looking at it pragmatically, we have three leaders, look, and they compete. There's no battle between, but they compete. It's clear. Also, we have a lot of time before presidential elections. And the incumbent president gets assistance from Russia. And this competition between these and these, what chance do you see? Can it happen that, like in 2004, like half a year before elections, Prime Minister Yushchenko invested lots of money and improved his rating by 8%, just because he added some money to pensions, and he got a lot of support. From the point of view business, three leaders. On one hand, there is one president and a lot of time. What can happen? Igor, are you planning to run for the president? Because Igor told something very important, that the list with this is not over with these three people, because this crisis was caused to life people who were known, but nobody took them as national leaders. I will not repeat the name of Chocolate King, but look at the mayor of Lviv. He attracted all by his correct behavior. He supported Maidan in Lviv, and he worked correctly with police. These three leaders, they should understand that also they are in a competitive situation. If they are not efficient, this is the last political cycle. That's it. What do you think? From the point of view of can Yanukovych change the situation? I looked at the draft budget. I saw it. Can you share? I see that it will be a campaign budget. Campaign budget. It will be social. They will raise salary, minimum salary also. There were some comments about this, etc. And it's clear that with such money, which came from nowhere, or everybody knows from where, but it's not based on market. They will not be used efficiently, so they will efficiently from the point of view of the campaign. Yes, it can. It will motivate growth in some industries, but for a short time it will happen. But what will happen in next year and in 2015 is a big mystery. And I don't exclude that Maidan will elect new people, will find new people, people who are clever, who will be perceived well by business. Maybe they will win, will not win in 2015, but they will be very good candidates in next presidential elections. And then there will be parliamentary elections in 2017. So I do not exclude that these new leaders will be born by Maidan. And the last question. Many people ask me, what's next? If you were, let's say you are governor on Maidan, you are Yatsenyuk or Technical, or you are advisors for them. What is a smart way out, which doesn't threaten anything? What can give a hope to people that they can continue and they could create concrete results? And the main problem, in my opinion, of Maidan is not that they don't have decisive people, or they don't have an agenda, but there is a deficit of pragmatic, constructive contents. What to do? What should I do to the country if I was a director? And leaders don't speak about that, and they use general slogans. But it's time to differentiate and to say the truth about the country and how a country can get out of this situation. We want to have success for us, for children of this country. So there is a lack of clear, short program on how to change the country, how to recharge, how restart the country, the state. That's what they use. They use this phrase on Maidan. But what is behind that phrase? It's not clear. So Maidan has a deficit of clear agenda, clear program on what to do, how to change life in the country. I have the same feeling. I compare it to 2004. There was a clear program, what Maidan wanted, and how soon that should happen. And Yushchenko was our president, and there was a clear agenda why people were coming to Maidan. But now, unfortunately, some people stand for Europe, some people stand for Tymoshenko, some for Yanukovych, some people stand for the revolution. And there are risks. There is a risk in it, because expectations we are discussing here, maybe those expectations will not be satisfied. The ideal scenario, the ideal solution for business would be if the society comes out of this situation with 2 or 3 solutions and re-elections of the parliament and the government and the president. Probably the president will have to sit on his seat in the administration of the president until his elections in 2015. It would be great if there is a coalition government, or the government which would satisfy both parties. That would be that balance of forces would be ideal. Just imagine a leader of the opposition belongs to that coalition government. This, for example, this government should resign, and a neutral government could come, and they will use everything before 1 year before elections, and especially under the situation when there is the opposition, Maidan, the government, the parliament, and a neutral figure will not be clear for us for some time without conditions. Thank you very much for the interview. Come again. It was very interesting to talk to you. Thank you. We'll continue our broadcasting. This is Hromadske TV. We have Alexander
Вибачте, будь ласка, це наслідки того, що так сталося. Добре, Олександр Палій в нас готові.
We have here Alexander Pali, who we will play a quick video about how long people are prepared to stand on Maidan. So we will now watch what's now happening at Maidan, or Independence Square in Kiev. How long have you been here? 3 days, but as we said, we will not go. We will not leave here until we win. What would amount to victory, in your opinion? A concrete result. Which result? Framing Popov is not enough with that. The result for us is to have good managers in the government, because wherever you look, there's a mess. I can feel it. I've been here for 1 week. How long are you prepared to stay here? Until the gang gives in. Will you? What if they don't give in until the next presidential election? They are still 1 year ahead. No. They will. If they don't give in, if they don't meet our demands, they just have to go. All of them, president, MPs. What do you think about the deal Yanukovych signed yesterday in Moscow? How long? We know about the deal. How long will you stay here? We will stay here until victory. What is victory for you? A full reset of the government. We need to kick out the czar of ours, because he's not doing anything to solve the problems that the country is facing. The government should be removed. They're like a gang. We came here as civil society. We're voicing our civil views here, and what is more important, why we're standing here on Euromaidan, is because we don't like what's happening currently in Crimea. They are turning our people into zombies. I have an acquaintance. I met a surgeon, a surgeon here who was brought to anti-Maidan, the pro-government Maidan, who was brought here to support the president's policies, but he has children to operate on back home. He was trying to flee, but they caught him and they brought him back to the square. How long have you been here? We've been here for 3 days. Do you think the movement is declining? No, it's not declining. We see more people coming here. More and more people are coming here. How long are you going to stay here, and what's motivating you? We will stay here until we get our way. Until we will have our way. How long are you going to stay here? Until victory. What is a victory in your opinion? What can be the victory? European choice and down with the gang. The police, they are not enforcing the law. They are enforcing the criminal code of the gang. This is the only thing I can say. Who will save Ukraine tomorrow? The slogan next to the stage read. We have Alexander Pali with us in the studio. We will be discussing what's happening on Maidan and in the country as a whole. We got two pieces of news. The president will give an interview tomorrow at 12 to media representatives. I'm also a media representative, but I don't know where I can accredit myself for the interview, where I should call, and what specific Ukrainian media are referred to in this announcement, but we're still waiting for more news. But the president's communication with the press will now be coordinated by Mr. Yuri Chmyr. This is unofficial information, and it will also be facilitated by the president. Press relations will also be facilitated by Ms. Hanna Herman, who already has a new office in the presidential administration. Anyways, this will be a live interview broadcast live by national TV channel, which means that the president no longer trusts Inter TV channel. He doesn't believe Lyovochkin, the presidential administration chief, anymore, because Lyovochkin tried to resign as the chief of his administration after the beating of the students, and he's maybe seen now as a traitor by the president. But he never resigned after all. But another piece of news is that Yulia Tymoshenko stated through her lawyer that Yanukovych sold Ukraine colluding with 9 oligarchs. This was so basically Tymoshenko is alleging that this was not his personal decision. This was done in collusion with the heads of key oligarchy clans. She's referring to some 9 people, but she's not naming names, unfortunately. Basically, the current move is about giving Ukraine away to Russia. And Ukraine is not going to be a sovereign state anymore. because of that move. Alexandra, I know that you're talking to a lot of people. Have you come across any information about the contracts that we do not know to date? Unfortunately, I do not have such information, and we also know that the contracts as such haven't been published so far, which indicates that maybe they contain some very bad things, because things that are beneficial for Ukraine wouldn't be concealed from the public. So far, we didn't see the documents. A similar thing was happening during the signing of the gas contracts in 2009 by the previous government. It took the journalists a long time to get hold of a copy of the contract. This is, of course, very bad news. There's certainly a threat to Ukrainian independence and its economic prospects, because its economic outlook. Because if we look at the current state of affairs, we can see that the countries that got discounts on the gas price from Russia, they are in fact their population is quite poor, such as Belarus, for instance, or some other former Soviet republic. And if we look at EU countries, even such poor country as Greece in the European Union, do you know what is the size of the minimum pension? 1,400 euro, and this is the country severely affected by economic crisis. They're cutting the number of their public sector employees. So what can I say here is that the people in power do not want to see a lot of well-off people. They want to have a poor population which can be taken anywhere like cattle to imitate protests or rallies. They do not want to have people with who earn their living themselves and who care about dignity, etc. This is a downward spiral what they are shoving the country into. I think that I don't think anyone knows about the conditions that were included in the contracts, except for the people that are playing with the figures. This is basically a document that divvies up national natural resources, but national assets, but nobody knows what the content of those documents is. This was basically like a striptease by the government. What happened over the last couple of days, they are showing the whole country how immoral they are, and we see them stepping up their PR efforts. Tomorrow there will be an interview by the president. He will be working with his spin doctors a lot. They will also take an effort to make some channels owned by oligarchs behave. They will be putting pressure on those channels. But do you think that Maidan is still a factor in this whole game? Does it still have an influence? Because Yanukovych will give his interview tomorrow, and then he will go on holiday for the new year, and people will just stay on Maidan, and I don't think this is what is going to happen, because Maidan is not just a square in downtown Kiev. It's a natural instinct by Ukrainians. Whenever something went wrong, Ukrainians will start building a military camp, or Zaporizhia Sich, the Cossack military camp. But this time, this Sich, Cossack Sich, was built in the center of the city, not on an island in the Dnieper. But as you can see, that Maidan emerged from the national spirit. Everything good that this nation has is either there on Maidan or is sympathizing with it or is praying for it. And of course, some people are saying that Maidan is just a geographical point on the map, or it is about activities by a number of activists. In fact, this is not true. Maidan is active people of Ukraine, and I believe that we in fact do not need very many organizers to keep such Maidan going. There are already enough organizers who can organize similar Maidans at Bankova Street next to the presidential administration or next to the cabinet of ministers. This can easily be created. This Maidan, this trend that we're currently seeing, do you think it will run until year 2015, and will it have an influence over what's going to be happening in year 2015? Yes, it will have an influence. Even if people go home, it will still have an influence, but I don't see any willingness among the activists to go home. I see that instead that they're willing to create their own civil movement similar to Solidarność in Solidarity in Poland. I think it will be created. It will work to protect people that are being arrested by the government. They will counter every individual reprisal that may take place. This idea is currently circulating among Maidan activists. I think they have a great future. Who do you think can lead this movement? The three opposition leaders and some civil society leaders. Do you seriously believe that the three opposition, that the opposition politicians currently have the legitimacy and people's trust that will enable them to unite everyone? I think they will remain. The triplet will remain, and they will also add some. They will dilute them with some civil society representatives, and they will turn it into a civil movement similar to Solidarność in Poland. This will be real people who will work as monitors during presidential elections. I think this is a great idea, and this is something that this Maidan can be transformed into. Of course, it can remain as a geographical point, as the place for people to meet and exchange ideas, but it should also be turned into a movement that will cover the whole of Ukraine. So I think our super goal now is to activate people throughout Ukraine. Even if there is 1 million of people who are united and we make a step to the left or a step to the right, this will scare the authorities to death. They will just run away on their helicopters. Do you think the opposition or anyone in the world understands what's going to be next? Nobody in this country now understands what's going to be next, even the government. The government believes that they will have their way. They are manipulating people, but Ukrainian society is not Belarusian society. With all due respect to to people of Belarus, but if you don't know what's going to happen next, you're not motivated to move forward. No, there's a lot of demotivation. People know what they stand against, and this is the feeling that permeates the whole of Ukraine. I know very many people like that, even in eastern oblast of Luhansk, who are against the current state of affairs. I think Yanukovych also has advisors who understand that and who communicate this information to him. I actually I question the intellectual level of Yanukovych's advisors, but you don't need to be very smart to understand what is going on. You just have to go to Maidan, you have to watch some media to understand what is going on. He certainly gets this information, and what do you think he thinks about it? I think he thinks about it poorly. I don't think we should even listen to what the president will be telling us tomorrow. We should disregard what he's saying. This doesn't make any sense. Everything is decided by actions, and the actions taken by this by the authorities is to destroy Ukraine and to line their pockets as if they have billions of stomachs, and as if they were to live forever. This is quite transparent, in fact, and it can easily be identified not only by not only in the so-called pro opposition regions, but also in eastern Ukraine. What do you think about the deals reached with Russia? There were speculations that if Yanukovych should sign any similar deal, Maidan would explode. There will be greater protests. Yes, that's why they are not actually telling us what they signed, in order not to provoke people's indignation. Let us now watch the video. Please, could you please play the video? And I hope that.
Так, студію чутно. Ну, насправді все, що там говорилось, це всім відомо, так? Є одна річ, яку помітили всі.
No, there's one thing that we all know what they were saying, but what is interesting to watch for here is how Putin moves his legs around. This is either a sign of him being nervous, or maybe he's in a hurry or something. Yes, he is actually being nervous, and he doesn't realize the level of risk of his actions. The risk he takes is basically giving money to a person who is absolutely discredited in his own country. But the way Putin moves his legs is actually very funny and ridiculous. I don't want to scoff him, but this is something that falls into right away. Yes, I think he understands that he is taking a huge risk on one hand. On the other hand, the stakes are high. He can win a lot, but he can also lose everything. Psychologists came up with their own interpretation of gestures by Yanukovych and Putin. This is a website of economic news website. Apart from this video where they talk to each other, the two leaders never gave a press conference. Tomorrow Yanukovych will give an interview, and there will also be a summary press conference by Putin in Moscow tomorrow. Putin's movements are very much restricted. This is according to psychologist Tatiana Podolskaya. We see that he is very tense and uptight. Yanukovych relaxed his hands only when he started talking about Shevchenko's 200th anniversary, which means that this is the only topic that doesn't make Yanukovych nervous, unlike the topics of cooperation in space industry. And as we look at Putin, we can see that he's moving his legs around a little bit, which is not typical for an official during official meetings. This indicates that Putin is being impatient. He doesn't care about what Yanukovych is saying, and he's very impatient. You can also see that Putin is holding tightly to the arm of the chair, which is an indication that he is refraining from making abrupt comments. Yanukovych is not looking Putin in the eye, but this is typical of him. There is also a point in their communication when Putin starts looking at his hand, which means that he's thoughts are somewhere else. He doesn't care about Yanukovych's viewpoint. So this is a psychologist's interpretation of what she saw. This is not our own view on things, but if you look at Yanukovych not as a president of the country, but as a human being, I think psychologically he should feel much worse than the way he did during when signing the Kharkiv agreement, etc., because he realizes that there is now Maidan, there are people who are currently leaving him. What do you think keeps him up emotionally? What helps him maintain his balance? I think as an extremely materialistic person, he is trying to look at his surroundings. He sees beautiful pine trees, beautiful buildings, and he thinks that everything is under his control. He is putting an emphasis on law enforcers, on security agencies, on demonstration of his crude force. You probably noticed that he lost some weight recently. He also looks somewhat pale. I think this is also due to all of the worries that he's been having recently due to the process happening in Ukraine. I think he made a wrong choice moving closer toward Russia, because there's certainly no mutual trust between him and Putin. He could have become respectable Eastern European a corrupt politician, but he somehow decided not to do this. He decided to win his jackpot in 2015. This is typical of authoritarian leaders. To continue with the authoritarian topic, an activist of Euromaidan was summoned to Prosecutor's General office. We just call him on Skype. Vasil, can you hear me? Please help me switch on my telephone so that I can hear Vasily.
Добре, Василь, кажіть так. Давай. Не треба хвалити ефір, дайте мені штик. Добрий вечір, Василь, ви нас чуєте? О, ми вас вже чуємо.
Good evening.
Василь?
Are you with us?
Так, я слухаю.
Yes.
Так. Я ще раз наголошую в тому, що в
Once
нас в
again,
ефірі
we
Василь
have
Молдаванин, це
Vasil
людина, яка
Moldavanidze,
організувала
who's organized
Львів,
Lviv Euromaidan. He received a warranty to the prosecution as suspect or
Наразі
as
в якості свідка мене викликали у Львівське обласне управління міліції. Цікаво, що це повістку мені вручав працівник відділу боротьби з незаконним обігом наркотиків.
from a department on illegal drug trafficking officer. And do you know what's
Ну, в
the
усному
case?
режимі мені сказали, що це справа стосовно перекриття автодоріг,
Blocking a road
яка відбулася в Гамаліївці з ніч 22 на 23 листопада.
on night from the 22nd to the 23rd of
У вас повістка
November.
ця прийшла
That warranty.
документально, чи вас подзвонили вам, як це відбулося?
Do you have a
Мені
document or they
зателефонували,
called you?
сказали,
First of all, they
що
called me.
потрібно особисто в руки мені вручити під розписку, що я
They
її
would
отримав.
to give it to me, and also I
Тобто ви
was
можете,
supposed to
наприклад,
put a
надіслати
signature.
фотографії
Could you
цієї
send a
повістки,
picture of
щоб ми
that
її показали
warranty?
просто нашим глядачам, щоб
Just
розуміли,
for us,
Вона
for our
фотографія повістки є в
audience
інтернеті, в мене на сторінці в Фейсбуці
see.
і на
Go to
сторінці
my
Євромайдану
Facebook.
Львівського в Фейсбуці. Можете її знайти там
Все
швидше.
знайдемо, добре. Скажіть, будь ласка, а яку
Tell me,
роль ви грали
please,
в
what
цих
was your
подіях?
role
Чи
in those
організовували це перекриття доріг?
events? Did you
Якщо ви не
organize
хочете,
that
можете не відповідати,
blocking of the road?
посилаючись
If you,
на 3 статті
there is no need to
Я
answer if you don't
поясню
want to.
ситуацію.
I would like to
Тобто
explain.
ніч закінчився 26 листопада.
On the 26th of November, we sent buses with students from Lviv to Kiev,
І один з наших автобусів
and
був
one of the
затриманий
buses was
поблизу
arrested
Львова
not
в
far from
селищі
Lviv
Гамаліївка,
in Hromadske village.
де з нього працівниками
And,
Державтоінспекції
road
було знято
police
номерний знак
took a
задній,
number plate
після чого
from that bus,
куди їхати.
and then that bus could
Заїздці
not
перекрили рух,
go, and they stopped.
почали зупиняти інший
They
транспорт,
closed
який
the
їхав.
road. They
І зараз вони
stopped other
інкримінують те,
cars.
що люди,
Now
які
they
були в тому
incriminate
автобусі,
the
вийшли
people
із
who were in the bus. They say that those people blocked the road, blocked the highway. Other people, have they arrested anyone?
Затриманих
No.
нема, наразі нас викликають як свідків, і
They
одного
invite
з
us
таких
as
людей,
witnesses.
це Андрій
And
Шевців, його вже
Andrei
перевели в
Shevtsev,
статус підозрюваного.
he has a status of a suspect.
Він зараз має підписку про невиїзд зі
And
Львова.
he signed that he is not supposed that he will not leave from Lviv.
Викликаний на допит?
Anybody else was invited for interrogation?
Наразі це є Андрій. Ми є
Anдрій,
організаторами,
myself, because we are
фігуруємо, а
co-organizers.
з інших людей вони викликають людей, ну, тобто дівчаток переважно, які
Call
взагалі
others,
відношення до
especially
того інциденту не мають, які тоді були або в медичній службі, ніч у нас на
Who have
Майдані,
nothing to do
або
with
на
that.
кухні
They
працювали.
were working on
І
Maidan
їх
on
теж
that night
викликають,
in the kitchen
їх
or
допитують в такому
as
неформальному
nurses. So they
спілкуванні, просять
invite
здати
them
хоч когось,
for
питаються, чи знають вони мене, що вони про мене можуть розказати.
interview, and they are trying to
І,
collect
власне,
information
сьогодні
about
вже
me
мені
and
вручили
about my
повістку,
colleagues.
тобто
And
я буду
today
їхати
I
зараз
received
туди
a
з
notification
адвокатом і будемо
to come to
бачити,
the
як надалі буде
prosecution to that
Добре, Василь,
department
давайте
and
зробимо
with
так.
my
Як тільки ви
lawyer and we'll
вийдете
see how
з
it happens.
допиту,
As soon as
передзвоніть нам,
you are
будь
done with
ласка,
the
або
interrogation,
зв'яжіться
give us a
нам
call,
будь-яким чином,
please,
щоб ми просто знали, були в курсі.
for
І
us
коли ви йдете,
to
ви зараз
have
прямо йдете?
information about that.
От
Are
я
you
зараз приїхав до
on
адвоката, ми з ним складемо угоду і
your
їдемо
way?
туди.
I now have a meeting with my lawyer. I'll sign a contract with my lawyer and then we'll go to that office.
Вибачте, такі випадки бувають, що
If
вас там затримують,
anything
будь ласка,
happens, if
дайте
they
нам телефон,
arrest you,
контакт
give us
адвоката, щоб могли зв'язатися
a phone number of
і
your lawyer
просто
for us
повідомити
to
людям,
be
що
in touch
відбувається
with
з
you
вами. Добре?
and for us to
На
know
цей
what
телефон
is
можна
happening to
скинути
you.
смс?
Так, на цей
Can I
номер
send
телефону скидайте
SMS?
всі контакти.
Yes, please.
Добре, я вам зателефоную на нього.
I will
Все,
send
тримайтеся,
his
будемо
phone
чекати від вас
number
новин.
by
Дякую, нагадаю,
SMS.
це
We'll
був
wait
Василь
for news
Молдаван,
from
який
you, Vasil
організовував
Moldovan, who organized the
Євромайдан,
Lviv
і його,
Euromaidan,
викликали
and he
зараз
was
до
called
по
to
справі,
interrogation
про,
on the
перекриття доріг.
case.
Нам
The
кажуть,
case is
що в
around
Івано-Франківській
blocking the highway. In
Калуш
Ivano-Frankivsk
викликали ще 3 людей.
region from Kalish, they called 3 people, and Oleg Savka, Viktor Velichkovsky, and Volodymyr Kushnik, who just returned from Kiev. They received a notification for the 20th, the day after tomorrow, to participate in the interrogation. Number, and it's not clear on what. It's an interesting story. When you receive a notification very often, there's no number on it. They only during an interrogation, for example, I found out what it was about, and about these 4 suspects, Popov, Koryak, Sivkovich, and please show that notification.
Ну, вам зараз покажуть повістку. Питання до вас.
Show that summons.
Зараз кажуть, що
The question to you.
відбувається,
What
така відлига,
this situation is like a fall, and this is just a calm weather before a storm, and then there will be a cleansing of activists, journalists, and those are the most active who organized all of this. Is it true or not? I'm sure this is what we'll have in the country. You know, what is the risk of this government? They can lose a chance to drink huge resources from this country. They enjoy it. And to suck this everything from a country, this is the sense of their life. They are ready to do anything for that. What's if they start cleansing, they have to arrest people, they have to put just for prevention, They will do it for prevention, and then next they start a case, and someone else will think 10 times before they participate. And also, they will use mass media, and how efficient that is. Ukrainians were under such attacks for centuries, but somehow we survived. So I believe that in Europe, such repressions like in 1937, it cannot happen in Europe. But in your opinion, they will start with politicians, or will they start with activists? With activists. Why? Because politicians are MPs. You have to cancel their immunity. And the situation in the parliament is not clear. That's why they will beat activists. Do politicians understand, MPs especially, that it depends on them whether these people are protected or not? I don't know. I try to convince them we need something like a solidarity movement, and who will protect all the people. And I tell them about this, and what's their response? We don't have that movement yet. So they're waiting for arrests, right? No. I don't know what they're waiting for, but it seems to me that they understand that Maidan somehow should be directed, should move on, should be dynamic, and should be ready for fights in the future, not those fights which are in the past. And there was a protest in front of Security Service office, where Council of Defense and Security and Office of Kluyev, Andrei Kluyev says there, and many people believe that he gave the order to murderously beat students. Why the prosecution doesn't use this or his name? Opposition had very good contacts with them, so they don't want to break relations with them. He was in good contacts with the opposition. He has very good contacts with all, but this is a fact. First of all, because of the position. If Sivkovich is a deputy, and two people mentioned his name among those who were interviewed, so the question is why the prosecution doesn't believe that. And on Skype we have Taras Shuli. He's a director of a museum of Territory of Terror, who received summons, and he's an activist from the Maidan. And Taras, are you with us? Yes. Tell me please, Taras, first of all, how did you receive that summons? I was called last night.
Я вас дуже прошу, я не чую. Ну, якби тільки Наталка, то було б чутно, а ви ж всі говорите. Дякую. Вибачте, Тарасе, скажіть, будь ласка, тобто ви отримали це поштою чи як?
So you received that by mail?
Ні, мені зателефонували на
I was
мобільний,
called
ставилися працівниками СБУ і сказали, що в них для мене є повістка. Ось, я запитався стосовно кого ця повістка, і вони сказали, що це є вам. Я не зрозумів, тобто, якби мені було дивно, що це може бути за повістка. Мене повідомили, що відкрито кримінальне провадження у справі виступу на Євромайдані у Львові 8 грудня увечері. Ось, ну, я якби переговорив з своїм адвокатом, запросив його, і ми зустрілися того дня увечері з представником СБУ, він нам передав цю повістку, і на наступний день, 9 година ранку, я мав з'явитися на допит у слідчий відділ прокуратури
prosecution in Lviv. So Security Service gave you that essence, but the criminal case was initiated by prosecution. Did you receive an explanation from your lawyer why that happens?
Створені певні оперативні групи на місцях, в які входять представники СБУ, прокуратури і МВС, я так орієнтуюся. І, власне, ці оперативні групи є для того, щоб займатися такого роду справами.
deal with
Для мене
such
це є дивно,
cases.
тому що я
So
ніколи не
it's
мав
surprising to
жодного
me
стосунку
because I
ні
never
з
had
прокуратурою, ні з СБУ.
I had nothing to do
І
with
це якось так трохи
security
виглядало
service or
насправді,
prosecution,
що
and it looks like
офіцер СБУ носить
an
повістки,
officer of
поки документи.
security service was delivering summons.
Скажіть, будь ласка, Тарасе, все ж
Always,
таки,
there is always something. Everything
ви
is
були
first time in life.
організатором,
You were
ви були
an organizer.
учасником
You
цього
were a
Майдану.
participant of that
Чи
Maidan.
як взагалі вони могли на вас вийти, на ваше
How could they find you? How could they
Ну,
find
я
your
не
name?
був
I was
ні організатором, ні
I
учасником
was neither an
Євромайдану. Я,
organizable
скажімо так,
participant.
приймав участь
I
у цьому
participated in
вічі, яке було в неділю
that,
ввечері. Я зовсім випадково там проходив, і
rally.
десь у мене виникло
I
бажання
was
виступити, так як там
by,
люди
and then
різні
I,
виступають
because
на сцені,
different
сказати,
people spoke
скажімо,
on the
кілька
stage,
слів
and I
про ту
wanted to
ситуацію,
say
яка є в
some words
країні,
about the
і про
situation in the
якби моє
country.
бачення власне
And
виходу з
my
цієї
personal
кризи.
view, how to
Ось, і
get
я
out of
вийшов
the
на сцену,
crisis.
просто
So
була
I
така
came
змога
up to the
звернутися до
stage
людей
and I
з
spoke
власними
to people
думками,
with my
але як
thoughts.
жодних якихось таких
But
речей, які мені
anything
інкримінують, бо мені
which
саме
they
інкримінують
incriminate because
розпалювання
they
міжнаціональної
told me
та расової ворожнечі.
that I instigate racial
Я
hatred.
йшов як свідок,
I
тобто
was
на
like a
допит, і
witness. I
наразі
was
я
invited
не
as a
знаю,
witness
наскільки мій
to
статус
interrogation.
змінився
And
від
I don't
того
know
часу, тому
whether
що
they
ми
changed my
провели
status
кілька годин
from
на
that time
допиті,
because there was
давали
an interview lasted for
пояснення,
several hours,
свідчення.
and
В принципі,
I
все
gave
нормально,
witnesses,
в них
everything
до
is
мене
fine.
немає
They
якихось
had
таких дуже запитань, я би так сказав,
they
але
had not,
ось
they
саме
didn't have any
формулювання є
question.
дивне, розпалювання міжнаціональної та расової ворожнечі,
And about
причому, що я
racial
взагалі таких
hatred,
речей не говорив, і вони про це
instigation.
прекрасно знають.
That's what they incriminate.
Ні, я
And,
не сказав, я...
Добре, ну я не знаю, просто я просто думаю про що.
Ні,
мова.
насправді мені не подобається, і
fact,
ніколи не використовую
I
таких
don't use
там, як москаль, чи щось в цьому роді, тим більше в мене є
terminology like
така робота, я
москаль,
директор
and
музею
I'm
території
director of
терору,
museum
я
of
дуже
territory
прекрасно
of terror, and I understand
розуміюся в цих термінах,
what
тому я якби їх
words
ніколи не вживав.
mean. I would never use that
Дякую вам,
such a
Тарасе. Це
term.
Тарас Чолій.
Thank you
Якщо
very
у вас
much,
буде
Taras
якась
Choli. If you
інформація
have
або
any information
додатково вам
or
буде відомо, будь
additional,
ласка, залиште
something else,
у
please
себе наші контакти, щоб ваш адвокат або ви самі з нами зв'язались. Якщо щось трапиться, ми завжди зможемо
ask your lawyer to
вас
call us, and
Ви чули
or if you
таку,
want to speak,
те, що відбувається?
we'll be able to connect you. Do you see what happens? Is it a beginning of that cleansing? Yes. It's a beginning. And you know, because of Maidan and anti-Maidan, and we have such a thing. De facto, our society has a right to have a meeting anywhere and at any time. So the freedom of assembly that was trying to limit for us, we act according to the principles of our constitution. This is something which Maidan stood for and guarded. And this is the principle of the Constitution. People have a right for peaceful assembly, and they have the right to express their thoughts. And now they're trying to press on potential activists and to threaten them, and they're trying to do it. They're focused, and they could get under international sanctions. Let me imagine that I'm your opponent. Just imagine that I represent the government of the Baltic region. I have a question. Here's the situation in the country. Police, and can they investigate? And maybe there is an external enemy. Maybe there is there are plots to have a coup d'etat or anything. In the framework of such an investigation, can it be used as threatened? They should investigate, but they should investigate why in our country sovereign rights of why they were given to a foreign country. Can you imagine? Sovereign rights of the country were given to a foreign country. So all these structures are under control of the foreign country in our country. A lot of agents in the country. And for me, as a journalist, you remember McCain spoke on Maidan, and on the first day the head of Sejm of Lithuania came. There was a big scandal in Lithuania because they thought that she interfered into the life and into the affairs of Ukraine. Now there was a vaccinale of democracy when Ashton was walking around with Yatsuk, and but state structures in our country, they are under control of a foreign state, and that was done consciously, and starting with the Ministry of Education and up down to law enforcement bodies. People who run those countries, they have nothing to do Ukraine. They just harm Ukraine, and they prepare to beat Ukrainian people, to kill Ukraine. How do you like this future? Okay, how? Just imagine that you are the chairman of a security service, or you are Kluyev, Andrei Kluyev. How to run an investigation, and also for that not to look like a repression or threaten? How? We should start with the biggest crimes. The biggest crime is in economic field, that they took away from our country. This regime took everything. They organized Euro 2012. They paid 100 billion hryvnia. Now they beg around and they sell strategic enterprises, and those people who waste money, they sell what is necessary. This is what we have. This is a crime. They must be responsible for this. What the government does to the country, and all of that is under. They say they care about our people very much. It's awful, and the police does something wrong. I know that. I was informed by my colleague. Svetlana Rizuk, she was invited to prosecution for interrogation. Please call Svetlana Zalishuk, and she was invited to the prosecution, and we will try to get to connect with her. Maybe she can come on Skype. And it was known because during my interrogation they told me, who can know that decision on the 29th there was a decision to close Maidan and to stop Maidan, and the civic activists decided to stop Maidan. And then we found out from where they had that person, because among us there was a person who was implanted. I don't know how to call that, but who gave us a stage, and leader from Rus party, as we found out. And 3 hours before they broke up Maidan, he left and took all equipment, and he informed, Zivkovich spoke. So they had a plot, and you announced that announced a breakup, and you come and we take everything. So Svetlana will be interviewed tomorrow, as I understand, and she will take a lawyer. Because I went without a lawyer. Maybe it was a mistake, but anyway, they ask not only about those events on that night from 29 to 30, but they start from the 21st when the protest began. What, in your opinion, is it possible, first of all, if they start with activists, when we come to politicians, and when they come to journalists, and will they reach journalists? Because as a journalist, I'm interested, and many of my colleagues are watching this program, and they don't have any brake system. The only thing which can hold them back is fear. They think they got very good roof from Moscow, and there is no reason for them to be afraid of anyone. But they are afraid also of Moscow. Are you afraid that they will invite you to the press? Of course, I am afraid. Did they invite you for an interview? No. Did you play any role? Yeah, I talk too much, maybe. Maybe that will be a reason for them, but you have not participated in the coordination of this movement in meetings and councils and boards. Yes, I participated in some meetings and in public, big meetings. Yes, as I understand, all representatives, all people who participated, who were in those coordination boards, they can be invited. Because their names are not. So wait for a notification and give us a call. Let's continue. In your opinion, a feeling coming out from the feeling what is happening, this civic society and political system we have on Maidan, is it able to protect itself from repressions? In the way they are, not now. We need a big, huge people's movement, because police, security service, prosecution, they don't have a lot of them, and And in prosecution and the security service, those people are just have files, but realistically they have no influence on anything. And that's the same about the judicial system. They look like scaring, but if they face the society, it's nothing. So the only message should be the society should become stronger. The society should get into its power, and the society should understand that they are the most important in this country. I'm told that Mr. Chmer, whom we reached, and he told that he cannot help us with accreditation, but we know that Channel 112 also did not get accreditation, and TV Channel Ukraine and 11 more journalists will be tomorrow. We don't know names of those journalists who were allowed to come to the speech of the president. Let's make Darka Chepak, who's a press secretary of the president. If she gives information online, you can help us. Also, I would like to remind you can help Hromadske TV, which will show that people are summoned for interrogation, and we have a little button and help the project, and you press and you can transfer money. That money will be on our account, and we report transparently how we spend that money, and every quarter we will inform. In internet, you will see who and who spends and for what, and you can enjoy our Hromadske TV online. Continuing about repressions, you remember? I was the first to put a flag on the Christmas tree. That's a very interesting story. That was on the 21st of November. I would like, please show our guest. He is the one who, on the 21st of November, while people were on Maidan, while Udar was bringing the stage, Alexander came and he told, "I have a flag of EU. Let's put it on the Christmas tree." I hope that nobody will be after me for these words. And I told, let us film it. And I saw the flag later on the Christmas tree. Thank you very much, because he was the first to decorate the Christmas tree we have on Maidan. The question to you, in your opinion, a great banner with Yulia Tymoshenko on that Christmas tree, is it plus or minus, or what should be done? Or minus, but we shouldn't do anything. You see, Tymoshenko and our politicians, many of them, they have great responsibility for these events. So, in fact, they supported it, and I wrote about that a lot since 2004, even 2002, that they should not behave like that. But they continued that behavior. They are destructive, and Baba Paraska was smarter. Already Paraska was smarter than many politicians. We'll continue this topic with a banner of Tymoshenko. We have Svetlana Zalishuk online and on phone line. Svetlana, do you hear us? Are you with us? Speak louder.
Добре, тепер нормально. Світлана працює в центрі ЄЙ, вона є одним з активістів.
She is one of the activists of civic activists who was from the first day of Maidan. I know that you were called to security service. I knew about that, to the prosecution. And is there? Did they inform you the reason? They called me around 3 o'clock. They used my phone, mobile phone number, and they gave me a mobile phone of the senior investigator in the general prosecution, and they asked me to call that number, to come and to be a witness in the case on Maidan since up to November 29. Investigator Pivovarenko is his name? No, a different name. Basov, I think, because I was interviewed by Pivovarenko, and he was interested. And he wanted to invite you for an interview. During an interview, did they ask you if a decision was approved on the 29th for Maidan to stop? Because Sivkovich says that Maidan was supposed to be dismissed on the 29th. Anybody made such a decision? To answer the question whether there was such a decision, I should answer the question who was supposed to take such a decision. Opposition representatives or people who were on the stage. The situation was people were on the Independence Square on Maidan. They came from regions, and so there was no such a format to approve or disapprove any decision. That it was people were self-organized, and it was a voluntary initiative. People came to Euromaidan to stand against, protest the decision on Vilnius. So, in principle, nobody could approve such a decision. So, we'll take your lawyer. Yes. Yes, I would like to go with a lawyer for him to be present. And the last question. Are you afraid? No, not at all. I didn't do anything illegal as a person, as a journalist, as an activist. I was on Euromaidan to support European integration. Why should I be afraid? We didn't do anything illegal. We helped this country to realize a strategic course and to join association with EU. Thank you very much. We had Svetlana Zalishchuk, and I am enchanted by women on Maidan and on girls. They are the best people in Ukraine. In addition to that, I would like to say that, who is afraid the most? This government, these authorities, they are working against Ukraine. They are afraid the most. They are in environment, they are under the siege, and they understand what that means, and they are afraid more than anybody else. And it's a pity that the government, they went to prayers, and they have nothing to do with that. They invited priests. They had nothing to do with the religion. I live here for many years. I understand the importance of that issue. So, Pharisees, this as a phenomenon, it will cause something. And Pharisees, this is not good, and it will have effect on them. You spoke about women, but there are a lot of students who are not protected, and they have more risks because journalists can lose a job and can find a different job. But if they kick out students from their universities, that's a big problem. So they will use at least a year from their life. Oh, I don't say what can happen afterwards. In your opinion, how they can protect students, or can students protect themselves? Students should be protected like all the rest of the citizens. And honestly, a lot of people, a lot of students on contracts, and universities are not interested to kick them out. They have more problems with those who are paid from the state budget. But there is no other way. There is in Poland, in Warsaw. I saw about Warsaw protest, and there were composers, poets. When it's the issue of survival of a country, nobody thinks about his position. Well, student or no students, I think our Ukrainians have a correct reflex, Cossacks reflex, and I'm sure that we will overcome this. Alexander, thank you very much, and Alexander Palii, He is an expert, political scientist and economist. I give comments on economic issues, but it's not my profession. He's the one who started to decorate that Christmas tree. I am a witness. He was the first there to put the flag of EU on that Christmas tree. Thank you very much, and we'll show us a video we produced. It's about Ruslana, who was also invited to interrogation to prosecution, and on that case, like Svetlana and myself, and watched this video, and we have a very interesting guest, Ivshana, and she's an editor-in-chief of Dan newspaper, and we'll have a very interesting conversation.
Roma. We came here to give our presents to Europeans on the eve of Christmas and New Year celebrations. We came here to say that our hearts belong in Europe, that we are going towards Europe, and we hope that Ukraine one day will be a part of Europe. I was saying tonight that what's happening on Maidan now is not only the history of Ukraine. We're not only making the history of Ukraine, we're making the history of Europe. It will also affect the history of Europe. Hello, we're very happy to see you. Thank you very much for bringing us sweets. We came here to ask you to accept us as a European country. Thank you very much. We brought you these nice presents. This is from the bottom of Ukraine's heart. We have here sweets and fruit and a warm sock to keep you warm in the winter. And this is a letter from me as a volunteer, signed by other volunteers on Maidan, where we state that we want to get EU membership promise from Europe in the association agreement with the EU. Андрей. We also think that our viewers' opinion is very important. We understand that something has to be changed in the format in the format that we broadcast, because this endless marathon cannot last forever. In fact, this format is in line with the current events. I think you benefited a lot from using this particular format, but at certain point you need to start creating your own space. You need to start realizing where you need to put emphasis. But actually, I'm addressing this question to our viewers, because your thoughts are very important to us. Your advice will be highly appreciated. I hear many views on that. Some people are very critical. Others say that this format is great. But yeah, I think we should listen to all views, but pluralism is important. And before Maidan, I was very critical about the pluralism in our media when journalists invited people from all political camps, and everyone was talking at the same time. But I think what the media should do is to ensure that there is a fight between the good and the best, and not between the ghouls from different sectors. I remember this TV program of the freedom of speech on ICTV. I don't remember whether it was 2004 or 2005. One program was devoted to the east and west divide in Ukraine, between the western Ukraine and eastern Ukraine, and they couldn't thought about what can be done to this, because this is a civilizational divide or a worldview divide, but sometimes the exact border moves a little bit to the west or a little bit to the east. But what do we do about it? I can't find an answer. We meet a lot of people from south and east of Ukraine. I think we need to come up with an appropriate formula which would let us avoid sticking to those memes and stereotypes. I'm not saying that this is all completely irrational, but it's just that the reality is different. The time that has gone since Ukraine gained its independence was not used to evenly disinfect the country from the Soviet ideology. Some regions were not freed from that grasp, and there are views voiced sometimes that so if they're such, let them be this way, and let's just leave them alone and go our own way. But this doesn't work like that. When I studied in Donetsk in my university, I came back to Donetsk recently, and I saw Donetsk. This was back when Kuchma was president and Yanukovych was prime minister of Ukraine for the first time, and I remember seeing Donetsk in early 2000s, and people were very reticent. I was taking a taxi, and people didn't want to talk, and I had to discuss my lecture, giving a lecture to university and in my alma mater in Donetsk with the oblast highest authorities. There are such regions, such enclaves in Ukraine, which are still kept in such a state. Basically, this is like feudalism. People are basically going to work at their factories, and they don't see what's going on around them. I was sort of trying to find various ideas about how this country can be modernized. When I was in Tokyo, I met step brother of Irina Hakamada, the Russian politician, and he's teaching at Tokyo University, and he visited Ukraine many times, and I also wanted to learn his view on when he thinks Ukraine can get modernized. He said it will get modernized once the feudalism in Ukraine matures, once people realize that it's not only you who depend on your employer, but also your employer who depends on you. So these particular parts of Ukraine basically doesn't have this mature feudalism. People are linked to the workplace and they depend on it totally. There's no media space in those regions. Many other things that provide for a full life are also absent. All of our leaders have been materialistic, starting with Kuchma, who was saying that economy should be always ahead of politics. But I believe that the country can be modernized. However, our politicians are always trying to play on social tensions, on social and political tensions. Olga Gerasimyuk was saying that love to Ukraine has been a bad business throughout the years of independence, whereas hate of Ukraine and the schism, the secession of certain regions, this was very well paid for. This is very well sponsored. Basically, what is now happening in terms of the divide is the final scene in the play, whereas a lot of preparatory work has been done. But nevertheless, Euromaidan has showed what we have achieved over these years. How many forward-looking people we have in Ukraine. Lech Walesa was talking about Ukrainian situation, and we often compare the events in Ukraine to solidarity movement in Poland and the Polish uprising. How many times they lost in Poland before they had their way, and I think we should have more discussions about that. I think our public and our journalists should be better educated about that. We would like to initiate some kind of discussion, this kind of discussion, because we understand that Maidan is not eternal, is not there for good, and it is important to realize where the country is going. We need to come up with some strategy for the next 10 to 20 years, because the country's strategy has never been discussed in 20 years. Like, for instance, the language issue. This is not realistic to govern this issue by passing a law. This is not going to solve to address it properly. We understand that there is a total misunderstanding now. Yes, politicians have been segregating certain communities in unlike South Africa, and this was raised a lot recently because of the death of Nelson Mandela. We have certain regional segregation, not racial segregation in Ukraine. Some regions are very isolated, and people don't know what people are interested in those regions. There are also a lot of myths about Western Ukraine, and I'm sometimes ask my friend from Odessa, have you ever traveled to Western Ukraine? And imagine they never left Odessa Oblast in their life. So of course, some information is available, but it is not enough. There are no nationwide workshops where people can exchange their views and learn more about each other. I think there's a part of the society that has been through that schooling, who are more emotional about what is happening. And when people are asking why Maidan community doesn't have some clear political allegiances, maybe because they are currently in the pipeline, they are being formed. The other day I met with young activists who some of whom brought a lot of people to Maidan, others who provide legal advice, and they're saying that we have that feeling that there is this barbell in front of us which we cannot lift, and the question still remains: will they be able to become different from us, from people who are currently in Ukrainian politics? I want them to be different. I want this this vital, this vivid part of Ukrainian society to continue growing and expanding its influence on the Ukrainian policy. We will now have an interview in Skype with Mr. Skyluk, an activist of Euromaidan, an activist of Euromaidan was summoned to Prosecutor's General office to be interrogated. We received some news today that Kalush City Council is about to pass a decision about Yanukovych's portraits that were burnt in Kalush. Somebody burned Yanukovych's portrait in Kalush next to Ivan Shuhevich monument. So we have Igor Skalka with us. Please tell us what's happening in your region. We are seeing some very strange activities. Activists are being called for interrogation. Nobody's telling them what articles of criminal or administrative code they have violated and what charges are pressed against them. This is a very interesting thing. One activist was, for instance, a travel ban was issued to one activist, and they were trying to put a bracelet on her, basically to put her under home arrest for carrying upside down portraits of Yanukovych. We were summoned to the prosecutor's office in Kalush, in western Ukraine. The deputies, the city MPs have asked the Ministry of Interior for explanations. We don't know who burned the portrait, but so far they're not telling us why they are inviting us for interrogation. So far, we still have the status of witnesses. So they didn't call you what kind of charges they're pressing against you. No. I heard that a decision was passed about unconstitutional actions of riot police against Euromaidan, participants, and the city council passed a decision that no Yanukovych portraits should be used, should be hung in public places. And then there was the news that somebody burned Yanukovych's portraits. We found Yanukovych's portrait, and which was thrown away by someone. It was lying there in the street, and we said that it's a wrong thing to just throw portraits away. We should probably just burn the portraits so that people don't do any provocations. We just said that if people are throwing those portraits away, maybe we should just burn them so that there are no provocations. What are law enforcers telling you? Kalush is a small town. Everyone knows everybody else. Privately, law enforcers are saying that we didn't want to press any charges against you, but then they came from Kiev and told us it's either you or us. So this is the kind of situation we have here. Who came from Kiev? Did they tell you? I had some information that Prosecutor General Pshonka was in Volyn and in Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast. He was holding meetings with local prosecutors. He issued warnings to some of them, and he said that all such cases should be subject to criminal investigation. What will be your actions? What action will you take should a court of law decide to take you into custody or press some charges against you, be it criminal or but I don't think they can press criminal charges against you because burning the president's portrait. There's no an article like that in the criminal case. We will be trying to prove our innocence because we don't see any element of crime in what we have done. We will continue advocating our innocence in courts of higher instance, and we will even go to European Court of Human Rights if need be. Was Volodymyr Kushlik did they let Volodymyr Kushlik go free after the interrogation? He is a student from Ukrainian Spiritual Seminary, and he didn't go to the prosecutor's office. No, we were all four of us were invited to the prosecutor's to the office on Friday for interrogation. Myself and 3 other activists. We need to come there at 2:00 p.m. on Friday as witnesses to a criminal investigation. I would like to ask my colleagues to be to speak softer because I understand that we have an open space here, but the noise prevents us from hearing what people are telling us on Skype. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Larissa, we see how absurd the situation is and what is now happening in Lutsk. Yesterday, for instance, they issued a travel ban on an activist in Lutsk, and they wanted to put a bracelet on her so that to monitor her movements, and she was banned from going to Euromaidan. The fact that the law enforcers who beat up students have never been charged actually leads to the situation where the government is trying to turn tables and they're starting prosecuting civil activists. Sometimes political leaders also do not account for what they are announcing from the state, because during the first Euromaidan, Alexander Turchinov was asking people to go picket government buildings, and the consequences, the implications of such calls were actually not quite clear. Definitely, riot police was used to intimidate people. If actually riot police used force against peaceful student demonstrators to intimidate them, this should definitely be investigated. If this is not the case, and if what they're actually doing is manipulating public opinion. Also, the information that we heard about Deputy Head of Security Council, Mr. Sivkovich, colliding with the Kiev's city administration chief to initiate the crackdown. This is kind of silly, but if the order was made by the minister or was not made by the minister, then you can on one hand charge him with issuing a malign order or of his official neglect, because if somebody gave an order to riot police avoiding the Minister of Interior. Actually, in Ukraine, the head of the Security Council can give orders to riot police. Yes, but the fact that it is not clear who actually gave the order it means that there are some forces at play in Ukraine who are not reporting to the public. We should at least know who has the power to give such orders. I think the proper way of handling the situation would have been calling a meeting of the State Security Council, and the State Security Council is chaired by the President, so he should have done that. Yes, tomorrow there will be a press conference by the President, but he only invites his favorite questions. He's not inviting us, but I can address the president's favorite journalists, asking them to ask the questions that we want to hear answers. What answers we would like to hear from him. So the question is, who gave orders to Berkut, the Special Riot Police Forces, and who has to be held accountable? Also, if some people exceeded their authority, this should somehow be made clear. And the question, it begs the question then whether the Ministry of Interior has to bear certain responsibility for not taking control of the situation and letting other people give orders to his staff. I'm quoting a Facebook message by Ukrainian journalist Sergei Leshenko. Can you show Sergei's Facebook page on the screen? They're talking about clones of Ukrainian riot police officers on Facebook who are currently learning that's Crimean backers learning how to use Photoshop. You see they added a picture of Vitaly Klitschko with a bleeding face, and the Ukrainian journalist is saying, I wish I could see this scene of Ukrainian riot police fighting Klitschko one-on-one. They, of course, these people can crack whatever jokes they like on social networks, but these are serious issues, and President should definitely give answers to those questions that we have. Mr. Chechetov was saying during his interview that if demonstrators came to the White House with President Obama, is based. The police would definitely disperse the crowd, but I would say if riot police would come up with a Photoshop like that, they're not just some internet jokers. They are law enforcement staff. So shouldn't they be dismissed from their job? Unfortunately, they will definitely now focus on chasing activists instead of answering the most urgent questions that are there. But if they keep on not answering our question, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be asking them again and again and again. The thing is that the riot police is also financed with the taxes that we pay. Yes. Uh, Absolutely. If you don't make them accountable, you will get a totally unaccountable evil force, basically. Yes, and I think we should hold everyone accountable, the president and the head of the State Security Council. Right, but the mess we're currently seeing is not something that happened overnight. This is the mess that have been building up for for the past 15 years, maybe for the past 20 years. So, well, I'm not sure about the first president of Ukraine because he was only in power for one term for only 4 years, and he wasn't involved in creating those anti-rules. In 1994, we in fact had the last free elections without too much money involved, without the use of administrative resource, the machine politics. After that, it all started to deteriorate, and this is exactly what we have now, a total ruin of our social infrastructures, of our economy. And it all started with Mr. Kuchma when he took office, and it was funny to see Mr. Kuchma giving advice to President Yanukovych during the meeting of the four presidents, whereas he is the one to blame for building this crony capitalism system. I think this system is doomed to wreckage, but of course, the final victory over the system is rests with the future generations. But the energy that is there. We were covering the visit of Mr. Rogozin to Ukraine. He wrote on his Twitter, I am now meeting Mr. Azarov. Azarov was actually late for the parliament because, as we learned from Rogozin's Twitter, Rogozin is a Russian politician, member of Russian parliament. He was meeting with Mr. Rogozin, and Mr. Rogozin told that Azarov visited a number of Ukrainian factories, and he realizes that association with the EU will cause a lot of trouble to Ukrainian industry. And then he said that and then he wrote that there's a cloudless sky over Ukraine. He was hinting at the coup d'état, the fascist coup d'état in Spain. This is the direct reference to that historical event. So basically, what he was trying to say is that while you are trying to figure out what's wrong in your country, we will try to take care of passing your industrial enterprises into some good hands. Basically, Russians were cynically watching Ukrainian political life degrade, while in order that they can take over the country. So basically, you're now hinting at the Moscow deal that Yanukovych signed yesterday. You're very pessimistic. Well, the only optimistic thing about it is the question mark about what exactly what has been signed exactly. But no matter what our government does to present it as a success, this is in fact a very bad sign. Even by judging by the soft hints that Mr. Putin made about the need to agree our external policies, that the Russia and Ukraine from now on will need to agree their foreign policies. I think I always tell my students that you are you are the people who are most interested in the future of Ukrainian states. We don't need diplomats. We don't need diplomatic academies. You are the people who will be deciding the future of this country. We will discuss that further. I'm getting emails from our viewers. I sent this letter to several people. I know that you're getting a lot of letters with advices, etc. I really want to help, and I have a question. Why haven't people so far created a civil society movement, something like Pora, which was active during the Orange Revolution of 2004-2005. I think we can easily create such a civil movement. Maybe someone from Hromadske TV should start bringing people together, or politicians should register such a civil society organization. I think people would unite very quickly. I was on Maidan, and I was expelled from my postgraduate academy, from a university where I was a postgraduate student. And one thing I'd like to clarify here is that Hromadske is not a political party. We're a project. We are equally critical to the of the government and the opposition. We are also critical of ourselves. We cannot say that my personal viewpoint or Ms. Larissa's viewpoint is in fact is truth, because people to err is human, and but the question that needs to be answered now is to what needs to be done. And if you want to do something, you need to just set about doing something instead of starting a discussion. If you want to do good things, if you can make people change their minds, then people will follow you.
Я до того це сказала, що мені подобається саме атмосфера, коли люди використовують кожну годину там між стояннями чи між якимись акціями для того, щоб дізнатися щось нове. Бо у нас
we have such an atmosphere when everyone knows everything and no one listens to others. There was no need in dialogue. If we are talking about unity, it was another time. We have Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan. It was a very important moment. National conservative leader Lech Wałęsa and Polish intellectuals were united by a common dialogue. We have, of course, conflicts, but still we have a great need in constant dialogue. The previous Maidan was focused on a stage, on Viktor Yushchenko, on Yulia Tymoshenko. It was very little focus on other people, on just ordinary people who were standing there. And the main difference with this Maidan that we have a focus on an ordinary people who are standing there for freedom.
І можете зараз всі там, нехай уявляю собі, яка буря виникне з цього приводу, тому що всі зараз, і вчора навіть Наталя Лігачова написала, що як тепер ті, що тоді були проти всіх, а тепер би що вони сказали.
What about those who are now against everyone? It means that we should follow the process, the whole process.
Чи за Віктора Януковича, чи за Юлію Тимошенко, чому повинні закликати їх переступати через свої принципи? Чому? Яке нам хто дав право, якщо вони, зрештою, за великим підсумком виявилися праві? Вони кажуть зараз про себе дуже багато хто, що вони якраз і є суцільний майдан тих, хто є проти всіх. І на цьому повороті дуже складне становище
We have now a very difficult position of our opposition, actually. Now they can't protect the position of Yulia Tymoshenko. The first question should be the association itself, and then the justice of Yulia Tymoshenko. I do not believe that Viktor Yanukovych wasn't going to sign an agreement. And now everyone starts to understand what was the reason, what was the impact on Viktor Yanukovych.
А в нормальній системі координат, хіба хтось може сказати, що Євген Сверстюк, який провів за своє право бути вільним громадянином у таборах стільки часу, що хтось може відібрати в нього право висловити свою позицію так, як він її вважає. Тільки підкоряючись стадним інстинктам, бо всі кажуть, що Юля краще за Вітю.
It's not normal argumentation just to say that Yulia Tymoshenko is better than Viktor Yanukovych. From the other hand, we have Maidan that is standing, it is called now Euromaidan, and from the other hand, there is Viktor Yanukovych, who, despite of general opinion, he just decide himself what to do. He went to Moscow, signed these documents that is hard to explain actually. But we should be objective. We are talking about facts. He went to Moscow not just because he wanted to, but because he was forced, because of lack of money, and Moscow actually was waiting for this moment.
Я думаю, що в неї вирвалося це не тільки просто так, тому що ця посадка, як і боротьба за звільнення, я думаю, що була сценарієм одних тих самих людей, які прекрасно розуміли, що ця тема перекриє Віктору Януковичу дорогу до діалогу. Чи європейці були далекі, чи вони недалекі були, чому вони ставилися там поверхово, це інша тема. Це дуже багато втраченого часу. Зрештою, в кінці кінців більшість з них визнала, що вони недооцінили складність цієї ситуації. І потім вже не лишилося шансів.
And then we have no chances before the Vilnius, before the Europeans said that just your problems with Russia is your problems. It was necessary step. Now Viktor Yanukovych actually has his protector, so-called. I'm not actually so radical nationalist just to praise Ukrainians that they are standing on Maidan every 9 years. If we have a right policy in our country, then we actually do not need such Maidans at all.
Після того драматичного періоду в житті він багато прочитав і знає, чорні ради закінчувалися дуже погано. Дуже часто це була нова руїна для України. Треба дуже добре думати, крім всього іншого, що виражати свої емоції. У нас емоційна частина дуже сильна.
We have very strong emotional part of our thinking. We do not have such a strong rational part, but we should have this rational component.
Моральна перемога вже за ним. І планка стоїть отак. Але що робити з цим далі, треба думати. І політикам
We should now think what to do next. The politics should think about it.
Але спочатку треба запропонувати кроки. При яких умовах
First of all, we should suggest specific steps.
Домогтися від влади реально почути вимоги Майдану, не ставити надхмарні завдання, яких не можна здійснити, щоб не підірвати свої якісь уявлення, що ви раціональні, нормальні люди. Але, звісно, буде частина на Майдані, яка не прийме цю логіку.
Of course, there will be a part of Maidan who will not receive the logic of future steps. The main question here is that we actually now see the answer due to yesterday events.
А ми це сприймемо, хіба нам не боляче відчувати все те, що керували, докерувалися до того стану, що кажуть, тату, кінчайте торгувати, бо немає чим здачі давати. Ну, так, така ситуація в країні, якби був в суспільстві діалог.
If we have a dialogue in our society and authority wouldn't seek the grace of Putin, of Russia, if we have such a miracle, then they would say, we are wrong here. But let's decide.
Ну, це ілюзорний сюр, так? Але тим не менше, можна... Ну, це вже інша історія. Ми ж говоримо про сюр, ми кажемо про діалог всередині. Що якби це можна було...
We are talking here about the dialogue inside.
Вони навіть скромні люди готові зараз жертвувати, і пенсіонери 10 тисяч дають.
Now even humble people are ready to sacrifice. Even pensioners now, they are ready to give their last money.
Люди будуть безконечно тратити свою сонячну енергію на космос, а інструментальна політика не створиться. Інші, хто потішаються над тим, вони, звичайно, можуть приїхати сфотографуватися, але сказати, добре.
Others, of course, they could come, make a photo on Maidan, but it's not enough. People now, they ask, what should we do next? We need a decision now. Yes, that should be a subject of a very deep conversation of those who call themselves opposition leaders.
Саме тепер потрібно відновлювати. Треба, до речі, я питала наших активістів з Майдану, питаю, вас питали що-небудь лідери опозиції?
I asked a lot of people on Maidan, have you met our opposition leaders? And they actually said no, we hadn't. A lot of people haven't been in Europe even, but still they have this European thinking. President will probably say tomorrow that by this agreement we will resolve a lot of our economic issues.
Коли вже деякі регіонали, яких не запідозрюють в тому, що вони є альтруїсти, ну, навіть не буду називати їх прізвищ, коли вони казали... Ні, просто це не доступно, така інформація, яка блукає, але просто сам факт, що регіонали кажуть один одному, що не можна так красти.
Actually, the representatives of the party of regions, they are now say to each other, it's not allowed just to steal such amount.
Я думала, що це їхня остання драматична помилка, що вони щось зрозуміли.
I actually thought that it was their last dramatical mistake, but I'm afraid it's just the beginning.
І що далі? Умовно кажучи, ці гроші закінчаться
What will be next?
до кінця каденції Януковича.
If to say that this money they will be spent. Actually, 15 billion is it's not a huge amount of money.
Так, я погоджуюсь з дуже багатьма сьогоднішніми експертами-економістами, кажуть, це може дати тимчасове полегшення, але це не
It will give just a temporary
питання в тому, чи здатні вони
results.
якийсь подвиг.
Так вони з іншого боку обмежили бізнес у своїх діях. Бізнес не заробляє в цій країні. Ну, тобто ми знаємо,
І це погіршило ще раз ситуацію, довело до
And
цього.
just worsened the
Саме
situation.
це, зокрема, тому що люди перестали взагалі відкривати підприємства. А ті, що відкрили давно,
People actually now they stop to start their own business.
Є цікава інфографіка, соціальна структура
We have here a very interesting
Наскільки добре видно. Спробуємо не допомагати.
scheme of social structure of Euromaidan.
Графіку в ліпшому виконанні. Але 50% киян, 50 приїжджих.
It's 15% of Kievans and 15% of people from other cities.
Якщо знайдете хтось лінк на цю графіку, то можете кинути, щоб допомогти трошки. Далі ми дивимося, що там ще є. Я себе проконтролюю фактично. Партійна приналежність. 92% не належать до партії.
92% of people are actually do not belong to any parties. What about age? It's 54, 56 to 44%.
Мова Майдану більшість українська.
The majority in Maidan are speaking in Ukrainian.
Теж цікавий. Спеціалісти та, я погано бачу, так.
Мені дуже сподобалося, коли писали кияни,
це фахівці.
що коли
The majority of people who are standing now on Maidan, they actually have higher education, they are specialists.
вміють реально робити руками, і вони це продемонстрували.
Я вам скажу, що завдячуючи Майдану, ми тут вирішуємо багато питань стосовно організації громадського.
Так?
Тобто те, на що ми не сподівалися, ми страшенно вдячні всім, хто бере в цьому участь, хто допомагає нам в реалізації.
Який подразник викликав яку
And actually, thanks to Maidan, we are now able to develop Hromadske.
Саме до морально-ціннісних проблем, що дуже важливо, бо досі ми не бачили. Це рай для соціологів, звичайно.
І от, власне, нагадуйте мені, що сьогодні на Майдані буде акція.
And today on Maidan we'll have an activity.
Про що говорить інтернет? Депутатам партії «Батьківщина» приберіть здоровення обличчя Тимошенко з нашої йолки.
People address to the opposition leaders and ask them just to remove the portraits of Yulia Tymoshenko from the Christmas tree. 7,000 of people actually have signed the petition on this issue.
До настрою Майдану, який вже змінився, і, звісно, пройшов якийсь процес. А потім, коли вже почалася кампанія про те, що зняття, то тоді активізувалися ті, хто все-таки, вони ж не можуть бути членами партії «Батьківщина», мовчати, коли хтось буде знімати портрет. Ну, це, очевидно, теж подразнення якихось настроїв.
21:30 ми це будемо показувати в прямому ефірі на цю акцію анонсовану під Богдану Кутєпу.
We'll broadcast it in our live feed on the evening today. And Bogdan Kutepov.
В нічній варті, між іншим, визвався йти Мустафа Наєм і Сергій Лещенко. Два друга підуть і подивимося, яка це буде нічна варта.
Думаю, що це буде жваво, як мінімум.
Так, я сподіваюся. Ну, так я сам там був один раз.
знову таки. Але насправді фізіологічно важко потім, тому що ти приходиш додому десь о 4.
Actually, it's quite hard to broadcast at night.
А потім ти робиш якісь справи, вже 7 година на годиннику, треба вже, розумієш, що треба поспати трошки, а потім знову йти на громадське, тому що
Але от сьогодні ми говорили в дипломатичній академії
But
про
today we were
країни,
speaking
ну,
about
програми. Кажу, що те, що відбулося на Євромайдані,
what has happened on Maidan.
зекономило всіх ресурсів, тому що Україна показала себе з найкращого боку.
Ukraine has shown itself from the better side.
З російською газетою була моя ініціатива. Спочатку ми зробили полосу, яку Росію ми любимо. І вони на це відгукнулися і сказали, що їм дуже це цікаво. Ну, ми любимо Росію, яка, можливо, не домінує в Росії. Але що приємно, що та Росія любить і Україну, яка проявилася на Євромайдані. А тоді вони зробили в себе полосу, яка теж називалася, яку Україна
We have made material in our newspaper about Russia. We made a column about features that we actually like about Russia.
Андрія Сахарова, тих росіян, яких ми любимо за співзвучність нашим ідеалам. А росіяни тоді писали, що вони, ну,
And we specify those Russians who are actually support Ukraine and our ideas.
Ідеологічної чи поваги до свободи. І тут нарешті стався такий темпераментний, справжній вибух поваги. Мені інколи не було незручно. Я так відчувала, думаю, ну я просто боюся, що ми не виправдаємо аванси, які нам вкотре дали там і
Now we can actually witness so-called explosion of honor from a lot of Russians to Ukraine. And Vitaly Klitschko has said today address to people and ask them to meet a new year on Maidan together. There is no dream that couldn't come true. We will do everything possible for Ukraine to have new government and new president. You said that we should also consider not just emotional part, but also rational. There is a situation when today's government and president, they are just actually try not to notice Maidan at all. What is the practical?
Я б стала радити практичне розв'язання, тому що це річ дуже відповідальна, але звичайно, що
Advice in this situation.
може бути таких двох варіантах.
There is two ways of resolving this issue. The first one is just to continue to stand. Of course, it's rather risky.
Ми тоді підемо, а так ми не можемо. Це повинно бути власне розуміння, чого можна досягти. Чи можна чогось досягти тиском,
But there should be
чи можна чогось досягти шляхом
an understanding what can be reached by the means of dialogue,
а вже після цього можна щось зібратися і
by the means of communication.
Ялинкою. Хоча, мені здається, ці ялинкові антуражі, вони настільки затьмарені, що навіть трошечки якось викликають таке нерозуміння, чи справді потрібна там якась
ви говорите, що досяжні цілі, які досяжні цілі? Тобто не вимагати відставки уряду, не вимагати відставки президента?
Ні, відставка уряду не уряду, але я думаю, що самі регіонали
Should we demand the dismissal of government? Well,
чи буде це подано так, що вони самі цього хочуть, чи цього досягне опозиція, це вже задача політичного маневру.
Але, звичайно, це не повинно ще так виглядати, що боролися, а там як в кріслах з'являться люди ще гірші за Азарова.
Те, що відзначають, що Янукович не хоче йти на зустріч, тому що він не хоче визнавати свою слабкість.
Yanukovych actually he doesn't want to acknowledge his weakness.
З одного боку, перед поїздкою навіть в Москву, так як подають.
Before he went to Moscow,
самий крутий, як Путін, який може людей тримати в тюрмі, ті, що були на Болотній, чи там в Казахстані, коли були зігнані жорстоко маніфестації.
He is actually trying to show his force.
Якщо не буде провокації, вибирати саме цей радикальний шлях. Мені здається, що
It's not necessary to choose so radical way of actions.
Технічному уряду. Бо про довіру не йдеться. А це даремно.
We are not talking now about trust.
Показує, що вона не працює в парламенті, немає ніяк. Чому вони не працюють в парламенті? Тому що вони не здатні зараз формувати чітко вимоги, і не треба, я думаю, хуліганити в парламенті.
There is no results when opposition just refuse to work in parliament, in government. There is no logic here.
Щоб Майдан відчув, що опозиція чітко стоїть на тому, щоб якісь люди були відставлені. Безумовно, певний пакет він уже сформований. Ніякої новини тут не скажу, але наполегливість, а не демонстрація своїх якихось там таких нахилів.
Should just be persistent and not just to demonstrate that they are doing something.
Мені, до речі, дуже сподобалося, що саме у Тернополі я прочитала, віче було під таким гаслом. Покликали на дорослу розмову. Мені здається, що нам всім не вистачає не рольового театру.
I think that we have lacked not just of, theater, but a grown-up talk.
А що я пообіцяю і зроблю обов'язково. Це є основа довіри. І мені здається, опозиції це треба негайно оволодівати цим. Бо вони поки що інколи виглядають непереконливо.
З іншого боку, ми теж маємо
з іншого боку, ми їх підтримуємо в чомусь.
Реакцію влади. Тобто був круглий стіл.
From the other hand, we have a reaction from authority.
На підтримку курсу президента перший національний показує регулярно.
The first national channel of Ukraine, they always broadcast what is happening on anti-Maidan, but when there is a round table, they actually refuse to broadcast.
Такі варіанти заголовків, які тоді, може, виглядали дуже дико для нашого журналістського бомонду, але тим не менше, ми писали, він нас самодержить, чи він нас заложник. Я абсолютно не розумію цієї логіки, коли багато речей були всупереч тому, що вигідно президенту прийняти. Це люди, яким він довіряє надмірно, а вони його підводять. Чи це просто виявили цієї кланової боротьби, я не можу собі точно сказати, тому що там, ви знаєте, як часом як
there are people that actually can't.
По результатах московської зустрічі пише в Твіттері, що відстояли Україну від насильницької європеїзації.
Ось, і тут питання.
Розумієте, хто такий Віктор Медведчук зараз в українській політиці? Це людина, яка не є в активній політиці.
Who is now Viktor Medvedchuk in Ukrainian policy? It's actually a person who is not very active, but still he makes some appeals.
Вони не насмілилися зруйнувати. Вони з якихось причин, чи з інтелектуальних, чи з організаційних, чи тим, що вони звикли інакше жити весь час, вони не можуть вийти. Це капкан, і цей капкан треба, я думаю, руйнувати. Але інколи, з добрих намірів їх опозиція ще більше туди заганяла. Я думаю, що це і є закони політичної боротьби. Але коли на кону інтереси країни і національні інтереси, тоді опозиція повинна думати про те,
when we have a focus on national interests, of the interests of the whole country, the opposition should focus on joint actions and not just to weaken the current authority.
Домовлятися і опрацьовувати якісь вихід ситуації. Тобто ми можемо підганяти з одного боку опозицію, Так само має бути бажання і чинної влади.
From the one hand, we can hurry the opposition,
улюбленцям своїй команді, а намагатися все-таки дивитися, що в наших інтересах.
but still we should consider national interests.
Я поки що знак не бачу, що ми вирулюємо.
А я бачу, тому що насправді я маю на увазі те, що ми, журналісти, стежимо більш
Actually, now I can see this bright sign of bright future.
Можна чуть критикувати, якщо вони і так слабкі, а це все-таки наші, і що ж тоді буде. А я думаю, що на ранніх підступах треба показувати, що є ризики. Ми про це теж говорили.
I think it's important not to hide, but to show that there are certain risks.
Якісь тривожні сигнали, що там продавалися місця в парламент, список. Що вони привели зрештою?
Це не є новиною.
Ні, це не є новиною, але ми зараз бачимо процес завершення, тому що коли у них немає стільки штиків, скільки їм потрібно для прийняття будь-якого рішення, вони можуть анонсувати хоч що хочеш. Відставку уряду, не відставку уряду, здійснити вони цього не можуть.
Opposition, they now can announce whatever they want, but still they do not have the majority, for example, to dismiss the government.
До речі, по 2004-му. Ті люди, які стояли в 2004-му на Майдані, вони виходять сьогодні деякі.
Those people who were standing on Maidan in 2004, they
настільки довго тримати в пам'яті оцей цілий блок, щоб потім сказати, а зрештою ви як тут опинились знову. Адже ж це був такий катастрофічний провал такого шансу. Знову таки не Віктор один Ющенко в цьому відповідальний. Тобто там була ціла командна гра. І коли ми розплутаємо це і станемо на якусь основу, принципи, погляди, їх треба набути. Щоб займатися політикою, це просто для нас санітарна норма, це треба мати. Європейці кажуть,
actually to be engaged in politics, you should have certain views, certain ideas,
добре, нам би дожити
perspectives.
до того, поки вони знову прийдуть до когось рішення, що в Україну треба вглядатися, що тут є велика частина того аристократичного по духу суспільства, як така українці, як артезіанська законсервована свердловина з такими ще цінними там елементами. Але ми можемо зробити дуже складні речі, нам треба навчитися робити прості. Нам треба прийти до того стану, щоб ми могли зробити прості речі.
Should start to learn how to do just simple things at first.
Фундація солідарності, і це її слова, не мої, я можу її процитувати, лише вона говорить, що вона за рік, каже, поки я спілкувалася, і вона запитує, каже, я не розумію, чому не бачать європейські політики, де вони були, чого вони не бачили, каже, бо я приїжджаю в Україну, я спілкуюся з простими українцями і з таксистами, звісно. Каже, то я можу лише констатувати, що за рік українське суспільство еволюціонувало так дало,
One my Polish friend said that our people, Ukrainian nation, has actually went a very long way of improvement. She said that she now see all those improvements. Of course, we now could praise ourselves, but still it's not the main issue. I want to present you our calendar.
Миколай каже, що треба хорошим хлопцям-дівчатам давати знаки, що вони завтра отримують якісь дарунки.
Або різочки, якщо погані.
Ну, хто отримає різку, тому теж треба.
It's my present for you on the St. Nicholas Days. It will be tomorrow.
Для листопада такою знаковою, ось подивіться ви, потім покажу оператору. Це чоловік нашої Марії, Іван. Так, він багато зробив гарних знімків, вони в нас в Фейсбуці.
Я знаю, він працював колись на 5-му каналі.
Так, але ось подивіться, яка фантастична
фотографія, яка стала надзвичайно важливою для мене теж, і дуже багатьом моїм френдам і московським, всім іншим
You can see here such a fabulous photo. It's different Maidan.
Інший типаж чоловіків Майдану, який, ну, навіть в такій концентрації, думаю,
It's
що багато
Maidan
хто
full
не
of
бачив.
dignity. You
А
can
тут ще
see
така гарна,
here just a
елегійна
completely different type of
фотографія з
man.
дитиною, і мені здається, що це новий сигнал про інше суспільство.
It's actually a new signal about new society.
Треба вірити.
Вірити, так, віра вона
І
перемагає.
діяти.
Вона змінює життя.
We should
Насправді,
trust
кожне
and we
сказане
should
слово
act.
змінює в наступний момент. В цьому я переконуюся дедалі.
Every word can change
Для тих, хто
the
нас
future.
хоче підтримати, я просто нагадаю, тому що без
And I
нагадування
want to remind
турбота
you
стає меншим. Але якщо нагадати, не соромитися, то ми можемо сказати,
that you
що
can
з вашою
support
підтримкою ми можемо реалізувати проект, який називається «Громадське»,
Громадське.
без участі держави. Це пряма
without the
взаємодія
participation
суспільства і
of
журналістів. Якщо ми щось
government.
зробимо не так, і дуже багато людей нам буде говорити, що ви, хлопці, не туди йдете, то ми, звичайно, будемо зважати на цю думку обов'язково. Зараз ми збираємо дуже багато думок. Ви можете взяти участь в проєкті, якщо фінансово допомогу.
You can participate
на сайті.
and
Кожна гривня дуже є важливою.
give us your financial support on our website.
Ми не якісь непотрібні речі і не шокуємо. Ми, якщо платимо якийсь гонорар, то це, повірте, дуже малий гонорар. Такий, що дозволяє, щоб штани не впали, те, що називається. У нас не є ринкові зарплати тут на громадському, таке, як на великих телеканалах. Тому просто закликаю всіх долучатися і допомагати в будь-який спосіб, тому що, ну, скажімо, для нас є
I just want to ask you to join us and to support, to participate in our development.
Роутер, який у нас 23, і ми можемо 23 точки включення мати, але мережі не отримують навантаження, і тому якість погана. Якщо є це Wi-Fi, то Wi-Fi має бути потужний і досяжніший, власне. Ну, багато інших є потреб. Тут добре, що люди допомагають, тому що у нас чарівні або надзвичайні є.
Very good that people they are able to help us. We have a lot of volunteers here.
Є люди, які тут працюють з гостями, це теж є волонтери. Я можу далі перераховувати.
Ну, ось це теж ще
Of
один
course,
яскравий, на мій погляд,
I can name
здобуток,
everyone, but
тому що,
still
ми
we have
постійно
really a
говоримо,
lot
що солідарність там не
of
така,
volunteers
у нас
here.
немає солідарності належної, справді її було недостатньо. І саме на цій основі ціннісній. А тут раптом вона почала бурхливо виявлятися. Правда? І мені дуже хотілося, аби все-таки ми цим дуже дорожили, коли колись Євромайдан роз'їдеться, мабуть, вже ж.
Ну, напевно.
I really want that Ukrainian people should cherish
щоб звичка
their
бути
dignity.
такими, як на Євромайдані, нас не покидала. Тому що замилування Майданом, воно що означає? Що людям цього
I
мало,
want that this
вони
habit
живуть всі в капсулах,
to
розкидані
be
по українському світу,
like on Euromaidan, that it will stay with us, it will remain in everyone.
Стати материком. Це не гетто всередині, це експансія.
Ну, зараз намагаються зробити гетто.
А ось якраз не треба. Треба навпаки намагатися вийти за межі цієї системи і сказати, ми, навіть повернувшись, перетворимо цей простір навколо себе. Ми всі, як морські піхотинці, кожен знає, що йому робити. Кожен, хто з Майдану
We need to get out from this system, and everyone who was in Maidan, he need to start to create this environment around himself.
Прем'єром Віктор Янукович може призначити Сергія Арбузова. А в той же час джерело повідомило, що міністр внутрішніх справ Віталій Захарченко збереже свою посаду. І окрім того, до складу уряду увійде Віктор Медведчук.
Що особливо всіх втішить, хто хоче
There are new
уряду,
piece of news
то
that Viktor Yanukovych wants to make
очевидно, так. Я думаю, що це
Arbuzov
буде сприйнято як повна капітуляція політичної
Prime
команди,
Minister,
тому
and
що всім відомо, що ці приниження, які зазнавав президент під час
that
візитів
Zakharchenko will
офіційного
also
глави
stay in
держави,
his position.
було настільки демонстративно і
І
на
він все
мій
одно так от бере і підписує.
Ну, це означає, що ситуація певним чином безвихідна, але якщо настільки, то, звичайно, питання
Actually, the signing of
що
agreement
таке
in
філософське
Russia
велике питання, як треба добиратися верхів, ставати президентом,
means
щоб потім
that
терпіти таке
still
приниження.
we have
Влада
a
того
problem
варта
here.
настільки, що людина, досягаючи вершин, не може розпоряджатися нічим.
І студенти УКУ зняли свій ролик, там, де вони закликають до чого? Ми дізнаємося під час
До гарного навчання.
Ні.
Now let's watch a video about
Освіта наших лідерів, вона
students.
часто бажає бути.
Вільні люди у вільній країні. Ми цінуємо свій час.
We are free people in free country.
Ми заробляємо гроші і платимо податки.
Are making our future with our own hands.
Ми об'єднуємось разом заради власного майбутнього. І ми оголосили бойкот продукції торгових марок, що належать депутатам кривавої партії. Адже ми ж не віддаємо свої гроші тому, кого не поважаємо.
And we decided to ignore the products of those deputies who are against their own people.
І перший крок на цьому шляху легко зробити кожному. Не купуйте товари торгових марок депутатів партії регіонів. Не збагачуйте політичних шахраїв. Нагадаємо, хто їх вибирав та будує. Нагадаємо, кому вони мають служити насправді.
Will not give our money to those who are not honored by us.
Пані Ларисо, цей ролик до бойкоту, наскільки це ефективний шлях? Тому що з одного боку виглядає як наївний заклик.
From the one hand, this video looks like a naive attempt, but from the other hand, it may be actually effective.
До речі, гарно це спрацювало, коли одна київська кав'ярня, як ви знаєте, був цілий бум у Фейсбуку, коли там були образи на адресу людини, яка захотіла, щоб з нею спілкувалися українською мовою. І, до речі, наш сервіс, ми такі гарні європейці, але це щось таке дике. І саме це теж потребує уваги суспільства. Тобто треба нам один на одного впливати, підтримувати хороше. Коли є особливо одіозні випадки, я думаю, що треба цей інструмент бойкоту застосовувати дуже зважено.
And we should actually use this mean of boycott, but use it wisely.
Великих збитків, а економічна ситуація певним чином не так може страждати. Треба тут просто бути в цьому обережним. Емоції можна зрозуміти, але наскільки це адекватно. Ось. Але тим не менше, коли, знаєте, не кричати з кожного приводу бойкот, ганьба, геть і про панду знає весь світ, але в будь-якому разі я хотіла сказати, що треба берегти найбільш гострі інструменти для дуже підходящого часу. Що коли вже його застосували, то це вже 100% спрацювало.
От, власне, знаєте, за що люблю громадське? За те, що глядачі дуже жваво реагують. Я попросив знайти інфографіку в ліпшій якості. Вже лінків мені
Now we have those scheme in better quality.
Але бачимо, що учасники
А я хочу ще сказати, що ці мови всі про конвергенцію медіа. Я в багатьох випадках просто в газеті відчула, скільки цікавих людей, яких я знайшла в Фейсбуку в мережах, стали нашими авторами і колумністами. Які, наприклад, є такий Олександр Прилипко в Одесі. Він пише потужні цікаві колонки. Я його знайшла в Фейсбуку. А Дмитро Шушарін, москвич, він пише надзвичайно.
Actually, by the means of social media, we have found a lot of very talented journalists who are now help us and write columns for our newspaper.
Викласти, що ми повинні обговорювати в мережах. Є такі речі, коли ці всі національні збори, які можуть стати колись потрібними.
There should be a gradation. What should we discuss in social media?
Підвищити свою кваліфікацію. Я знаю, що зараз не популярно, але читати треба товсті книги при всьому при тому.
I know that now it's not popular, but people should read thick books, newspapers,
короткі лайки, твіти, це важливо, але це такий
all those short tweets, likes, they are of course important, but now it's more important to think about something deeper, about something more serious.
Потім діти ховалися в Михайлівському соборі, в монастирі. Я пригадала, що ми зробили книгу фантастичну «Сила ніякого знака». Вона стала бестселером, бо за півроку двічі ми її перевидавали. Вона справді лякає, вона така товста, але вона дуже потрібна.
We actually published a book that is very thick and scary, but still it tells about the history of Kievan Rus.
Присвоїла нашу історію собі. Як це написано за допомогою найкращих наших науковців?
It is written that Russia actually
щоб сьогодні це розуміти.
took the history of Kievan Rus on their own account.
Боротьба за місце в історії. А не питання, що Росія хоче нас приєднати, як Казахстан чи Білорусь, до Митного Союзу. У неї щодо України спеціальний інтерес.
Russia has actually special interest to Ukraine. It's not just about customs union. It's important for us to know our history. That's why we published this book and a lot of other books.
І там є дуже багато. Там є Олег Ольжич «Руїна», там є Бандера, визвольна війна, там є Сахаров, там є Гедроць, там є Хефець, який сидів в таборі зі Стусом, написав про нього блискучий нарис. І все це можна читати в поході. Наплічник легко кладеться, 15 гривень коштує.
Я погоджуюся. Маю тут реагувати, я коменти дивлюся зараз на трансляції в Ютубі. Між іншим, я хотів би закликати не соромитися, підписуватися на наш канал в Ютубі. Це дуже важливо, тому що,
It's important
щоб знати свою аудиторію,
for you to sign on our YouTube channel and be able to know all our news.
Тому що Ютуб дозволяє записати лише 12 годин.
YouTube actually allows us to
ставити лайк або дізлайк,
broadcast just for 12 hours.
По інтернетному, то знаєте, це ми висновки, лайкати або дізлайкати. Насправді це так само можна відстежити ваші настрої. Що вам подобається глядачам громадського?
Your comments actually are very important, so feel free to comment our broadcasting.
Він вчора мав бути запрошений на ефір, але він сказав нам, що він 17 годині на вечірній ефір не може, тому що він має бути в КМДА. То ми сказали окей. Тоді будьте в КМДА. Так. І запитують, де Шустер.
People are asking where is Savik Schuster, who promised that he will come today. Where is Savik Schuster?
І вона сказала, що він збирався і десь самі загубили сліди. А він на яку лекцію пішов?
They say he was actually going to come.
Але третя дня, а зараз...
Це, мабуть, до того,
but we still don't know
всі казали, що нам потрібно
will he come or not.
тому що ми не маємо в собі сили знайти когось, хто дасть нам раду. Може нам покликати Бальцеровича, тим більше, що каже, що це має бути уряд смертників, а він вже був в такому уряді, вижив, то може йому не страшно. І
так, є ще не змінювали в результаті.
Це буде гарний досвід. Українська ситуація, звісно, не така.
Я тільки що пояснив, це по діду з Луганська, то не дід, а Я пояснив, тут далі продовжую, скажи щось подібне. Ще раз кажу, що людина сказала, що він має бути в КМДА о 17 і пізніше, і тому не сталося. Ось так.
Сподіваюся, це не означає, що я вже маю піти. Ви про свого діда говорите вже втретє, я так як чемна людина,
I hope
маю вам
it doesn't mean that I should come right now, because now we are talking about a man who actually promised to come today, but he wasn't able. You're asking where is Saik Schuster, where is this man? And I'm sitting here and thinking, what should I already gone or what? Hromadske actually gives a lot of opportunity for those who are not reading newspapers, who are not reading books, but still you can follow us and know all the news. My congratulations to you about this start of your project.
Головний редактор газети «День». Незмінний головний редактор вже багато років.
Так,
поки що. Зараз до мене прийде Сергій Андрушко.
Goodbye. And now we have Sergei Andrushko as our next guest. Actually, he is not a guest, he is a journalist. He was here, but here he comes.
Ура, нарешті. Так, ми зараз таке відео подивимося. Зараз подивимося відео. Я хотів, ну що ти зробив? Все нормально, все, не рухай. Я хотів інфографіку цю докладніше подивитися.
I wanted to look more thoroughly through this scheme, social structure of Euromaidan. 90% of people, they came to Maidan by their own, not because of parties or any organizations.
3,5% належать до громадських організацій, 1% належить до громадських рухів. Гендер.
А політичний протест?
Так, політичний протест. Гендерний склад Майдану.
56 чоловіків, 56% of men and 44% of women on Maidan, 38% of young people there, and 13% of people
власне, люди, які
with the age
вже
above
мають якийсь
50.
досвід і
освіта вища, 64%.
64 people on Maidan have higher education.
Українська і російська 18, російська 27, українська 54. Рід занять 40%. Спеціалісти вищої освіти, 12% студенти, 9 підприємці,
12% of students,
8% керівників.
8% of
тобто більше керівників, ніж робітників. Настільки інтелектуальний Майдан.
Ну, а тепер стосовно відео, яке ми можемо показати.
Now we'll show you new video.
Ми зараз будемо дивитися відео, твій сюжет. Активісти Майдану обідують на Євромайдані.
Ага.
Так?
Ну, давай.
Запускай.
Там ще й бюджетний. Але бюджетного немає. Ну, я стримуюся бюджет. Ну, так, їм можна якийсь шматок. Але оце на Майдані Незалежності. Така організована група людей.
Громадське телебачення.
Ні, я тобі поясню.
Розкажіть нам, як вас звати, звідки ви? Хлопці, привіт. Як вас звати? Звідки ви приїхали? З Одеси. А що ви робите? Яка ваша мета?
What are you doing here on Maidan?
Розкажіть, чому ви на Майдані?
Please tell us, why are you on Maidan? We are because of Europe here. May I tell? I just want to eat. We just came here to eat.
Что? Это режиссура.
Там где платят боссы, там мы стоим. Ну здесь сейчас больше. Не знаю, везде. 250, 350 дают. 510. А где мне показывать будут? На Hromadske. А когда? Сегодня. На шапочка на хвалешке. Не, серьезно, ребят. А там чаек не дают, Маринке? Где, да? Там гречку дают сухую, конченую. А чаек здесь вкуснее? Здесь вкуснее.
Ви як? Звідти? А? З Євро... Звідти прийшло, так? Да? А потім куди поїздили? Назад? Марінськ, ну, туди, до Динамо, через Динамо? Так. А що там не годують?
Ну, годують тільки не дуже вкусно.
Не дуже годують. Гречку лише дають. На іншому.
We came here from the other Maidan, and the journalist asks, why are you here? And the guy says that here is better food.
Я із Кременчука приїхав. Що вас сюди привело? Ну, хотів за наших постояти.
Why are you here? I'm here just to stand.
Ну, підтримати президента і просто підтримати
Порізати.
І ви теж зараз отримати президента за те місце? Ви тут, так? А ви знаєте, що
Стили. Так.
тут часто ходять?
Може вони не знають причин,
Я тебе прошу.
по
Я
яких
тебе
ми
прошу.
зібралися.
Що там псувати?
Поінформовані неправильно.
Часто приходять?
Кажу, що там дружина Омельченка прототипом виступала.
Ну, наскільки нам відомо, вони не знають точної
Так.
інформації. Чого ми тут зібралися?
Давай. Найперше. Так.
Людей тут не кучкуются, а там
Потім
куча
про бюджет.
людей,
От
толпы.
важлива
Ничего
тема.
интересного нет. Да. Тут поинтереснее, тут намного интереснее.
Так, от вони законопроект навіть такого, ну, для
За деньги
процвітання,
все
що
приехали, за деньги.
We are all here for money.
мільярдів
Все
гривень.
за деньги.
Whoever asks, everyone here is for money.
Да, у всех тут скажут. Все за деньги.
Yes, on the Money Square.
Так задовго.
Yes.
Треба
Деньги платят, надо...
не переглядав.
When people paying money, you have to work. Do you study? I've just finished. And how old are you? 17.
Ну, хоча це не репортаж, це такий зріз.
Go, go. And
Чорний. Сник. Там
what was
багато
the
разів
beep?
було. Це так, це от
It
режисер.
was like a lot.
Наш оператор, він же режисер, вирішив,
The
що
director and the
погано буде, коли
operator,
наші глядачі інтелектуальні.
they have decided that our watchers,
погані.
the intellectual ones, will hear these bad words. It will be not so good.
Дітей, звичайно, від екранів ведіть подалі, тому що там різне трапляється.
Get the children away from the screen. We're expecting Savik Schuster in our studio. Great. About this video. Wow, we were today on the Maidan, and we were asking people how long are they going to stay in Maidan, what motivation do they have.
Зазвичай люди ходять собі вільно, там по одному, по двоє сидять, а тут така організована група людей біля стели.
And once I see near Stella,
взагалі. І відразу
a group of people,
око, оператор
organized group of people.
Наїхав своєю камерою на це скупчення, організоване
So the operator
потім з'ясовується, що хлопці
decided
з іншого мітингу на підтримку президента.
To film them.
Один навіть сказав, що там годують, але дають гречку.
Дякую за добрий репортаж. Ось я читаю в коментах прямо зараз. Розумієш?
We're in the comments right now, and people are thanking. They are writing, awesome, thank you. And it appeared to be that there are a lot of people, and they have a leader, and they go to the Maidan Square to have some food.
А там їм дають гречку. І один із тих, хто тут стояв, говорив, що нам розповів, що гречку дають, вона суха, гречка, хочеться хоч щось попити. Сюди, мабуть, попити приходить. А ще
They give them dry cabbage, so they go to Maidan to get some hot food and to drink some hot beverages. And they really liked it here because they said there they can go freely. Yeah, Maidan is really like siege because of huge barricades.
Так, але ж парканами теж. І, тобто, така собі держава в державі. І от ці держави в державі...
So it's like a little country inside of the other country. And this country is free. There is no Berkut there. They have their own self-defense. There is no center.
Коли йдеш, наприклад, до парламенту, сьогодні вранці ходив до парламенту, там, причому...
If you walk to the House of Parliament, you can see Berkut there. In the street Shovkovichno, there are camps with Berkut and police. When an operator and I were near the Ukrainian house, there were a couple of people. They came to us, and we learned that they came from Kharkiv with a lot of people, and we asked them where going back, these drivers, and they said they didn't know when they are coming back home. People go to the Maidan and see for yourself.
Це власна думка, в останній інстанції. Але це враження просто. Це
just the impression, individual one. Okay, let's talk more important stuff today.
Я на бюджетному комітеті стою і 2 години тримаю камеру. Тобто знімав він бюджетний комітет, що там було?
Бюджетний комітет – це окремий комітет.
Це твій улюблений комітет.
Let's talk about budget committee. It's your favorite committee? Yeah, there are like 30 committees in parliament. This is my favorite one. Why am I interested? During the past year, I attended all the committee meetings.
Є офіційний анонс, як класично відбувається засідання бюджетного комітету, який є найвпливовішим і найчисельнішим. Для порівняння, там понад 40 депутатів туди входить.
There are more than 40
Наприклад, один з комітетів,
deputies
що турбується про пенсіонерів,
in this committee.
інвалідів, входить менше 10, здається, 7 депутатів. От бюджетне, там, де ділять гроші, там майже півсотні.
And there are a lot of deputies there because they are dividing money.
Так ось. От для прикладу, сьогоднішнє
For instance,
зайшли багато журналістів.
today's meeting of the committee, a lot of journalists and mass media attended.
Інформація, що саме на сьогоднішнє засідання комітету винесуть проект бюджету.
There was a piece of information that on this committee meeting will be discussed the budget of Ukraine.
Це вже почали заходити, а вже запускають.
Yeah, they are entering the meeting.
Почали запускати. У журналістів після голови. Це відкрите засідання. Поясніть, будь ласка, чому?
Вказівка голови. Журналісти заходять після голови. Нічого ви не маєте права.
This is the building of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and the mass media representatives are trying to get in.
Алло, ну що? Я вже в ефірі, да? А от зараз...
Am I streaming?
Зараз відбувається те, що
You need to get a permission.
бюджетного комітету за 15
This
секунд до
is
початку.
the meeting of budget committee.
Зараз, коли знову відкрили кабінет, журналістів знову просять залишити кімнату до того, як прийде голова бюджетного комітету пан Геллер, щоб надати...
And journalists asked to leave the place
Сьогодні мають розглядати
before the head of the committee comes.
на наступний рік, хоча він не стоїть у порядку денному.
They are going to discuss the budget.
Отже, нагадаю, завтра
Though
повідомляє, що не буде навіть
it wasn't
розглядатися
in plans.
проект бюджету на наступний рік. Хоча нагадаю,
The budget of
що
Ukraine for their next year.
парламенті спікер Рибак повідомив, що у четвер, тобто завтра, планується голосування за цей проект бюджету, а згідно чинного законодавства, він спочатку має пройти
Tomorrow they will be voting
на комітеті.
for the budget of Ukraine for the next year. So today they are discussing the project
Кабінету міністрів. І ми зараз
of the budget.
поспілкуватися з
Now we're trying to communicate with
журналістами або
with journalists and other media representatives.
Тобто ми зараз бачимо, як що депутати сходяться на засідання цього комітету.
We can now see deputies gathering for the meeting of the committee.
Она принята и уже сегодня в номер.
Добрий день. Добрий день. Представтесь, будь ласка, як вас звати?
Please introduce yourself.
Ви що представляєте?
My name is Anna Sergeyeva. I'm journalist.
Що трапилося перед засіданням комітету, бюджетного комітету?
Tell us, please, what has happened before the meeting? The people who are working here asked us to leave the place. And now we're here back.
І нам цікаво зараз заступник голови комітету Геллер, з ким ти поспілкувався. Це відео потім покажемо. І бюджетний комітет кажуть, що така, ну, за твоїми словами, вони мають...
You're saying that the committee are promising the project of the budget for year 2014. There is no project, at least. There was no project. But as we know, in Ukraine, any agreements can be signed, any bills can appear just like that, just fall from the sky. So the mass media came there because everybody was interested if the meeting will take place.
Якщо немає бюджету, то уряд не може випустити необхідну кількість євробондів, які збирається купити Росія, тобто вкласти туди гроші, так? А тоді, значить, ні про які 15 мільярдів йтися далі не може.
We were discussing one of the bills of the budget committee. Where the first advisor of the Minister of Finance, Serhiy Buryak, told us that as the results of this year, we didn't get 19 billion hryvnias, and there are no facts. Where did they go? So actually the bill was about that, about this new debts of Ukraine, 19 billion hryvnias.
Мені здається, що тут зараз
And the question is, where is he gonna get this 19 billion hryvnias? Okay, look, when we were at the night watch, we knew that Yanukovych is going to Moscow next day. We were watching the big clock at the Maidan, where they broadcast everything that happens on Maidan. And above that, we could see their advertising of Sberbank Russia, the bank. The Fund of National Wealth. It's something like pension reserve. And Russia wants to buy these bonds. So Rada should accept the bill of the budget. Let me remind you. It is 18th of December today, so we have a few days before the end of the year. One of the most important documents in Ukraine, where all the pensions, wages, and other money stuff are stated. This money weren't seen by any deputy. We found the video when you communicate with the advisor, no, with the head of the committee. Okay, let's watch it right away. So we're streaming again the meeting of the budget committee at the building of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Okay, so tell us, you don't have the text of the bill. Yeah, we're gonna to consider it. Please go away, if you don't mind.
Добрий день, ми зараз перебуваємо в приміщенні бюджетного комітету, і де мали порозглядати сьогодні проект державного бюджету на наступний рік.
So we're now at the meeting of the budget committee, where they're gonna consider the bill of the project, the budget Ukraine for 2014.
Стався перед засіданням бюджетного комітету стався ось така
But they're not going to consider it.
річ, зокрема, за 15 хвилин
One thing has happened.
кімнати, де перебувають журналісти.
15 minutes
До початку засідання бюджетного комітету журналістів
before the start of the meeting, the journalists were asked to leave the room because they needed to do some ventilation in the room.
Кімнату, в якій відбудеться засідання бюджетного комітету. Пізніше, коли вже почали
And after that, when the room was opened and all people could come in, journalists were asked not to come in before the head of the committee arrives.
Сьогодні ми зараз спробуємо дізнатися, які питання будуть розглядатися.
So we want to know what questions they will discuss. Now we see the People's Deputy Larisa Burduk. Hello, please tell us what questions will be discussed here. So here are all the questions. There are a lot of them. There are no budgets, so we won't discuss it. Okay, can you please read out the first three questions? We're going to discuss the way that influence the budget.
Видатків державного бюджету передбачених Міністерству культури згідно з розпорядженням Кабміна номер 954-р і перерозподіл видатків передбачених державного бюджету, передбачених Міністерством фінансів для спрямування місцевим бюджетом на оплату праці згідно з розпорядженням 974.
Скажіть, а вам відомо, чому сьогодні не розглядається головне питання
Please tell us, do you know why the main question, the question of the budget of Ukraine for 2014 isn't discussed today? Because we don't have the project. And when will you receive it? I don't know. So where is the budget? Well, we were just told that in Parliament they will discuss the budget only after the meeting of the committee. That's what they told us. So have you seen it? No, I haven't. Nobody has seen it because they haven't received it. The Parliament doesn't have the project. So why were the meeting arranged? I don't know, they discussed a lot of questions. I don't know, I think they had to be there because at any moment they could vote for it. It's the reality of Ukraine. Everything can happen on the meeting. Azarov said that they cannot write the budget without the price of gas. But before that, we need to see the agreement that was signed about the price of gas.
$1000 за 1000 кубометрів. Як $1000? Ну так, 1000. Не хочете, не купуйте. Все. Потім, зараз ціна газу для України $400. А чому 400? Ну так. Так, і от це, що відбулося в Москві вчора, ну теж...
The thing that happened in Moscow that the price for Ukraine of gas is $230. So there is a question, why was the price decreased? It's the real question, no one knows. Well, there can be another document that we haven't read yet that can explain that fact. We were told that we have another guest in our studio.
Ага, давайте Томаша, але Томаш без мікрофону. Сидить уже півгодини там, збирається в кадр, а мікрофону нема. От як так?
Томаш приїхав робити репортаж про громадське телебачення з Польщі.
We have Tomasz in our studio that came here to report about our studio and Hromadske TV.
А тут виявилося, що він насправді перебував 30 листопада на Майдані Незалежності.
Це раптом виявилося, ми це знали. Добрий вечір.
And then it appeared to be that he was on Maidan on 30 of November and was one of the victims of attack. Yeah, it's true. I was standing there on the night on November 13th, and it was very peaceful, actually. And I was told that people are not going to stand there a lot of time, that it's the end of the protest. But at 5 o'clock in the morning, along the Institutska Street came Berkut, and they attacked the peaceful protestants.
Хотя українська прокуратура і міліція також хотіла мене спитати про це, але я відказався.
Чому?
А тому що зустрічі з представниками сучасної української влади мені достатньо на зараз просто.
So I was asked to tell about that night, but I'm sick of meeting with the Ukrainian officials.
Допомагав людям. Я просто зробив все, що можна було зробити. Написав заяву в консульстві, посольстві польській.
After that night, I did everything I could. I signed certificate to the ambassador. So tell us what has happened. I was standing in the center of Maidan near the Stella. So my friend Serhiy Leftera was with me.
З самого початку тому пострадаємо найбільше. І це було правильне рішення, тому що як вони почали бити, це просто був ужас і страх. Я тільки зрозумів дуже швидко, що я попав в так погану ситуацію, що треба...
I understand very quickly that I got in a really bad situation and I need to run. So I saw when representatives of Berkut hit really hard the protestant. I was also hit on the head 3 times and I fell. Then I was bitten and hit on the head again. But I was wearing a hat, so there was not so much blood as with other people.
Його просто побили так, щоб він стояв не на самому Майдані, ну, біля пошти, да? І просто він сам стояв там.
So my friend was standing there alone. He was wearing Polish scarf and scanding International. And then a representative of Berkut hit him. So it was an awful night. So when people ask themselves if it's possible to stay, if they need to stay on Maidan, they need to remember that night. Because a lot of people are talking about the reason for Maidan, that the government suspend the signing of the European Union cessation, but it's not true. It's mostly about that night now. Okay, about the cameras that were broadcasting and filming this attack. Let's put some accent. It was peaceful protest. There were no weapons, and they weren't hurting anyone. So the main reason for this attack is the Christmas tree, the decoration of the Christmas tree. Now it's called in Ukraine Yolka. It's like this internet meme. It was really peaceful. Yeah, there were a couple of nationalists. People are saying they pushed the police. I didn't see that, but I saw the students that were beaten and retired people. Okay, I get the information that tomorrow's interview of Yanukovych will be screened by fifth channels. It's the information is not proven yet.
Колишній керівник Сумської держадміністрації. Ще є неперевірена інформація. Може, тоді не варто її зачитати.
There's also a piece of information.
Вона неперевірена, я натомість можу сказати, що вже два джерела є схожі.
But I can say that two information sources state that, so there is no need to prove that the information is real. Okay, so on the channel of channel called Turka Ukraine, they aren't allowed to broadcast political news, and one of the workers of the channel, they were put away from work because they didn't cover the news according to what was expected.
Чим більше діє, тим більше протидія, насправді. Така інформація. Томаш, а от якщо з точки зору Польщі, польського журналіста,
Okay, Tomasz, tell us from the point of view of Polish journalists, when you see the police beating people really harsh, like animals, were such events present in Poland? Do you have riot police like Berkut in Poland? Well, it reminds me of communist parliament in our country. But in modern Poland, there is no such thing. We don't have riot police. Well, of course, we have police, but they are not that harsh, and they are not against the people. Do you have this march of independence? Yeah, we do. So are there any attacks? Well, there are some hooligans, I mean football fans.
Кажуть, це фашистовський марш майже. А там 50-100 тисяч людей, які виходять просто на День Незалежності, а там що, там буде десь 100 чоловіків.
But there are like 50 or 100,000 people, but it's not nothing like that. I was really shocked that night. When I see them and they were holding bits, now when I recollect that in my memory, it's like a nightmare. When I was writing about it, I just couldn't believe it, that it's my own experience. And Ukraine is really a close country for me, so I got inside this experience. I was really impressed. So I went back to Poland, and our media that covered the situation in Ukraine, it appeared to be that people there, they don't even know why Ukrainians are protesting. So they were just broadcasting the events, but they never told why people are standing on Maidan. Only, no, well, not even after that night. Only after the night of night attack, when Berkut attacked the barricades on Maidan, Poland started broadcasting like real events. I want to say that Poland supports completely Ukraine, and that we understand that it's a very important fight for Ukrainian people. We're really proud of you, that Ukrainian people, and they're really jealous because you are standing for such a long time. Yeah, we're thinking that maybe we should have done something like that in our country. So we are showing now what happened that awful night. So you can see the peaceful protestants beaten by representatives of Berkut. It's the night 29th, 30 November. A lot of people were thinking that it was the end of Euromaidan, but after that night, even the bigger protests began. So the Maidan was cleaned up, if we can use this kind of word to describe the situation. So now you can see the people, they are not even protecting themselves, but the representatives of the police, they continue to beat them. It's awful, really awful. There's nothing else to say for me. I can't believe it till today. So the question, why was this done? We don't understand for what Yanukovych needed this attack. And what about the events on Bankova Street? Well, I can tell there were a lot of provocators there. They provoke the situation. So the situation on the Bankova Street is totally different.
провокатори, тому що просто там було дуже багато молодих людей, яким навіть не треба було з дужками. Вони також там приїхали. Ну, треба це також казати.
They even didn't
Також може буде проблема Майдану.
need the titushkas there because the provocation was already in the air. It was really easy to provoke people there. Okay, now we're gonna search this video about these provocators on Bankova Street. That was filmed.
Хоча виявилося, що ці відбирали беркутів з різних регіонів країни.
Ну, тобто вони не просто так опинилися там. Розумієш, для того, щоб Беркут прийшов туди, хтось має віддати наказ і...
Okay, but you understand, for Berkut to come there, someone should give the order. And till this very day, we don't know who gave the order.
Наша Раша, там, де Людвік Аристархович, це, як він називається? А це від МВС, так?
So here the video.
Так от Людвік Аристархович, наша Раша, пам'ятаєш, хто нагаїв ліфті? Хто це зробив? Хто це зробив? У нього таке риторичне питання виникало. От до самого себе.
Завтра буде інтерв'ю давати президент України Янукович.
So tomorrow Yanukovych will give the interview to the selected journalists. Okay, his last interview, or as I can call it, the absence of the interview, was after the round table when journalists followed Yanukovych and asked him who gave the order. I remember when Russian journalists came to Poland. And they were giving the opportunity to ask 3 questions, and they couldn't understand it, so they went to the house and they asked what should they answer, and they were giving certain questions they need to ask.
Не знаю, як там журналіст. Ну просто русські СМІ, як там приїхали. І просто тут 3 питання, і це хто яке питання хоче.
So there were just 3 questions, and they needed to decide which question they can ask.
Ага, ось це.
So here is the video.
З якого це боку, до речі, я не можу. Це до чи після, до речі, не зрозуміло.
В який спосіб спілкується польський президент з журналістами?
Tell us in what way the president of Poland communicates with the journalists. Are there also some certain channels? No, any journalist can ask him questions. The other thing that what he will answer, but everyone is allowed to ask questions. Okay, if we asked some Polish mass media, will the president come to our studio? Yeah, why not? President or vice president.
Час, коли він давав прес-конференцію один раз на рік, 2 рази на рік. Це був Янукович.
There was a time when Yanukovych arranged conferences twice a year. Well, I can tell that in Poland, officials, politicians, they like it very much to be on television, to communicate with people, journalists, to answer their questions.
важливо сказати, що це Беркут так підійшов.
Почекай, це біля стели ж?
Так, це чуть далі.
Це біля
пам'ятник засновникам Києва. Це відео зняла лише одна камера, яка належить до Міністерства внутрішніх справ.
Я просто був під стелею, то мене просто окружили там, так. І цих усіх людей, які там були. І вони взагалі так робили, щоб...
So I was at the Stella and I was surrounded by Berkut.
Ну, власне, Чечет у цій студії казав, що полетіли головішки. Це відео. Ну, тобто, логіка вибудована досить...
Посмаркатися.
А що він мав на увазі під словом головішки?
Головішки – це ж російський термін. Це от, я не знаю, дерево, яке горіло. Розумієш? Це називається головешка. Ти не знав? Який ти автентичний українець. Я бачу, ні. Знаю, що таке головешки, тому ще читаємо було простіше. Так. Ну, власне, про спілкування, про стиль спілкування з пресою, то я бачив, як спілкуються там федеральна конференція, прес-конференція в Берліні. Приходять міністри, там всі сідають, вони ставлять питання. Журналісти, звичайно, лізуть. Вже вони ж знають, як ці чиновники відповідають. І журналісти і так поставлять питання, і так поставлять питання. Це такий, знаєш, от батл, такий спокійний німецький батл, що журналісти лізуть.
So actually we have here a battle between journalists and they use all the means just to get the necessary information. They actually know that they should do it. The main thing that people are actually answered their questions. There is no restrictions on participation on the press conference.
Про те, які питання можливі йому поставити.
The main aim is just to inform.
Працює там прес-відділ, який моніторить уважно все, що висвітлюється в німецьких ЗМІ, як вони готують ці звіти щоденні, що ось тут ЗМІ розказали так і так. Я бачив на власні очі. Я не знаю, як у нас. Не знаю.
Це можна, до речі, запитати, що Дарка Чепак ще прийде нас, Ганна Герман.
Дарці Чепак треба подзвонити.
Так може позвонити?
Well, Savik Schuster texted us that he can't come today, but he will come tomorrow. We are patient. We will wait for him, of course. Let's call to Darka Chupak about tomorrow's. What about tomorrow press conference? Someone is calling me. I'm actually online now, so I'll call you back later.
Номер не ідентифіковано.
Це добра людина, яка хоче працювати на громаді.
It was a very kind person who wants to work together with us on Hromadske.
Так. Я думаю про те, як може Дарка
Сергій,
що, наприклад,
please continue.
Звісно, голосом, але що саме? Які буде пояснення, чому ми не зможемо потрапити? А уявляєш, раптом вона каже, та звісно.
Can you imagine Darka Chupak will say, of course, you can come tomorrow's press conference. I'm calling her right now.
У мене був телефон записаний, він не помінявся. Так, що виклик? Ні, що так гучніше можна.
Please make it louder.
Ну, тобто ви чуєте, так? Що виклик іде. А зараз 21:12.
Нічого. Державні службовці часто працюють допізна.
Isn't it a late call? No. public officers, they are always on duty. They are available 24 hours per day. They are always worrying about our country.
Серебристий мой мобільний телефон. Це Вірка Сердючка співає пісню про СМС.
На жаль.
Ну що, на жаль, ну...
Unfortunately,
Не відповідає.
we can't reach her, and I'll try to text her.
Спробуємо зателефонувати через 2 хвилини, а потім...
До прес-секретаря польського прем'єр-міністра треба писати смс. Він тільки як...
It's actually better to text, probably.
Нагадай.
We were working together with Darka Chapak on 5th channel.
Мені колись Балога пропонував працювати в секретаріаті у Ющині. Це правда.
І що? Ти відмовився від такої?
Я не кажу, я не можу зрозуміти задачі, на що я вам тут треба.
One day I was proposed to work together with presidential administration of the previous president Yushchenko, and I actually answered that I do not understand the meaning of this work, and we have now our next guest. We thank you, Tomasz, for participation in our program today. It's very similar language, Polish. Our next guest is Nina Prudnikova, deputy of in Crimea, in Sevastopol. I'm actually able to talk in Russian and in Ukrainian. I'm quite fluent in Ukrainian. Where have you actually learned Ukrainian? I was studying Ukrainian in school. By the way, probably Azarov hadn't learned Ukrainian at all. So you support the position of our president? Please tell us why. The mysterious soul of Ukrainian people. I think there is no actually nations. There are good people and bad people. We have now two sides of Maidan. Now I'm switching into Russian, but I have shown that even in Crimea we all know Ukrainian and we can fluently talk in Ukrainian. By the way, to become minister of Ukrainian government, you actually have to know Ukrainian. It's requirement. And also you should have knowledge on the sphere you are going to be engaged in. What about language issue? It's actually according to the Ukrainian legislation. We have a lot of jokes about people who are not so fluent in Ukrainian, but it's actually their own business. I have 4 daughters and 6 grandchildren, and I have celebrated my birthday on Maidan. If the group of people are trying to attack administrative building, and trying to involve students and pupils in this process, it's not right, it's wrong. We have politics, we have opposition, we have pro-governmental authority who should sit together at the round table and discuss all the problems. I'm actually from Persian, but now I'm living in Crimea, in Sevastopol. Why have I moved? My sister married to the man who are from Crimea, and then we moved also. It's I want to understand the course of our president. The course of the Party of Region and our president is Euro integration. We need to join to the European Union, but not right now. We need to be ready. We need to weigh all pros and cons. We are Ukrainian people. We need to choose our own way.
Є інший приклад наведення.
Я считаю, что это ненормально. Вы не приглашаете, тогда если вы ставите, приглашая соседа в гости, ставите ему условия, это некорректно, неприлично. Если вы хотите видеть
It's not actually right to invite your neighbor and trying to dictate him some rules.
До того, що ви купили квиток, наприклад, на літак. Київ, Брюссель, сіли в літак, летите на нього.
For example, you have bought a ticket for a plane, Kiev-Brussels, and imagine that right before the landing, the captain is turning back. Why is it so? It's probably because of the weather condition.
Давайте просто рассудим по полочкам. Почему с 2005 года по 2010 никто нас силой не тащил подписывать евроинтеграцию? Почему?
Why in the period from 2005 till 2013 we were not forced just to join European Union, and now we are suddenly want so badly to join it. Let's start from European countries such as Greece, Italy, Spain. Is everything so good with them? No, they still have some problems. What is wrong, for example, with Germany? Could you tell us? Have you been in European Union? Of course, I have.
Югославии уже не существует.
Я вам говорю, это тоже, мы, Украина, территориально тоже находится в Европе.
We, Ukraine, we are our territory is actually in Europe.
Я депутат, живу в аварийном доме ветхом с печным отоплением, с баллонным газом. Это не говорит, что я депутат, я очень богатый.
Депутаты, они ездят часто, там, обмена опытом.
Я не уверена. Мне хватает опыта моего жизненного за
Ну, правда, я знаю, местные депутаты часто там...
I'm not going to the European Union countries to gain some experience. It's enough for me, my own experience.
Поэтому я говорю, депутат, ну, то есть, вполне вероятно, что по этой
В Германии у нас есть много знакомых, люди, которые уехали на ПМЖ
Так что
в
не так
Германию.
в Германии?
Мне рассказывают.
Что не так?
So, please tell us what is wrong with Germany, for example.
В Греции я имею отдельный разговор.
We are not talking about Greece now, we are talking specifically about Germany. What is wrong there?
Вот там законопослушные люди. Если бы в Германии вот творилось то, что сейчас на Майдане,
People there, they honor the law.
Давала обещание сначала подписать какой-то документ, его не подписывала, то, я думаю, немцы бы тоже не поняли.
вы знаете, мы можем сейчас о многом говорить. Вот Ангела
Now we can talk about different things, about Angela Merkel, about her decisions, but we do not know the whole picture, the whole situation.
Давайте мы не будем заниматься инсинуациями, что обещал Европейский Союз. Не, я могу отсесть. Давай постучались.
Please, let's not talk simultaneously and one by one.
Я говорю, что в Германии не так, и
So, once again, what is wrong with Germany? I haven't heard any specific things.
Соглашение было парафировано, то есть никаких обещаний дополнительных не давалось. И если Европейский Союз
There were not any additional promises.
официальное соглашение, то, простите, это не соответствует дипломатии. Это тогда не соглашение равных объектов. И тогда президент почему нам об этом раньше не сказал? Если мы договаривались,
Why
ему обещали и не выполнили.
did President, why didn't he tell us about his intentions earlier?
хотели бы вы этого или не хотели бы вы это, действительно появился президент, законно избранный, легитимный президент, избран народом, согласитесь.
We have now our legal president. He was elected by the people, by Ukrainians, and he stands for the position of Ukraine. You are now emotional.
Сейчас мне рассказывайте про поднять ручки. Я говорю, какие были соглашения? Вы говорите, видимо, мы не все знаем. Чего мы не знаем?
Видимо, наверное, Евросоюз, когда начинали
We probably have a lack of information here, and I suppose that there were some requirements or agreements behind the scene.
Избирали законным образом президента, то президент вам подотчетен.
Я думаю, что и вы все точно не знаете.
Это плохо, я хочу знать все.
I do want to know everything.
Говорю категориями, я предполагаю, что вот так. То есть мы хотим более точными
Ми
дефініціями.
знаємо точно, що питання про гроші, які підняв президент України за тиждень до підписання угоди, не виникало впродовж кількох років.
We know that the money issue that suddenly raised before the signing of agreement, it wasn't raised before.
Парафував це означає, узгодили кожну букву, кожну літеру і завірили, підписали.
Ну и соглашение было на сайте правительства долгое время. Его можно было читать вдоль и поперек. Вы читали?
Have you read the text of the agreement? Yes, I have. All those conditions, they are actually unacceptable for Ukraine.
Це не Європейський Союз. Як?
Ні,
почекайте, є Європейський Союз, а є МВФ, тобто
Let's clarify. There is a European Union and there is a monetary fund. It's actually different things. They are not connected at all. Let's not confuse them. I want to tell you just one thing. We know that European Union is actually not a European Union by itself. There are just superior countries there.
Как мы можем быть локомотивом, если он уже там есть? Мы вторым локомотивом хотим быть.
А почему есть две, почему не может три локомотива?
Ну это все признают, но это самая большая экономика Европейского Союза. Каким образом?
The biggest economics, they are actually in European Union, and everybody knows that.
Значно більше, ніж ВВП Росії. Порівняйте територію.
А почему вы так обесцениваете возможности украинского народа?
For example, the gross national product of Germany, it's much bigger than Ukrainian.
Давайте не будемо, скільки прем'єр був років.
Янукович, давайте скажіть.
Третій, четвертий рік прем'єр, правильно?
Так.
Viktor Yanukovych was prime minister for 2 years, and when he was a prime minister, we had a stable period.
А то, що наламали дров з 2005 року по 2010, як це можна все поправити? Президент у нас всього скільки років, ну посчитайте, порахуйте, будьте ласка.
Let's count for how many years now we have Yanukovych as a president.
Рому запитання. Сколько? Я нет, я вам вопросы задаю. Почему? Я с вами как раз в полемику не вступаю. Я говорю, вы читали соглашение? Да, я тоже читал. То есть мы оперируем одними данными. Все очень просто. И теперь я хочу вам задать следующий вопрос.
Now I want to ask you another question. We know that the authority, the government,
подписанию ассоциации с Европейским Союзом. Вопросы, которые были в повестке дня, которые требовали своего решения, это
the questions that
и несколько еще законопроектов, которые должна была принять Верховная Рада.
They should discuss.
Ну, это не случилось, потом Евросоюз говорит, хорошо, мы даже смягчаем наши требования, приезжайте, подписывайте. И вот в последний момент правительство за неделю до подписания говорит, знаете, приостанавливаем, без объяснения.
Just in the last moment, the government said that, okay, we postpone the process of signing the agreement. Do you think it's normal? Yes, actually, I think it's normal. Because if the authorities, they now see that something is wrong, that then they have this right to make decisions. Why should we sign this agreement right now? We are not talking now about 5 years or something. I want for the agreement to be signed, for example, yesterday, and you are talking about 5 years. The main issue here is that government just decided to postpone this process by their own.
Ну, это, как правило, демократичный инициативный фонд. Есть КМИС. Вы не знаете социсследований?
А можно, до речі, подивитись в интернет?
И так далее. Можно... Почему? Причем здесь интернет, собственно.
Де ви бачили, щоб 60% були за асоціацію?
Около 60%.
Now we are talking about statistics, about figures of the people who are for the agreement, in favor, and who are against. And you say that, yes, probably it's right. No, I say it is right. And thank God that even in the last moment they just figure it out that it's early for us to join, it's early for us to sign this agreement. Why do you think Ukraine isn't ready for this agreement? I think it will destroy our economy. But experts, they say about very different data. For example, agriculture, it would only win from the signing of this agreement.
И вот к нам приходило телевидение венгерское в нашу палатку. Мы с ребятами разговаривали, и мне говорят, да, вы знаете, что было до вступления в Европейский Союз, и что после, это небо и земля. И люди
We were talking to some Hungarians about European Union, and they actually they regret
это были, у них же, понимаете, что у них были вот эти фермерские хозяйства.
about joining the European Union. They say now everything is worse. I was in Hungary, and it is not so. They cannot export their products.
Они сейчас существуют, но куда идет этот горошек? Куда? Сюда, к нам, на Украину.
Так плохо?
Хорошо.
В Советском Союзе он шел.
Но Европа сказала нам, мы же еще не Европа, но Европа сказала, ваш зеленый горошек нам не годится.
Когда?
И кукуруза ваша не годится.
Когда?
В таком объеме, в котором они ее производят.
Europe says about the products of Hungary, about corn, about peas, that they are not good enough for Europe.
Ваш горошек не годится.
Венгрия. У меня много в Нюрнберге, в Цехиде, людей, знакомых, просто друзей. Мы ездили часто недостаточно.
Where have you heard this information? My friends from Hungary, they actually told me so.
Я предметно хотел бы говорить. Ну, продолжим.
Да. Венгрия стала намного хуже, чем было до.
Ви зараз не підтримуєте.
So you do not support the signing of agreement with European Union. Now we have a live feed from Bogdan Kutepov. We have very nervous guys here around the Christmas tree. Why? Because we have an information from social media that the portrait of Yulia Tymoshenko is actually shouldn't be on this Christmas tree. We have a lot of flags here. Actually, yes, the portrait of Yulia Tymoshenko shouldn't be there. It's not the place for this portrait. You know, we are just mirror, and there is no place for any compromise. We have the only truth here. Now we can see Tatiana Chernovil here.
Це фотограф LBUA, він відомий персонаж. Він теж прийшов сюди, і багато інших видань прийшло сюди. Привіт, це Максим сказав. Багато видань прийшло сюди, і от дивіться, як поводиться охорона. Вони чи то гріються, тупляють з ноги на ноги, чи то нервують. Ну, не мені судити, експертизу ніхто не проводив. От, але дійсно охорона не те слово, яка посилена. А все, через що я повертаюсь до контексту. Насправді майже безіменна ініціатива пішла по соцмережах про те, що давайте о 21:30, 18 грудня
Okay, there was
поліземо і знімемо
a message on social media proposing to take off the portrait of Yulia Tymoshenko from the Christmas tree. So we decided to broadcast the event to show you if it was fake or not. So now you can see the Christmas tree, or how we call it in Ukraine, yolka. So we're hearing the music and people are relaxing and having fun. Now you can see two big images of Yulia Tymoshenko on the right at the bottom and on the left at the top of the Christmas tree. Okay, now you can see we're waiting for some action, so we're gonna report from the place. So, studio. So we've seen the Christmas tree is guarded from the one side. So we're not supporting it, we're just broadcasting. So now we're continuing to talk with the People's Deputy. She's standing on the Maidan, let me remind you. Okay, you're not supporting the signing of agreement with European Union. Of course not. I support completely the position of our president and parliament. I know that this is the team of professionals, and believe me, I have the experience. Okay, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? So I found a piece of news. There has been a poll asking people if they want to sign the agreement with the European Union. So now we can see that most of the Ukrainians want to sign the agreement, the integration with European Union. Okay, this is the poll of GFK. There are a lot of links in the internet. There is also one by Deutsche Welle. It also states that the majority of Ukrainians are for the agreement. Okay, according to Deutsche Welle, 55% of Ukrainians support the signing of European Association. So 55% says yes, And there's also a question about the custom union. 49 people are saying yes, and 38 are against. So the question is, do you want Ukraine to sign custom union? And the no is the answer for 39%. And the same question about Europe, 55% of people answered confirmingly. I'm sorry, but I don't think that you can see this information as depicting the real situation in Ukraine.
Давайте даже проросійські, не тільки проросійські, є юго-восток страны.
Okay, let's talk about the south of Ukraine. How do you think it is bigger than the western part of Ukraine? No, no. Okay, believe me that 50% that voted for Yanukovych, they were not against the integration signing. So I want to understand the logic when the whole country is expecting the president to sign the agreement, and then he just postponed it. Okay, I don't know. I don't believe in all these polls. I'm just saying about my own opinion. Okay, I know that you should consider the opinion of other people, but I'm sure about that the social researchers are not depicting the real situation. Because I know that the majority of people want Ukraine to be in custom union, but on the equal rights with other countries. For this, we need to introduce reformation policy. Okay, let's see. It's been 3 years since Yanukovych is the president of Ukraine, and the citizens of Ukraine, they believed him. Okay, tell me if there were any changes in the policy. No. Okay, you're asking us just like if we were not journalists, but the representatives of the former government before Yanukovych. Let's talk some certain things, not just around. Tell us about changes in Ukraine. Okay, we reformed the pension. Okay, for example, I can get pension because I was working for 3 years, and in half of a year, I can get this money. So those exact changes were introduced in Ukraine. And I'm very satisfied with it.
Кто будет обрабатывать наших пенсионеров, ваших, моих, ну, у меня уже нет живых родителей, ваши мамы, вы еще молодые, мамы, папы, дедушки.
Okay, but tell us.
Кто будет обрабатывать? Сначала нам надо создавать рабочие места, обрабатывать, работать, платя налог в государственную казну, чтобы платить пенсии нашим пенсионерам.
Okay, who will pay the tax to the government that the retired people could have their money? Okay, I can tell you that I don't believe all this stuff, but I can see the results of social research. Okay, let's talk about the night when the students were attacked. Do you think it's okay? No, no, I don't support it. And you know yourself that in any country, no other president will give the order to beat peaceful people protesting in the streets.
И массовые расстрелы в стране не помогли, на самом деле. Это Камбоджа. Знаете, да? Там был геноцид. Но у нас не Пол Пот, и у нас Янукович. И я спрашиваю, нормально ли, когда Беркут...
But we are not in Cambodia. So tell us, is it normal? No. Do you think these people who attacked the students, should they be punished? Yes, of course. And who are they? I don't know.
Я больше вам чем скажу, что это провокация, раз, что это недопустимо.
I can say certainly that this was provoked. Why aren't you asking me if it's okay for peaceful protestants to beat Berkut? And okay, tell us when that happened. It happened, and I don't think that it's right. It was provoked. Okay, but let's go back to the night of that event, 29th and 30th. And I'm asking you, who's responsible for that? Who is the head of Berkut? Who gave the order to beat the protestants? I'm sure that the people responsible for it will be found and punished. How do you think, as a citizen of Ukraine who pays the tax, who are responsible for the acts of police? The minister? And I think they will conduct their research and find the one who gave the order to attack. You're talking about political responsibility, but why aren't you discussing the attitude of peaceful protestants to police? I'm asking you for the first time, if minister is responsible for that attack, if president is responsible politically for it. Okay, guys, I know where you want me to lean. I'm not talking about your opinion and mine. I'm just asking you that question, who's responsible? Well, in my opinion, I'm completely sure that this shouldn't happen. And we all know that students themselves didn't get the idea to go to Maidan. There were some politicians that encouraged them. And it was planned. Who are there on Maidan? Who are the head? The opposition leaders, Yatsenyuk, Taghnibok, and Klitschko. So are they responsible? Yes, of course. They are behind all this. Okay, let me ask you another question. Who from the opposition leaders gave the order to attack peaceful protestants of the night of 29th of November.
Держадміністрацію київську, і як вірвався туди депутат від «Свободи», кричав «Київ наш». Як може бути? Значить,
Well, I've heard about the event in the Kiev City Hall, where a deputy from the opposition party came in, and there he was screaming, "Kiev is now Kiev now belongs to us."
Давайте зійдемо до Я ж вам предметно сказала, я осуджую тих, хто бив цих студентів.
So I repeat once again,
Це не я вирішую.
they should be punished, but I'm not deciding. We're just asking you about your opinion, like a human being, not politician.
Коли підлеглі міністра вчиняють якісь безкарні дії.
Okay, for example, in other country, when officials are making bad decisions, they themselves leave their job and resign. I'm telling you that this event, when the students were beaten, was provoked and it was detailed, planned. I'm sure they will find some hidden surveillance cameras and the video they recorded of that night, and they will find the people responsible for that.
Я ставлю питання дуже просте. Вам не здається, що алогічний спосіб? Тому що ви дуже багато робите припущень і кажете, я думаю, знайдеться, я думаю, так там правильніше і так далі. Це алогічне мислення.
You are being illogical. Because all you're saying, I guess, I reckon, or something like that. And we are searching for that person who gave the order and is responsible for that. And you're talking about criminal responsibility, and we're talking about the political one, if they should resign or not, the official of the government. I don't understand why Parliament should resign. Well, because they are politically responsible for what happened that night. Okay, you have a family, I have a family, and my neighbor has a family. And we are friends. For example, there is a drug addict or alcohol addict in our home. So you think that neighbors should attack us? So tell us, who is alcohol addict in Ukrainian parliament? No one. I'm just comparing, making some parallels. I'm sorry, I'm not an idiot. I don't need such comparison. Just decreasing the level of our discussion. I'm just telling you that the government and the head of the police, he himself should resign when something like that happens. Should he be responsible for it? Yes, of course. He may not have given the order himself, but he's responsible and should resign. Yeah, and I'm telling you that there are specific institutions that will conduct the research and will fight the one responsible for it. Why are you sure there are some surveillance cameras? Because I know that our parliament is the parliament of professionals, and they will figure out the situation. Let's not provoke the atmosphere.
Для чого накаляти? Розберуться. Не треба
Why are you talking so much about it? They will find the responsible. Students should go to the universities to hear elections. You are the member of Party of Regions. The head of the parliament is also the representative of Party of Regions. And the people who were beaten are just students, they are kids. And after that event, only 2 people resigned and left the Party of Region. Can you leave the party? No, I'm not ready. And don't you think by that you are making excuses for this event? No, I'm not making any excuses. And there are 2 parts, 2 sides of the story. There are people who are responsible for research, and they should find and punish. So Zakharchenko will conduct the research. I really respect journalists. But I think that mass media just provoke more discussions about this event. Well, we don't want to be in political discussion, just talking around the place. Well, you're talking a lot about students. So you're thinking that students were brought there? They didn't come on their own? Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm sure they were invited to Maidan, and they were paid for it by the opposition leaders.
Я живу в Маріїнському парку з 3 числа. Зі всією своєю командою.
Ви безкоштовно?
Безкоштовно.
А там є люди за гроші?
And you're supporting the anti-Maidan. Are you standing there for money? Yes, I am standing there. Well, nobody is paying me. And are there people who are being paid? No, people are going there to show their position. Okay, let us take a look at the video of anti-Maidan.
Он примерз к нему, он не может. Можно фотографироваться было тебе? Давай, Володя. Давай, что было? Так добре прапор, щоб видно було. Я собі говорю. Давай. Давай на свій.
Больше всех никто не даст. Все, забудьте.
Он такой красивый мужчина, видите? С ним можно и снимкувати.
А звідкіля приїхали? З Криму?
Where are you from? We are from Kiev.
Дивіться. О.
Львів і Крим разом.
Ну.
Kyiv and Crimea together. There are 3.
І з Європи ждуть презенти. Поки Америка годує, треба мерщій забрати владу.
She's reading a verse.
Не можуть дати собі раду.
і гінеколог Тягнебок, і свій боксер Кличко Віталій, і Яценюк, єврей Карпатський, і ще багато
about the opposition leaders insulting them.
прапорами, бо ж революцію творять. Уже весь Київ обісрали. Про це все люди гомонять.
Тепер про регіон.
Що хочуть ці три кандидати, чи в президенти, чи в Європу, ще Київраду захватили, щоб там зігріти свою жопу. Та заспокойтесь ви нарешті і схаменіться, козаки, бо не потрапите в Європу, а вийде зовсім навпаки.
Скажіть, а ви тільки про опозицію такі вірші?
Tell us, are you composing only about oppositions? Of course, I'm representing the party of region. I'm supporting them.
Треба ці всі партії об'єднати в одну, і щоб була одна єдина партія була, щоб.
А вже була єдина партія.
We need to unite all the parties so that there is peace and not divided country. We are one nation. We don't want to be divided. And who are dividing you? I don't know. I want to be united. And I don't care about the name of the party, but I want to be one nation and have peace in my country. And opportunity to work and to be healthy. I want to say to all the channels of Ukraine, please broadcast and report on the truth. Whether it's good or not, please just report the truth.
Подскажите, политики всех мастей, подскажите, за что? Кто спровоцировал?
Все життя Гришка хотіли зробити представником нетрадиційної орієнтації. Ну такого не сталося. Не сталося такого. Тому що я козацького роду. Я поважаю нетлінні традиції нашої великої нації. Я ніколи не був політичною проституткою.
I was never political whore. I will be sailing a big ship named Ukraine. Thank you. Come on. Who's raising funds for, who's giving money for the concert and for the food? I don't know. Well, maybe our party. I'm not sure. I cannot tell you. I'm not ready. Okay, tell me about the maiden who are giving money there. I'm not ready to answer. Well, neither am I. Okay, tell me about the financial support of Hromadske TV. Well, we have our watchers. By the way, today near the Stella on Maidan Незалежності we met a group of people from the Marian Park, and they went there to get some tea and hot beverages. Yeah, I'm sure it's just your cut. You can, well, cut everything you want into one video. There is a lot of tea, so please join us and we will give you the food and the beverage. Okay, let's continue our discussion. What I wanted to ask you about the treaty agreement that was signed in Moscow. I'm very satisfied. I'm very pleased that the price for gas has been decreased. I think it will give a great push to our economics. It will give to you, to me, and to other people live peacefully without increasement of flat payments and other prices in the country. What do you think was the main reason to decrease the price for gas? I don't know. It's maybe, thanks God's sake. We are brothers with Russia. So why before the prices were high? Okay, tell us why before the price was over 400 and now when the situation is awful, it decreases. Okay, the very first demand of Euromaidan is to set Yulia Tymoshenko free. I don't understand that. We already talked about Yulia Tymoshenko. You want to talk about her? I don't. And I'm asking you about the agreements that were signed in Moscow. Okay, it was the decision of the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. Please tell us why he decided to do it now. 3 years he couldn't decrease the prices, and now he decided to do so. What is the reason? Please tell us. I cannot say it. We're just asking about your opinion. In my opinion, I don't know. How can I say what was before? I don't know. So we got this low price for gas because we postponed the agreement with European Union. No. I want to say, you know what? Let's start with that. Why, if there is a point of view of Ukraine, of one country, one nation, Euro integration is the policy of our country, and we will join the Union. Okay, I'm trying to answer your question, and I'm expressing my opinion about what you asked. Why for 3 years Russia didn't decrease the price of gas? I think that our president and the president of Russia, they met and they discussed it, and that our president was trying to make the best out of it for Ukraine. Now the Maidan that was artificially built by opposition is dividing the country. Do you want to go to Maidan with our correspondent Mustafa Nayem and see that it's for real? Okay, we have live broadcast.
Под домом Януковича, под администрацией президента, под СКМ. Не надо. Я имею в виду дальше, я не перебиваю. Под Генеральной прокуратурой, под МВД. Это вас не интересует, да? в жизни именно вот как безработному не было другой задачи, только как вот заняться, собрать людей, снять портрет Юлии Тимошенко. Пожалуйста, не перебивайте никто, пусть человек ответит.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
Идеологически. Мы здесь собрались изначально идеологически, так же, как
Нет,
и я.
идеология у вас...
Подождите, моя идеология, то, что меня достала ситуация в этой стране.
Okay, my ideology is that I'm sick of the situation in the country. I was studying abroad and I don't have opportunity to get a job in Ukraine. That's why I came to Maidan. Yeah, it's really great that everybody came to Maidan for him or herself. Yeah, yeah. And after the events of November 29, 30, complete another scenario came up. I'm here like every day. Please don't interrupt me. Let me finish. I'm not interrupting you. Don't be nervous. We're here peacefully. Okay, when we're screaming for Timoshenko, for UPA, and I'm asking you about anti-Maidan. They are being paid. Anti-Maidan is really good, paid for. I'm asking you a very certain question. I agree with you that we're sick of the situation and the government, and everyone is here for him or herself. Yeah, I agree with that. You can't have a job here.
И на сегодняшний день средняя зарплата по Киеву 1600 гривен. Вы со своим образованием скажете, я так пойду, не пойду работать.
You with your education would go for such low wages to work. I'm just asking you if you're coming to Maidan against the officials. Why are you spending, wasting your time on only one moment that the whole world
воевать с теми, кто вас достал и сделал вас безработными. Сняли и организовывали того, чтобы только снять портрет Юлии Тимошенко. Я понимаю, что Янукович ее боится до смерти даже в портрете. Сколько вам нужно было это организовать и проплатить, чтобы она вот вокруг нее создать этот, или вы думали, что вы приедете?
Okay, how many money did you pay for Yulia to take off Yulia Tymoshenko portrait? What is your aim? My aim is not to let the country be divided in two parts. I think that the symbol of Maidan is Yolka, Christmas tree, and these images of politicians is dividing the country, because not the whole Maidan supports this leader of opposition. That's why I'm against of this image on the Christmas tree. This portrait is covering all the flags. It should be taken off.
Ну немає, воно висіти на ялинці.
Там же нет такого, що там же все на
Це моє власне думка.
It's my opinion.
Оце очевидно комусь таке вдалося зробити це. І люди мають різні погляди, але...
Okay, people have different opinion.
Олександра Кужель, представляючи позицію Зорянський Ряк, який там не знаходиться, вони вибирають риторику пропаганди і далі агітації політичної. Ну це як на мене, це те, що я почув. Добре, я можу помилятися, і сьогодні в нас буквально виник скандал. До того я попрошу моїх колег, Настю Станко, Володю Андрусенка, показати нашу розмову з Олександрою Кужель до цього моменту, яка відбувалася. Вона звинувачує,
I want to show you
зняття Юлі, і вона буквально
how we talked with Kuzhel, and she didn't want to talk to us. She was hysterical. Okay, I just want to show you. It's about the text from Mustafa, but it's just the other story. So now I'm on the Maidan. There is a Christmas tree, Yolka. It's all covered with slogans and memes, flags.
Дворяни і так далі. І з двох боків цієї ялинки я вам ще раз покажу наостанок, щоб ви зрозуміли.
And from the both sides of the Christmas tree.
Партія регіонів хоч один раз підіймала руки на владу, на Беркут.
Беркут в чиїх руках зараз?
Tell me, who is responsible for Berkut?
Хто керує Беркутом? Представник якої
Who is head of Berkut? Who regulates their action?
Хто почесний голова
Representative of what party?
Хто почесний голова партії регіонів?
Who is the head of the party of region?
Міністр внутрішніх справ керує.
The Minister of Internal Affairs. Okay, tell us who is the head?
Він не керує урядом.
Yanukovych.
Він керує, Азаров керує урядом.
But who is the head of parliament? Azarov. And Azarov is the representative of party of region.
Захарченко керує Беркутом.
Що далі?
Я запитую, чому партія регіонів дозволяє собі застосовувати так Беркут?
So, okay, tell us why party of region uses Berkut in such a way that they beat the peaceful protestant. Oh my God, all over again. It's not the key moment. The key moment is to support economics, to give jobs.
Невже ви вважаєте, що президенту було вигідно, щоб ці беркути...
Do you really think that it is of any interest of president to beat students?
Кореспондентів і почали бити беркут. Невже ви не бачите, що це була провокація?
Don't you think? Don't you see actually that it was provoked?
Як не може бути, якщо це сталося, і камери це зафіксували, щоб просто гамселили мирних демонстрантів.
But it has happened, and it was filmed. And I'm asking you for the 10th time, who is responsible, who should be punished? And I'm answering the 10th time that they will find the responsible people and they will punish them.
Хочете українською, можемо українською.
Могу вам на русском ще раз сказати.
Нормальна людина говорить про робочі місця. А я до вас хочу поставити питання. В який спосіб одна людина за дуже короткий термін в цій країні стала мільярдером?
I'm asking you how one person in a very short, within the very short period of time, became billionaire.
Ви знаєте, це питання не до мене. І я не читаю...
How he managed to do that? I don't know. I cannot answer this question.
Ми давайте не будемо роз'єднувати Україну, не будемо...
I don't want to know about other people's money. I'm not counting them. Let's not discuss that.
Державами спеціальні люди, які проплачені із Бундестага, із Америки, і з других країн, щоб розвалити Україну. І смійтеся ви чи ні? Дуже комусь вигідно. Ви хочете, щоб наша Україна була сильна і незалежна?
Do you want our country to be independent and strong? Do you have facts? You are saying that representative of other country, of Bundestag, of USA is paying for that. Why are you asking questions? We are journalists and you're not answering. You're saying that Bundestag is paying to crack Ukraine into two parts. Yeah, I'm sure it's paid for Yatsenyuk, Tyahnybok, and Klitschko. You can ask me to go to the courts and with them, and I will go. I know that these people, they hate Ukraine, Ukrainian nation, and they are paid for, and they don't want to see our country in wealth. Okay, let's see who's standing on anti-Maidan. So the majority of people came there for themselves. So 92% of people, they do not belong to any party, though you told us otherwise, and that desire to take off the image of Tymoshenko from Christmas tree can just only support that thought. If we talk about business, you're saying that we should create jobs and working places. But we have this statistic that small and medium business is closing because of the government policy. So now you will also blame the opposition or the government. Okay, what should the parliament do? Where from do they get these working places?
Я вам ставлю, я підходжу к цьому вашому... Я вам відповідаю
You're not answering my question, you're just polemizing with me.
Професіональний уряд, якому всячески питаються...
I'm telling you once again that there is a professional parliament, the government that aren't able to work properly because of all these events. We are trying to build independent Ukraine. And then we're gonna think if we need any agreement, treaties. Okay, let me tell you. Today I attended the meeting of the budget committee, and there were only two deputies from the opposition, and the majority of deputies are from the Communistic Party. And they told that Ukraine lacks 19 billion hryvnias to do everything that Parliament has planned. And we're going to take credit. Do you think this parliament is successful if they have such kind of problem?
Я не можу зараз судити, добре це чи ні. Я не можу також, вибачте, прислухатися до ваших слів. Ви там були, ви чули. Я коли чую своїми вухами, я тоді розказую. Я знаю. Ви знаєте, добре, ми знаємо, скільки уряд, наша держава платить оті проценти оцеї угоди, яку підписала Юлія Тимошенко.
We know how is the percentage that a country is paying after that treaty that was signed by Tymoshenko. When was this agreement signed? In what year? This gas agreement. 2009. And starting from what year the new government working? So there has been 3 years. And could the government reconsider? So our watchers are responding in YouTube, and a guy is writing that he himself gave $300 to Maidan, so he is the sponsor. Yeah, I can believe that we have also such people, and well, same thing.
Давайте ми не будемо перескакувати з питання, хто спонсорує, хто не спонсорує. Давайте ми будемо з вами лучше вирішувати, як об'єднати людей. Давайте будемо лучше вирішувати, як об'єднати людей. Нехай політики сідають за стіл переговорів, нехай вони вирішують, як зробити так, щоб люди сіли, вийшли на свої робочі місця. Діти сіли за парти, студенти сіли в свої аудиторії.
А політичні люди вийшли. Ви розумієте, що там не партійні люди вийшли?
Do you understand that on Maidan there are not politicians?
Була я на Майдані з людьми розмовляла. І люди навіть не знають, хтось виходить просто поїсти, хтось виходить просто гроші отримати.
Це на якому Майдані?
На Майдані Незалежності. Розмовляю, бувають кожен день. Можу вам признатися. Просто
I've been to Maidan and I talked to people there.
Піду з вами, ви сказали, з вами піду. Піду ще раз.
А ви теж там чай пили?
Я там чай не п'ю. Я просто йду, розмовляю.
And where have you been and why did you go to Maidan?
Ми заходимо навіть, якщо і в магазини, і десь стоять люди, розмовляємо. І ви знаєте, що кажуть? Ви ж добре кажуть, знаєте, що кажуть київляни? Вони дуже розочаровані цим Майданом. Ви бачите, яка агресія. Київ, столиця України.
Citizens of Kyiv say they were disappointed by Maidan because you can see to what the city has turned.
На каком канале? Выборы, да, знаю.
Я вам говорю свое мнение, причем канал.
Не, вы говорите, смотрите телевизор, сказали, вот на Майдане. Какой канал вы смотрите?
Я вам сказала, вы смотрите телевизор, результаты выборов знаете.
А, до речі,
мало того, мы смотрим, мы освещали это событие.
Вот тем более. Почему так случилось? Проиграли. Потому что люди посмотрели лицо Майдана. Не людей, которые там стоят, не лицо тех политиков, которые организовали это.
Почему экзит-пол показывал одни данные, а вот после подсчета голосов совершенно другие? Вот по 223.
Знаете, давайте, это не ко мне вопрос. Я не занимаюсь экзит-полом.
Давайте вы не будете манипулировать.
Так вы манипулируете, это не я.
Please do not manipulate what we say.
Вы говорите о том, что вот пока, и тут же даете оценку, потому что люди увидели Майдан, потому они так проголосовали. А я хочу вас спросить...
You're talking about elections that people voted after they saw the Maidan. And don't you think the elections were fraudulent?
Знаю, конечно.
Это нормально не формируется?
Нормально формируется, ведь каждая партия дает своего представителя.
Почему международные наблюдатели и...
Вы задаете вопросы, вы тут же говорите сами.
Нет, ну просто...
Okay, you're asking me questions and you're answering yourself. Do you know how the election committee is formed?
Нет, это не оппозиция говорит. Это говорят, собственно, те, кто мониторит выборы. То есть это...
The people who are monitoring the election, they are saying that the election committee wasn't that it wasn't authorized. Okay, let's come back to Euromaidan question. You have told us that you attended the Maidan a couple of times. How many times have you been there? Like every day, starting from the 4th of December?
Я вам не казала всі. З тими, з ким я розмовляла, фактично неможливо переговорити зі всіма. Це ні фізично, ні по часу, ніяк неможливо.
And how many people you talked with?
Бачиш, що от ідуть,
Well, with
якщо
couple,
йдуть
it's not possible to talk with all the people on Maidan. But when I talked with people there, I was telling my side, and I am talking to citizens of Kyiv every day.
Вибачте, останні 2 чи 3 тижні на Майдані.
I'm sorry to interrupting you, but for the past 2 weeks on Maidan,
Вони приходять, виходять, тому що їх хтось спонсорує.
hundreds, thousands of people are going to Maidan. And do you think they're being sponsored, or they are just sick of the situation and want to show their opinion? For example, in the universities, students are recommended to go to Maidan for you have listened to a couple of lections, and now you can go to Maidan. How many people are there on anti-Maidan near the Verkhovna Rada, the building of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine? I'm not counting. Well, tell us approximately the amount. Well, all the supporters of our parliament are there. Tell us, how many people? I think like takes 10,000 or 15,000 every day. And do you know how many people came to Maidan, to the people's Vicha? Well, I think like 400,000.
Я не знаю назви цих вулиць.
Костельна, вона дуже 300-тисячна. Вузенька. Там фізично не поміститься стільки.
Ну, знаєте, я коли сміялася, коли в 4-му році говорили, що на Майдані Незалежності мільйон людей.
I was laughing at these people who said that in 2004 there was like 1 million people on Maidan. You're saying the streets are very narrow. Okay, I'm sorry. You're talking about the dialogue, and it will be the last question because, well, just it's like a vicious circle. Okay, guys, come to our Maidan. Let's reunite, not divide the country. Let's make programs that will encourage people to unite. Well, we're just reporting the facts. The students were beaten. We are showing the video. Titushki have beaten the police.
А ви що ж думаєте, що зразу вас, от ваші хлопці приходили до нас в палатки і хтось-небудь бив? Ми радісно всі зустрічаємо.
You guys came to our Maidan. Were you beaten? No, so.
Тітушки та опозиції йдуть. І все.
I'm sure that Titushkas are also encouraged and from the side of the opposition. You're talking about the dialogue, but the roundtable wasn't broadcasted by the first channel, and our journalist was able to broadcast with the iPhone, and then they shut the Wi-Fi. Okay, Mustafa is not your correspondent. Yes, it is. I don't respect him. He also provoked the fight. What did he do? On hit, he grabbed our deputy and hit him. Okay, let's call Mustafa and ask him.
Мы там все присутствовали. Когда он попытался мальчика, там есть белоцерковец Дима, он сейчас здесь на этом Майдане. Когда он попытался обвернуться флагом украинским и пройти...
And when he tried to cover himself with Ukrainian flag, and we asked him to take off the flag because it's the symbol of the country, it shouldn't be over the body.
І він взяв цього депутата районного совета, швирнув, кинув, тот упав. Звичайно, є відео.
Так де воно?
Воно в Севастополі.
Do you have the video? Yeah, of course.
Видео только в Севастополе, оно на YouTube не может попасть, да? Що за сміх?
Ну, може ж комусь смішно. У нас є це відео, ми вам повністю можемо це відео
Як
показати.
прізвище
Знімали наші хлопці.
Чому, як ви вважаєте, не показали круглий стіл на першому національному?
Не знаю, це не до мене питання. Я не можу.
Як вести діалог?
Напевне, не до мене. Чому не показали?
Діалог про що?
Я ж не прес-центр. Я не...
Ви навіть не дати факт. Ви Ніна Прудникова.
Звичайно.
І я вас запитую, в який спосіб вести діалог про що? Про що може сідати і з ким домовлятися? Президент України?
Ми добре бачили, коли запрошували опозицію до столу, вона приходила, розвернулася і пішла.
Ні, вони сиділи за столом, останній круглий стіл вони були.
Ну, слава Богу, що були, я ще не бачила.
Це ніде не показували.
Не знаю.
Тільки громадське показували.
Тоді запитання, чому ж опозиція не добилася, щоб показали скрізь?
А як вона має добитися?
Не
Закупити
знаю.
телецентр?
Не знаю, ну, напевне, вона нехай розказує, що там було. Не я можу розказати, чому. Ця опозиція нехай розказує.
Мустафа не бере слухати, ну, шкода.
Було.
Mustafa doesn't answer the phone.
Це я вам
It's
100%, я
pity.
відповідаю за свої слова.
Що, не проти нього не порушили кримінальну справу?
So
не порушили, ми
there was no criminal
Він
record
маленький, а
on
депутат,
this case.
ми навіть не думали, що так.
He's-
Ваш Мустафа
Маленький, так.
маленький, чорненький.
Your Mustafa is small, little, and
Мустафу і вашого добре ми знаємо.
they just didn't notice
4
him.
роки тому це було, ні?
Це було
It
4 роки
was
тому.
4 years ago.
Я знайшов якесь відео, зараз гляну.
I have found video.
Програма «Бороть Герой Севастополя» з 9 на 10 октября 2009 року. Бачите, як добре? що
Да,
мені
давай.
So let's watch the video.
Я включу.
Депутата, якого він кинув на землю, прямо тут
Let's
упав,
watch
перевалився.
the beaten deputy who fell on the ground.
Вот я стою. Я все это видела.
Here you can
Ви
see my
Ну, это
me.
женщинам это не дает. Севастополь это находится на те. Вон, пробивается
And
флагом вот этот Олег.
here you can see the fight.
Он у нас сейчас вот здесь стоит на Майдане, кстати, побои эти все устраивает. Вот он.
Here
вот
is
тут не показали.
Mustafa.
Вот здесь вот берет, чтобы пропустить того, он взял, швырнул
Не
депутата
видно,
Совета на
почекайте.
землю.
Ну нема цього, не відео, щоб журналісти...
We actually we didn't see how he attacked the deputy.
От оцього, от підійшов. От що зараз відійшов. Його він кинув, він до нього підійшов, говорить, ти за що мене ударив? О, оце, ось все. Я це кинув, ваш Мустафа ударив.
Там дуже погано видно.
От, бачите? І лежить людина на полу. Оце зробив ваш Мустафа.
That what your Mustafa did.
Сначала появится черным, затем, как Мустафа наем ведущий, хватает его за грудки и... ну понятно.
Ну, ми не знаємо там всієї ситуації.
We didn't know the whole situation actually. Here you can see Mustafa once again.
Ми відео не бачимо.
Let's watch it one more time.
Я не бачу. Тут я не бачу, що хтось колись.
Actually, I didn't
Вот он,
see
валяється депутат районного совета, ваш Мустафа.
anything here.
Вот и все. Доказала вам.
So Have I proven?
Не, ну как вы доказали? Я хочу услышать Мустафу еще.
No, I actually want to hear also Mustafa. I want to hear his version of these events.
Он хотел протащить, это запланировано было, обмотался очень неприлично флагом Украины, государственным флагом. И мы ему сказали, сними флаг, ты здесь не
We
показывай.
asked that guy that he should take off the flag.
Вот сейчас он возглавляет удар на Севастополе, он здесь сейчас стоит на Майдане.
Now he is leader of the Udar party.
Ви не пропускали людину з українським прапором?
Він дуже неприлично этот прапор намотав собі, извините, на одно место. І ми йому сказали, зніми прапор, іди так.
He was wearing this flag in inappropriate way.
А ви знаєте, щоб Мустафа ваш наєм показав, як в Севастополі поважають український флаг?
Oh, we have Mustafa here. We have Nina Prudnikova in our studio today, and she says that you have beaten the deputy of the regional council. It was 4 years ago. Please tell us the story.
Ти поясни, що це в етері.
Ні, ми ж в ефірі. Мустафа, ти в ефірі зараз, і от можеш сидіти.
We are now online, Mustafa, and we have Nina Prudnikova here. And she says that you have beaten the deputy.
Недостойно кореспондента, журналіста бить кого-то. Так що ви не перевертайте. А це
Розкажи, що там було.
Please tell us what has happened there in Sevastopol during Schuster Life. There was a guy, and I have pushed him, and he just fell on the ground. But as far as I know, he hasn't any claims.
Сказали, ладно, езжай, Мустафа, по-доброму, с Севастополя, больше к нам не приезжай. Вот и все.
That is the end of the story.
Нет, давайте не есть. Правоохранительные органы не подключили, правильно?
Не подключали, конечно. Вот и все.
Це по-перше. По-друге, я так розумію, що
Anyway, there wasn't any criminal record.
людина з українським прапором в Севастополі.
Не перевертайте. Людина дуже неприлічна
Do not speculate on these facts.
нашої держави. І ми його заставили. Чи ти його візьми так, як повинен, ти його держати.
Wasn't using the Ukrainian flag in a proper way.
Тоді ти вийдеш.
We just asked him just to give it away.
Картинку, як в Севастополі відносяться неповажно до державного прапора.
Okay.
І ми не дали цього показати.
Коли футбольні фанати обертаються прапором або на День Незалежності.
А він не так обернувся.
But what about when football fans, they wrapped themselves into the flags? Is it also inappropriate? No, we are not talking here about football fans.
Я не буду вам показувати.
Please show us how was it. I don't want to show you anything.
Ви спитайте вашого Мустафу, нехай він вам
Just asked you Mustafa.
Ну, він ваш.
Він доросла людина, освічена, і ми бачили, показали, почули його точку зору. Я вас попросив про прапор. Люди на футбол ходять, обертаються прапором.
Для вас це важливо?
Is it so important for you now? Actually, it's not important for me. For me, it's important to unite Ukraine, to stop all those. How can we unite Ukraine? We can unite Ukraine by our own life, our own problems, such as raising up the economy, raising up the level of our lives. Do not ask me such questions. My desire is just to talk with you
Про що може говорити опозиція з президентом?
about what is important.
Я з вами прийшла говорити про
I
те,
came
і
here
запросити як мати,
to-
як бабуся, в мене
as a mother, as a
в мене 4 доньки,
grandmother.
об'єднати Україну, сісти за стіл
I want
переговорів.
for Ukraine to be united.
Вищий законодавчий орган повинен працювати. Це я хочу.
I want a government to function.
Бути предметом обговорення опозиції президента за круглим столом і що може стати компромісом?
Вивести
What
людей
can
з
be
Майдану.
discussed during the round table with the
Студенти,
president?
ще раз кажу,
First of
повинні
all,
сісти в аудиторії, діти
students
за
should
парти,
be
люди, які там
in
зібралися,
the classes,
як говорять, і без місця роботи, без
in
місця
the
проживання,
universities.
нехай йдуть своєю дорогою. І Маріїнський майдан теж поїде додому.
Маріїнський майдан also
Тобто
should
жодної вимоги
come
Євромайдану
home.
влада не повинна виконувати.
So
Ні відставки, ні президента,
Ви
ні
знаєте,
На
перевиборів.
вашу думку.
there should
Жодної
not
вимоги не
be a
повинно
dismissal of the government,
хіба це нормально, коли кричить люди?
resignation of
Багата
the
кількість
president.
людей, кожен кричить про своє.
It's not
От
normal
кричіть,
when
ми бачили
people,
з вами на Євромайдані,
they are all
який
demanding
на
their
нашому
own
Євромайдані в Києві, вашому, нашому.
Вашому.
Коли людина каже,
спільному.
чого ти сюди вийшов, а він каже, мені
Demands.
треба роботу. А другий каже, а для мене дорого, для мене пенсія низька. А третій каже, а мені ще щось треба. І що ви кажете? Що зараз
Everyone wants something for themselves.
всі разом об'єднати їх
President
тисячі,
should
десятки тисяч
sit
вимог.
and
Кожен
unite
вийшов зі своїм проханням. Для
all
цього є
those
уряд.
demands.
Вони
We have a
знають ці
government
проблеми.
for
Вже
such
Вони
problems.
ж не вчора обрані. Уже ж скоро
Так
нові,
не
скоро
заважайте їм
через рік нові
працювати.
президентські вибори.
Не
нагадаю.
заважайте працювати уряду, він виведе країну вперед і це буде.
Вийшли ж
Не
на
заважайте
Євромайдан,
працювати президенту.
зокрема люди, я так розумію, через урядування.
Працювати президенту зараз.
Людина не кричить, дайте мені Євросоюз, вона каже, дайте мені роботу.
Конкретно.
Людина кричить. А якщо завтра
Ordinary
Євросоюз
people, they do not
заведе нам,
scream, I want to
колготки,
the European
труси,
Union.
шапки,
They
свої
scream that
огірки,
they
свою
need a job.
моркву і все проче, свою цибулю. Хто буде наші вирощувати?
не купуйте.
Де ми будемо? Як це не купуйте? Так Європа хоче для того зробити ринок на
А
Україні.
вони наше забирають у нас, та і кажуть, купуйте тільки наше.
So according to you, the Europe wants just to take all our products and instead
Дешевше?
just say, so buy our products
Де
now.
живе і навчається син Рената Ахметова?
Do you know where son of Renat Ahmetin lives?
Де офіс
Мене не
знаходиться
цікавить,
син
studying.
мене
прем'єр-міністра?
цікавить зараз, де живуть мої діти,
It's not
де
important for me
навчаються.
at all.
Чому я
Ви
повинна
знаєте,
сидіти
It's
тут?
Дайте
important for
відповідь.
me where
Дайте
my
відповідь.
children
Знаєте чому?
lives,
Мені це не
where
цікаво.
my
Скажу,
children
Рената Ахметова в
study.
Лондоні.
А в сина Азарова,
Сина
знаєте?
Азарова
The
офіс
son
у
of
Відні.
Renat
А
Ahmetov
ви
is
думаєте,
now
це
in
ваші діти
London.
і вашої опозиції діти навчаються?
А
Це
тепер
вашої опозиції. Опозиція не
Ну ви,
моя.
я бачу,
ми
що
не
ви,
опозиція.
хлопці,
We are
я
not
відразу
opposition.
чую, де Ренат Ахметов, де син Януковича,
Тому що
де-
вони при
а
владі.
де в нас
А де
Юлія
Юлія
Тимошенко
Тимошенко?
дитина?
А де Юлія
її
Тимошенко?
А де
гроші?
Юлія Тимошенко?
А де
Навчалась
Юлія
теж?
Там, де її
Where
поважали,
is the
вона
daughter
сьогодні
of
віддала.
Yulia
Я вже
Tymoshenko?
їй дала
Where
пробачте
is
рукавиці,
Yulia
кажу,
Tymoshenko
і за
herself?
садок посадила. От і це як всі
Де Юлія
сидять.
Тимошенко?
Де вона повинна
Where
бути,
is
там
she?
вона знаходиться. Я вважаю, що дуже правильно. От там,
She
де
is
вона
now where
знаходиться,
she
там
needs
вона
to be.
Вона лежить в лікарні.
Нехай собі лежить.
She's now in the hospital actually.
Я бачила,
So-
вона лежить в лікарні.
Let
Оператор, йому можна вилучити.
she stay there.
Я не знаю, де Юля лежить в лікарні. Ви знаєте, ходити на шпильках, там багато жінок, які сидять зараз, її також отримали якісь міри пресічення. І люди теж боліють. Вони не лежать в
Ще
лікарні,
одне є
як Юля
питання.
Тимошенко.
Як ви вважаєте?
Юля
I have
може і
one more
лежати, може і
question.
не лежати. Ми вже бачили Юлю. Це її біда. І я як
Okay,
жінка
we
дуже
have
співчуваю
already
Юлі. Дуже
seen
співчуваю. що
Yulia
вона боліє.
Tymoshenko,
Я розумію, що боліти
and
це
I
погано.
actually understand that to be sick is
Давайте не будемо мені про Юлю, про це.
It's not so good.
Україну. Не
Just,
роз'єднуйте її.
let's do not
Не
talk
треба
about
казати
Yulia
того,
Tymoshenko. Let's do not divide Ukraine.
Роз'єднуємо нічого.
We do not divide anything.
Все ж таки. Я хотів вас запитати ще про одну річ.
I just want to ask you one more
Шукати або
thing.
рахувати гроші в чужій кишені – це погано. Знаєте що?
Is it bad to count the money of other people?
Це Межигір'я.
Do you know what is this? Межигір'я. It's a presidential
Це не має статусу.
Хлопці, ми приїхали з вами про Євромайдан поговорити, про асоціацію, підписання угоди, про наші
We are here to talk about European Union, about agreement, about our opinions. I do not interested
Я правда там питання Беневенко. То я ставив питання Чечетову, а говорив він з Станією. Я зараз вам
in
ставлю
these
питання, а ви
issues.
говорите з Сергієм. Чому така, так?
Не знаю, мені ж туди, я туди подивилася.
Це Межигір'я.
Мене це не цікавить, дивлюсь на вас, кажу, мене це не цікавить.
I do
Мене
not
цікавить
interested.
зараз, щоб об'єднати Україну. Ніякого сепаратизму.
My main interest is the unification of Ukraine.
Не цікавить.
Це ж почесний голова партії.
Мене це не цікавить.
I
Мене
do
цікавить
not
зараз, щоб
interested
працював
in
уряд,
this.
щоб працювала Верховна Рада. Мене
I
цікавить,
want
щоб
for
ви
government to
Майдану.
work, to function.
Можна заробити таку
Я
кількість
ще раз
грошей,
вам
щоб
кажу,
розбудувати
ви можете все, що хочете
I
мені показувати.
may tell you once again,
Свою позицію.
I'm here just to
Ви мене запросили сюди розказувати свою
to
позицію.
share my position, my opinion
Мене
with you.
Зараз мене цікавить одне. Людей вивезти з Майдану, вернути їх додому, працювати
Now I
далі
want
і самі наводити
for
порядок в
people
своїй
to
країні.
come back to
Без
their
яких
homes
ні
from
вовків.
Maidans.
можливо, спокійно і
Можливо.
Do you know?
ви просто, напевно, читаєте мої думки, чи можна
How do you
нормально
think? Is it possible just to work
А ви знаєте, можливо,
in our
якщо каже
Ukraine
кожен
legally
підприємець
and normal
легалізує своїх
and create
робітників, яких він бере на роботу, і не платить їм
working
тоді буде
places?
добре.
Тільки тоді.
Тільки тоді.
Все ж таки в законний спосіб можна зробити такий статус.
Is it possible to make such a fortune in a legal way?
Ви знаєте, я ще раз вам кажу. Мені
I
ці
tell
питання
you
можете
once
не
again,
задавати, я вам відповідати, мене це не
I will
цікавить.
not answer
Я прийшла в
you
вашу студію на ваше
for such
прохання.
questions.
Для того,
I'm here
як
in
ви
your
мені
studio
сказали, розказати свою позицію,
to tell, to share my position and my opinion
живу в цій палаті
about
4 грудня.
European
У мене
Association.
вдома 4
I'm here
У мене 6 внуків.
from the
Да.
December 4th.
І на цьому поставимо крапку.
І на цьому
And
поставимо.
okay, let's
Ось така
finish
чудова
with
гостя
it.
була. Ніна Пруднік.
Nina Prudnik was with us.
З нею говорили про тих
Today
людей, які в Маріїнському парку, а на Ницьку
We were talking about Mariinsky Park,
вона не хоче.
and she doesn't want to talk about other issues. Okay.
Ну, зараз ми можемо показати
Вам дуже дякую, хлопці.
Thank
Вас
you,
було
thank you,
двоє, ви
guys.
справились.
реакцію, яку викликав
А кому
пані
смішно, сміється
Богдан
той, хто
Кутєпов.
сміється.
І ми просто давайте подивимося, послухаємо їхній діалог.
Well, let's see another video.
Чи ви чуєте аргументацію? Я просто представлюсь, бо я підійшов вас з громадського Богдан Кутєпов.
I'm
Скажіть, чи ви
Богдан
чули аргументацію
Кутєпов
людей?
from
Чи ви чули
Hromadske.
аргументацію людей, які кажуть,
Have you heard the argumentation of people?
приходьте до нас в студію в будь-який час.
Please come to our studio. Of course, I will come. Just invite me.
Так, чекайте, одну секундочку.
Да, вони Еліна, прийди до них.
Я розумію.
А він мене не робить. Хоча я вважала...
Слухайте, я маю на...
А громадське телебачення мало получало вже, так?
Прошу.
Воно вам мішає, я про Юлю.
Ні, так чекайте.
Не трогайте
Ви щось
її,
переплутали.
хлопці.
Ні, почекайте, пані Олександра, я хотів...
Ви ж громадські.
Будемо, ви ж
Пані
громадська.
Олександра, а чому ви вважаєте...
Громадська, а ти мене слухай.
Ні, послухайте, ми з вами говорили. Ну, я хотів у вас взяти коментар і все. А ви зараз так поводитесь. Я ж не маю жодної позиції.
Why do you behave yourself in such a way? I just want to hear your comments and your
Я хотів
position.
вас запитати, чи ви чуєте аргументацію людей, які кажуть, чому вони хочуть це зняти. Все. Більше нічого. Так.
Do you know why people want to take off the portrait of Yulia Tymoshenko from the Christmas tree? Please, I answer you. Just hear the position of all the society. You are Hromadske.
А то, що вам говорить людина, яка зробила тут безкоштовний Wi-Fi, яким ви користуєтесь.
Ні, ми користуємося своїм Wi-Fi. Ось він, так.
Вона два дні до вас не може попасти. Той, що у
Та
неї...
нема жодних проблем. Ми зараз поговоримо з людиною. людиною, але зараз я питаю у вас, чи
Now
правда, що
I'm
оце
asking you,
провокації по зняттю Юлії
is it true
Володимирівни? І
that
чи ви чуєте
all these
аргументацію
actions
людей,
they
які
are provocative? And okay, I answer you.
Серйозно розвинутої програми щодо цієї теми. Я цю тему знаю. Крім того,